how grave of a situation they may be, and hopefully how many survivors there are. Again, you saw some kids walking out of the school there, which is a great sign. They have identified that reunification point where kids can go to be reunited with their families. And, I've spoken to a lot of parents as well during this time, and it's always difficult.
And we're going to go now to join the network. Here's Kira Phillips.
This is an ABC News special report.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. We are coming on the air with reports of a school shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. That shooting occurring at Annunciation Catholic School. All of this during the first week of classes. We are told the gunfire erupted during school drop-off. There are reports of multiple victims. We cannot confirm a number right now, but police are clearing buildings in the area, saying that the shooter has been contained and there is no active threat to the community at this point. The FBI and ATC are responding. Governor Tim Walz calling it a horrific act of violence. Let's get straight to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky. Aaron, bring us up to date on what you know right now.
This is at the Annunciation Catholic Church and its adjacent school, Kira. It appears that the gunman targeted the school around the time of either drop-off or as a morning mass may have been underway, opened fire. There are multiple victims, we're told, both injured and deceased. We're working to confirm an exact number, but it seems like there are going to be a number of casualties associated with yet another school shooting in the country. As you heard, the governor called it a horrific act of violence, but there is no longer, according to authorities in Minneapolis, believed to be an ongoing threat because the shooter, as authorities put it, is contained. We're hearing from multiple sources that the gunman may have been killed by a self-inflicted gunshot wound, but there are conflicting reports coming out of Minneapolis, so we await additional confirmation. But the authorities, Kira, say there is no longer a threat, but still an incredible law enforcement response at this Catholic church because there are believed to be multiple victims, again, both injured and deceased.
We're also getting a statement from President Trump as well. We'll have that in just a moment. But, Aaron, I understand that parents right now at this moment, understandably, are extremely concerned that they have been running to the school, trying to get information. Has there been, does it seem like the area has been completely cleared? Do we know if agents are trying to account for other students or teachers or individuals that have been shot? Is this ongoing where they just can't confirm a number? Clearly, parents are very concerned right now, and they're watching the network trying to get information.
No question, Kira. It's a parent's instinct to run toward your kid to make sure they're safe. The authorities are telling parents to please stay away from the school for now. They're urging everyone to stay away from the area as the authorities continue to clear the school and account for all of the victims. The working assumption anytime there's one of these mass shootings is that there could be additional threats from explosives, an additional shooter. There's no evidence of that right now, Kira, but the authorities are still working to clear the scene. So they're urging parents to stay away, let police do their work, as difficult as that will be for any parent. But they do believe there is no additional threat. Our sources have told us that the shooter is dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
All right, we can now confirm the shooter dead of self-inflicted gunshot wound. Stay with me, Aaron. I also want to bring in our ABC News contributor, former FBI agent Richard Frankel. Richard, just your thoughts as we start to get all this information in, trying to confirm numbers, possibly these injuries, possible deaths. We can now report the shooter dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Bring us up to date on what you know, Richard.
Yeah, so this incident, happened again on the first day or second day of school, first week of school. From what I understand, possibly they were on their way or in mass at a Catholic school. So all the kids were brought together. We don't know enough about the shooter yet. Because he is dead, they should be able to identify him fairly quickly. But we don't know if this was targeted at a person at the school itself or was just to cause terror to an unknown or unconnected target. The investigation is going to go directly into his motive. Why did he do this, and why was he attacking these children? Again, we just don't know if how many victims there are. If it's multiple victims, were some targeted and others just happen to be in a terrible place at a terrible time, or was this the intent of the shooter? This is everything that the FBI is going to be looking at as they move forward. They're going to be looking at motive. They're going to be looking at opportunity. They're going to look at all the whys and wherefores. They're going on social media. They're going to do a complete background into the shooter and find out why he did this. That's going to be the focus of the FBI investigation. At the same time, you've got first responders who are dealing immediately with the injured and those who have been killed.
So, Richard, this is coming off of shootings that took place yesterday as well, just trying to put together the incidents and what we know. 3 people were killed in 3 shootings in Minneapolis in just the past 15 hours or so, including a fatal incident in downtown Minneapolis today. And now we are reporting on this school shooting where we're trying to get details about the shooter, about the injured. Do you have any idea if any of this is connected?
No, I personally don't know if this is connected. I do believe that is something that the FBI and local law enforcement is going to look into. It could just be a coincidence and bad timing. There could be something that caused somebody to act out after a shooting. We just don't know at this point. But all that is going to be looked at as, potential motive for the shooter. Whenever you have, multiple acts of violence, you always do look to see if they are connected. Many of the time they're not. They just happen to be independent acts. But it is something that they will look into.
And right now, Governor Tim Walz saying, I've been briefed on this shooting at Annunciation Catholic School and will continue to provide updates as we get information. The BCA and State Patrol are on the scene. I'm praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this horrific act of violence. We're also hearing from the President of the United States, President Trump, via Truth Social. I've been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded. They are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved. Let's get to our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, what are you learning at this hour?
Well, we've spoken to multiple sources, and they are confirming that there are multiple injuries. We have a specific number that is very concerning. We're not releasing that yet until we can do additional reporting, but we are told that there are multiple injuries, and we also have the information that the shooter has been contained. We're trying to get more specific about that, but the police there believe that the threat is over. I'm sure that they will be doing some additional canvassing to make sure that is the case, but what we're being told is, again, multiple injuries. The FBI, ATF, and multiple federal agencies are offering their support. And here's yet again another case of a mass shooting in this country, Kira, and law enforcement officials are sick about it. And it comes during a period, Kira, where we've had just a steady spate of high-profile incidents in public places. It all started in earnest in terms of my sources saying with the assassination attempt against President Trump while he was campaigning for the presidency. We had a terror attack on New Year's Day. We've had diplomats from the Israeli embassy killed here in this country. Minnesota just recently, just a few months ago, had those state officials who were shot and killed. So law enforcement is in the midst of a terrible period and trend, and now they're going to have to redouble their efforts to try to get a better sense of how to prevent these kinds of ongoing incidents.
Do we know what's happening in Minneapolis, Pierre? I mean, now this is the fourth shooting that has happened since yesterday.
Well, obviously, police there are going to have to relook at their efforts. But right now, the concern is making sure that they get the support and help to everyone who's been injured at that scene, trying to figure out what they can about the suspect who is contained. I'm sure there will be briefings in the coming hours and minutes from now, we hope. But again, just a horrible situation. It's a school. And as has been pointed out, there are young people that attend that school. I understand it's from K through the 8th grade. So we're talking about the youngest among us who experienced a horrible, tragic event, no matter how many people were injured. So again, gunfire, another public place in this country.
And Pierre, I'm just getting numbers told to me via our producers now in my ear. At least 2 people confirmed dead, at least 12 people confirmed injured. I know you need to get on the horn with your sources to find out if you can see if there's any additional information we can add to that. Pierre, hopefully we can come back to you momentarily. I do want to take it to the White House now. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, joining us by phone. We saw that the president did put out a statement, Mary, and that the White House has all eyes on this incident in Minneapolis right now.
Kira, the president, of course, being monitored on this and closely monitoring it. As you mentioned, the president posted just a short while ago on Truth Social saying he's been fully briefed on this tragic shooting. He added that the FBI quickly responded, that they're there on the scene, as we know, and he says the White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation, adding, please join me in praying for everyone involved. The president does not have anything on his public schedule today. He was a day that he was supposed to be spending behind closed doors. Of course, it is his team that is keeping him updated on this, but we have no information on when and if we would hear from the president in person about this. But as Pierre noted, I mean, this is unfortunately a situation in a statement that we have, heard from the president in the past far too often. He has to be updated and informed of yet another shooting in America. This one, of course, at a school, which makes the situation, sensitive for many, many reasons. But the president, once again, having to deal with the shooting in America and having to respond. The FBI, as you mentioned, of course, is aware of those reports. We saw that statement from FBI Director Kash Patel reiterating that FBI, agents are on the scene and that they are asking everyone to keep potential victims, in your prayers. But right now we are at the stage of this where certainly everyone is monitoring, everyone is being updated because, of course, it is an ongoing situation.
Mary, thank you. I want to take it right back to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky. Aaron, we know at least 2 people confirmed dead now, at least 12 injured at this school shooting at the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. What more do we know?
We've started to hear from eyewitnesses, including parents, who say they were at the school attending Mass when they say that the gunman just burst in with some kind of semi-automatic weapon and began spraying bullets, hitting the stained glass and firing everywhere, seemingly at random. According to at least one eyewitness, there may have been 50 to 100 shots. We know from multiple law enforcement sources there are at least 2 people dead and more than a dozen injured. These numbers may fluctuate. They are preliminary and subject to change. But according to eyewitness accounts we're now hearing, the Mass was underway at the school. Parents were there in addition to children. And so we now have more than a dozen injured and sadly, Kira, at least 2 people dead.
All right, let's bring in our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas now. Pierre, what more are you learning as we get this information from Aaron? These eyewitnesses saying that the gunman apparently stormed Mass, opening fire. Sources telling us at least 2 people dead, at least 12 injured. Aaron telling us the same thing. Now the FBI on the scene. What more do we know?
Well, Kara, I'm going to read from some guidance I've gotten from a very senior law enforcement official. The person notes that this information is very fluid, but I'm going to read you what was sent to me. At approximately 8:30 local time, a male suspect entered Annunciation Church while school was in session and began shooting. Victim count is still being developed, and the situation is being cleared in terms of buildings. The suspect was found and has been located and is contained according to this information. That the information is still fluid and the scene is ongoing and being secured. Kira, it's clear to me based on this information that you had a completely horrific scenario where an active school, parents, children being brought to the facility, and this takes place at about 8:30 local time, according to this bulletin that I'm reviewing sent to me by a source. Again, the horrific situation unfolding yet again for those most vulnerable in our country, the children.
Pierre, thank you. Once again, if you are just tuning in, Governor Tim Walz saying that he has been briefed on this shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. The President of the United States also monitoring this shooting in Minneapolis. You have all agencies on the scene, from the ATF to the FBI to the police department. We are getting word possibly the gunman is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. At least 2 people reported dead, at least 12 injuries. We will continue to follow this story for you. Our coverage will continue on ABC News Live as well, also abcnews.com. We'll have a full report on World News tonight. I'm Kira Phillips. Thanks for being with us.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. We have breaking news of a mass shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News at least 2 people are dead and more than a dozen injured after a gunman opened fire during school drop-off at Annunciation Church School. Sources say the shooter is also believed to be dead from a self-inflicted gunshot. Multiple law enforcement agencies are responding. Let's bring in ABC News investigative reporter Olivia Rubin with the latest. Olivia, what do we know so far?
Well, we have the first sense of numbers coming in here, Diane. As you said, at least 2 dead, over a dozen injured in this incident. We also know that the shooter, according to law enforcement, has been contained. What they're saying at this hour is that there is no threat to the community, but they are still urging patients in the area as they are tending to these victims. Diane, there is a massive federal response going on here. FBI responding, ATF responding, DHS is aware of the situation. But again, reiterating that there is no threat here. There are some reports coming out that this occurred during a mass, possibly at the school or nearby. And again, this was the first week of school here. We also know that this was a young Catholic church. Their website says that this was students who are pre-K to 8th grade. So again, these are young students, young children. There are some scenes, if you see right there, of kids walking out of the school, which is a great sign that kids are being released. They're trying to get kids out of there, likely clearing the buildings and releasing them to their parents. We've spoken about the reaction here, parents running to the school, of course, because Governor Tim Walz put this school name out there quite early, saying that this is where they were responding. But again, this is just the earliest information that we're getting, Diane, as we just heard from Pierre a bit earlier, that officials are still working to get a full victim count here. And we know as they go through the scene, it's always possible and often likely that they end up finding more victims, and these counts quite often do go up.
And I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, what are you hearing from law enforcement on this?
Well, we're being told that there are multiple injuries, people that have been taken to the hospital, that the suspect is contained, but the number is quite concerning of those, the number injured. I think we're reporting now that at least 2 dead and 12 taken to local hospitals. That number could rise, according to my sources. And I have guidance from a key source that this incident happened around 8:30 or so this morning, as the school would have been full of students and parents dropping off their kids. law enforcement describing an horrific scene where bullets are flying, people are being injured, and now we have the ATF, FBI responding, offering their support and their assistance. The President of the United States is now responding as well, as this is now a national major incident involving yet another mass shooting at a very public place.
And our Karen Travers is at the White House. Karen, now the president's weighing in?
Yeah, the president, Diane, posted on social media just a short time ago that he has been fully briefed on what he calls the tragic shooting in Minneapolis. The president writes that the FBI quickly responded and is on the scene, and he says that the White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Diane, he asked for Americans to join him in praying for everyone involved. Now, today, the president did not have any public events on his schedule, so we were not expecting to see him. He is supposed to be having lunch with Vice President Vance coming up in about an hour and a half. We'll see if that schedule changes and if we hear from the president given these developing events in Minneapolis. But as of now, there is nothing on the schedule where we would expect to hear from the president specifically on this. But as you know, when these types of things happen, these tragic events, presidents, White Houses, they add things so that the president can weigh in, give condolences, and also comment on the investigation.
And Children's Minnesota Hospital is now confirming that 5 children have been admitted to that hospital. Again, we are hearing more than 12 injured here. We don't know if those are children or adults, but 12 victims injured at least, and more than 2 victims dead. I want to bring in ABC News contributor, former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Robert Boyce. Robert, where does the investigation go from here? We're hearing the suspect is contained. That the suspect may be dead by a self-inflicted gunshot wound. How do you go about piecing together motive in a case like this?
Sure. The first thing you always do is aided. Anything you could do, get them to the hospital, make sure they're okay, and start getting their statements. You have a crime scene now in a church. It's very unusual in today's world, even in today's world. And so now you have the crime scene. You're going to develop how many weapons he had or she had, and find out exactly who they were. How did they get there? Did they drive there? Is that a parishioner at some point in the past? And you can then peel back the motive. The motive is secondary initially. You really want to get your crime scene down, get your evidence in, even though it seems to be a closed-end investigation. And then you want to peel back this person's what his gripe was, what his issues were, through social media, through possibly some kind of information on him or at his home. Hit that home and find out exactly what I mean. Go through the door and start searching the home and find out exactly what was going on. But that's now the aftermath. What I see right now is people are mulling around. It's an over situation. The damage has been done. 2 people lost their lives today. Plus the shooter, I think, is the one who, there could be number 3 who died. So that's where we stand right now. Right now is to get your evidence down pat. Make sure he doesn't have a car nearby that could be problematic. And then go to the house and then see exactly what's going on in his life. And
officials are asking people to avoid the area, but they have provided a unification point for parents to go ahead and reunite with their children. And we're seeing what looks like a series of parents walking away with their kids. I want to bring in our business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis, because Rebecca, you're actually from this area. You grew up not far from this school. What can you tell us about the school and the community there?
Not far at all. In fact, I went to school from the time I was about 3 years old until the time I was 13, about 10 minutes away from where all of this happened. And I grew up not far from there as well in Northeast Minneapolis. This hits really close to home. I'm getting messages from a number of friends and families that are in Minneapolis right now. I can tell you a number of them have said, there are a handful of schools in session right now, but a lot of Minnesota schools don't begin until after Labor Day, so they're not facing lockdowns. But there are children in other Catholic schools, from what I'm hearing from friends, that are facing their own lockdowns right now, just as a safety precaution in light of this incident. You have this neighborhood around Annunciation, which is beautiful. There are tree-lined streets. Families desire living in a place like the area around Annunciation. There's homes with garages and tree-lined streets, and so families live in this area, and it's not the kind of place people would say to you, this is not the kind of place, and no one wants to believe that any place is the kind of place in America where something like this would happen. But people who send their children to this school, people who live in these neighborhoods, they don't anticipate something like this happen, and it's really shaken the community, and they want people to remember the good that comes from places like Minneapolis, Minnesota.
What was your reaction when you first heard that this just happened, not only in Minneapolis, but essentially in your neighborhood?
Yeah, in close to my backyard. I mean, my heart dropped, and I think what was really heartbreaking is that I knew I was going to receive messages from friends, but I also had to take a step back and say, I'm going to talk about this today as someone who lives near this shooting. But sadly, there are so many of us who have had these conversations now because it's happened in so many backyards across the country. And that was in my mind. And I also, obviously, prayers went out immediately, praying for a positive outcome, thinking about the families who were happily dropping their kids off. We have young children. You think about that first day of school, the first couple days of school. There's the anxiety about who's going to be your friend and what are you going to eat for lunch. You never want the anxiety to be about something like this. And just to think about the lives that have been shattered because of this, it is heartbreaking.
It sure is. And I want to bring in former FBI agent Brad Garrett as well. Brad, when you try to piece something like this together, right, we don't yet have an ID on this shooter, so it's not clear if this was someone who was familiar to this community, who knew any of these victims or not. But how does that change the investigation? What do you look for at this stage?
So typically people go to workplace, schools, churches, places they have a history. The idea that he picked this particular church at this particular time as random, in my view, is probably not likely. That he has some connection, relationship. He used to be a student there. He has some history that connects him to that church. So did he go there to harm particular individuals or kids? Or did he just want to harm the church for whatever reason? And so that's one of the things that they're going to be looking for, is what is his connection to this church. And obviously, since we don't know details here, Diane, in other words, did he actually go into the church? There's some reporting that maybe he fired outside the church. Who knows what's accurate? Be that what it may, the church was the target, in my view. And my sense would be also that they're going to find some things that will corroborate this relationship some way, either through writings, email, whatever it might be, social media, friends of his, and typically people who go and commit these acts, because you and I have had this conversation multiple times, there was some trigger. Now, was the trigger because school just started and there apparently were a number of youngsters in the church when the shooting occurred? Maybe that's relevant to him, but there's something triggered him to do this today.
Brad, what do you make of that timing, that this apparently happened right around the time that parents are dropping their kids off for school and the first week of school?
That he wanted to potentially harm as many people as possible. And if his anger and rage is toward the school and or the church in general, or both, that it would be an ideal time from his mindset to do this attack at sort of the maximum amount of people and kids in the church or in the school. And I think that may have played into the time and the day of the attack.
And I want to go back to our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, I understand you have some new reporting on that timeline?
Yeah, we have some information that was sent out to police from around the country, and I'll read a portion of some of the guidance that was sent to police from around the country. That at approximately 8:30 local time, a male suspect entered Annunciation Church while school was in session and began shooting. It talks about that there are victims in this situation. It makes note of the fact that the suspect has been contained and notes that there are reports that the suspect died of a self-inflicted wound. That's what the early reporting indicated, but the alert that went out noted that this was early and the information is very fluid. But obviously, great concern about the timing. It would have been around the time that the school would have been full of parents and kids. And we have to remind people that this school apparently is for grades kindergarten through 8th grade. So we're talking about young people here confronting the most dangerous and horrific scenario that a parent could ever think of. It's a nightmare.
And I want to bring that point to our Rebecca Jarvis, because Rebecca, this literally hits home for you. We're watching these parents walk away from their kids, and this is a school that you grew up right near.
Yeah, the school I went to from the time I was 3 until 13 years old is not many blocks from where you are seeing Annunciation School right there, and it does hit home quickly. I'm hearing messages from my cousins who live in the area, messages from my friends who live in the area. They're completely on edge, and now they all have to sort of evaluate what they do next, how they move forward, along with these families who directly have had their lives shattered by this circumstance.
Brad, I want to dig in on the timing here, because Rebecca, you say that it was the first week of school for this school, but not necessarily for other schools in the neighborhood.
Not all Minnesota schools started this week. Some of them, I've been told by my friends and family there who have children starting after Labor Day, a lot of the public schools starting after Labor Day, but there are schools that started now, and clearly this is one of them.
Brad, does that tell you anything in terms of planning?
Sure. I think it sort of reinforces that it's this particular school/church that was his target, and that he knew wouldn't be difficult to figure out first day of school or early days of school, and quite possibly when they might be gathered in the church itself, which I think is connected to the school next door. So, yeah, none of that is surprising, assuming that we're accurate, that this was an intended or focused target by him, and to make a statement against the school at whatever anger and rage that have driven him to go do this, because that's what it's all about. Power and revenge are the two key components of most of these mass shootings, and he has some sort of possibly anger issue about what happened maybe when he was a student there, or some version of that we'll have to figure out or have to know at some point what his age is. That may play into how long ago. As Pierre pointed out, this really only goes to the 8th grade. So assuming he's an adult at this point, this is something that could have happened years ago. But if you look at quickly, just look at Adam Lanza at Sandy Hook. I mean, he was an adult, a young adult, and he goes and shoots up a grades in elementary school that he attended. And he had all sorts of issues as to why he did it. But the point being, these manifestations of people can stick in them for years.
Robert, it's hard to ignore the religious component here. Obviously, we don't know if that's part of this or not, but how do you go about figuring out if these people were targeted because of their religion?
Well, Diane, from my own experience as a Catholic, those morning masses, those start of the day, are not too long. It's not like a Sunday mass, abbreviated, sometimes without a sermon. And it's the same folks who go to them all the time. Usually retired people. They go in there, go to mass, and start their day there. So that's what my experience is. And I'm wondering now, was he a part of that at one time? We know it's a male. We don't know the age or anything more. We believe it's church motivated, more so to school right now, and we'll have to speculate that. But nonetheless, was he one of those congregants at one time? We don't know. And was the grudge of some sort, or the complaint against the church itself, or broader to the Catholic community? It's right now we have to figure that out. But we'll know more as we go forward. And it's I'm really surprised there was 5 children there. For the most part, probably got hurt inside the church. That's what the big shocker is. But usually they're going to school the next day. That day they're in the church program. So we're speculative right now, but we'll know more as we go on. And there's some things we'll never know unless he shared it on some kind of missive, some kind of paper, some kind of social media thing. So there's a lot here to peel back as we go forward.
And you can see the preparations underway there for what we expect to be a press briefing in just a few minutes, so we will learn more. But in the meantime, our justice reporter Jack Date has a new update on the timeline. Jack?
That's right. We're hearing this occurred around the time of drop-off, around 8:30 in the morning, when there's a lot of exchange of children, a lot of parents present, and a lot of school staff right outside the school building. And we're still trying to understand the dynamic of this incident and where a lot of the shooting occurred. It appears, according to eyewitnesses, that stained glass at the church was also damaged. As part of that, a large number of rounds were expended. So that's clearly very concerning. And clearly there's concern that children and elderly, we're told, were among the victims. It's just another terrible incident of mass violence, of a mass shooting in this country. Last year there was a decline in mass shootings in this country after years and years of massive escalation. And that 2 years ago, in 2023, there were way over 600 mass shootings. Last year, just over 500. So far this year, there's been something on the order of 280, 89 some mass shootings in this country so far. So it would appear at this point in the year it's declining. But so any shooting like this is too many, and we've been seeing far too many of these incidents in this country.
And Jack, you're saying there's been a decline in mass shootings. Obviously, welcome news to anyone. But we heard Kira mention before 4 shootings in Minneapolis since yesterday. I want to bring that point over to Rebecca Jarvis, having grown up in this neighborhood. Rebecca, you're saying this neighborhood was already on edge even before this happened.
People in Minneapolis were on edge, and friends and family, cousins who lived there had sent me messages coming into this morning, not expecting anything like this to unfold, but feeling on edge because there have been shootings in Minneapolis recently in the last 24 hours. One other shooting was near a school. There were some in the downtown Minneapolis area. And again, these images that people are now seeing of small children holding their parents' hands, walking out of school, a place that should be sacred, that should be fun, that's a place to learn and grow and experience life and meet new friends, they're tragic. And so people who are witnessing this in Minnesota, and I'm sure around the country, who see these images coming forward, they're just asking this question of why. How do things like this happen? Why are we seeing this situation unfold? Why are we seeing it unfold on a bright, sunny day? In a neighborhood with trees and people out and just wanting to do the right thing for their kids.
And we know at least 2 victims are dead here, 12 victims injured, or more than 12 injured, and a local hospital has already confirmed 5 children have been admitted there. I want to bring in Brian League, who lives just 2 to 3 blocks away from the school. Brian, thanks for coming on. What was your first indication that something was wrong?
Good question. I was eating breakfast with my daughter this morning, and we started hearing some bangs. We initially suspected it was just construction noise because there's a project going on close by us, but pretty quickly the cadence of the shots was just much too fast, and then there was a pause for a few seconds, and then you hear another quick burst of shots, and it didn't sound like hammers and nails. Immediately I was like, that kind of sounds like gunfire to me. So we got up and tried to look out the windows to see if we could see anything because it sounded fairly close by.
Brian, what went through your mind at that point, and what did you do next?
We stood up with my daughter and I. We were looking around. Immediate thoughts was, is something happening very close by? So I'm just trying to get eyes on, am I seeing something happening on the roads near here? Is there somebody in the neighborhood? I think at that point, my daughter kind of sensed some of the kind of stress in my voice, and she ran, maybe not ran, but headed back towards her room with a bowl of cereal. But I just kind of kept listening to the shots, trying to localize them. I could hear it was coming from the south of me, which is towards Annunciation. And I just kind of kept listening. I went and briefly spoke with my wife and said, "Did you just hear all that?" And she's like, "Yeah, that sounded like gunfire." And then right after that, we started seeing a lot of emergency response kind of rushing down our streets. We live on a fairly major road, Linsey, which goes down to Diamond Lake, which is where Annunciation is. And we saw police car after police car and EMS and fire trucks just blazing by. I don't know, many vehicles. much more than I think we've ever seen before. They all started maybe 2 minutes after all the noises, and that's when we promptly knew, like, oh boy, this really is a thing. It wasn't construction or anything else.
Were you worried at any point in that you and your family might be in danger?
I mean, somewhat, because my gut was thinking this sounds like gunfire. So I was just trying to pace on that side of the house, looking out the windows, just trying to see if I could see anything. We have no idea what's going on. It's just me suspecting gunfire. And so I just was trying to figure out more, see if I could see anything, see if we needed to do anything. I was just nervous and pacing and looking out the windows.
What are you hearing from your neighbors, Brian?
I'm getting a flood of text messages, everybody being very concerned and very confused and a little bit freaked out. We do know a few families who send their children to Annunciation schools. I haven't spoken with any of them as of yet, but just a lot of concern and a lot of just fear about what is going on, a lot of just sadness and anger and all these things.
Brian, did you hear anything from law enforcement at any point when this was going on, advising you to lock down, go inside the house, lock your doors, anything like that?
We didn't directly. We quickly, we were online, kind of social media, looking for details. We were turning on local news stations, trying to get details. Initially, it was so early, we weren't seeing anything. So we never really had a direct announcement or anything from them. But yeah, we certainly saw them rushing on by, a heavy police presence and response in the area, for sure.
And Brian, what can you tell us about the school itself, the students there, the staff there, or anything else you know about it?
Sure. Annunciation, I think it's a K-8 school. It's a private school, fairly kind of tight-knit community. A variety of people in the neighborhood will send their kids there. I think it draws some folks from outside of Southwest Minneapolis. Just tight-knit. We see kids walking to and fro that school most mornings and afternoons in their uniforms. It's just kind of one of the centerpieces of the community, I think. Sorry, getting a little emotional there, but it's just a kind of a small, charming private school around here, kind of on a busier connecting street that splits through kind of two kind of nice neighborhoods, being Tangletown and Kenny. It's just a nice school. They're one of the kind of centerpieces of our community.
And Brian, what's your reaction now hearing 2 people are dead here, at least a dozen are injured, and at least 5 of those injured are children? Just gutted.
I've got 4 children myself. We could send them to a public school in the area, but we certainly know a number of people who go there. So it's just gets me really emotional and really sad to hear this. And I'm not looking forward to hearing more details. But I don't know what to say. It's just horrible. Just horrible.
Brian, are you worried at all about sending your kids back to school now?
I don't know. I'm not sure I've processed it yet. We've had, obviously, sort of an increase in violence the last number of days in Minneapolis. It seems like a lot of it's kind of been downtown, or it seems kind of targeted, whereas this one feels more like these random kind of mass shooter events that are just completely random and out of the blue. So I kind of feel nervous that anywhere in the country, it just feels like this keeps happening and happening and happening. And I guess I don't necessarily have fear, assuming that this shooter has been, I don't know, they said contained. I'm not sure if it's confirmed if he's been killed or not, or shot himself. But if this particular individual is not involved anymore, I guess I don't have a huge fear. But I think it's just a general low-level fear that I have just being a parent in America these days.
All right, Brian Liege, who lives right near the Annunciation Church School where this shooting happened. We appreciate your time today, Brian. So glad you and your family are safe. Wishing you the best.
Thank you, and I hope all the Annunciation families will heal okay.
Thank you, Brian. And for anyone just joining us again, we are following this breaking news of a mass shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. That's the Annunciation Church School. We're looking live just outside the school. We expect to hear from officials in just a few minutes with the latest. So far, we are hearing 2 people are dead in this shooting and more than a dozen are injured. At least 5 of those injured are children. Now let's bring in our investigative reporter, Olivia Rubin, for the latest. Olivia, what do we know so far?
We are expected to hear in just a few moments from officials, like you said. We are going to hear, according to the city, from the mayor and from the Minneapolis police chief there. So they should be able to give an update on what has been trickling out over the past several hours. We've heard from our colleagues here, Pierre Thomas, that this may have unfolded around 8:30 in the morning, potentially during drop-off, potentially during Mass. There's conflicting reports about whether this was inside of a church, whether it was outside of a church. So it is likely that we're going to hear some sort of a timeline from officials laying out exactly what happened. As you said, we've also heard that 2 individuals are dead, over a dozen injured. That information also from about an hour ago. So those numbers could have changed when officials do come out to speak to the public right now. And then there's also, of course, the big question about the shooter. We have been told that that individual is contained. Again, conflicting reports. Was it a self-inflicted gunshot wound? Did police neutralize him themselves? But they are reiterating that there is no threat to the public here. They are still urging people to stay away from this incident because there are victims here and that is their priority. However, they are informing parents to come to the school because there is a place where they can pick up their children. And we have been seeing images of children coming out of this school, which gives, of course, hope that, this incident is over and kids are being released back to their parents. You just spoke to that individual, Diane, who was nearby. Just the heartbreak that's going on in this area right now. And of course, we should get some more concrete information from police. We don't know what they know at this hour, but certainly with every minute, every second, every hour that passes in a scenario like this, in a very active investigation like this, the information changes. Old information is outdated. So at any moment, again, the mayor and the chief of police here should have some concrete information, just what happened over these past 3 hours. Again, at a school in Minneapolis, Diane, according to the website, this is for preschool to 8th grade. So these are young kids, some of the most vulnerable. And again, we will wait to hear exactly what happened there.
And the governor pointing out this happened on the first week of school. We just spoke to Brian Liege, who lives right nearby, said he heard a series of gunshots or what sounded to him like gunshots, at least, while he was having breakfast with his young daughter, that he heard a series of shots, then a pause, and then more shots, that his daughter ran toward her room. And he then confirmed with his wife that she heard it too, as they started to try to find more information and see if they were in danger. I want to bring in our chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis. Rebecca, you grew up in that area. So what's it like not only hearing about the shooting, but now hearing this firsthand account from someone who lives right in that neighborhood that's essentially your backyard?
Yeah, I mean, just to hear Brian speak about living nearby, having breakfast with his daughter, hearing this happen, it's a nightmare. It's the worst thing you can imagine. And you put yourself in the shoes, as a parent, you put yourself in the shoes of any parent right now with a child at that school and what they are going through and the innocence that has been lost in this moment. And for me to just think about growing up not far from there, going to school for most of my young life, not far from there, my heart breaks for those families and the community. I know how strong the community is. I know how hard they will work to be there for each other and to lift each other up. But to just know how devastating this moment is for these families and so many people waiting on more information. Olivia mentioned people going to pick their children up, that the school has now given parents the opportunity to come hug their kids again and walk away with them, and to see those families who are walking away with their young children, both incredibly grateful, likely that their child is safe, but also acknowledging that their child has probably been witness to something really, really horrific today.
And those are the families who get to take their kids home. Right now, we know at least 5 children are in the hospital. 2 victims are dead. Not clear if those are children or adults. At least more than 12 people injured here, and we've had a local hospital now confirm that 5 children are in their care from this. I want to bring in Justice reporter Jack Date. Jack, what's the latest on the timeline here?
So as Pierre reported earlier, we believe the shooting happened around 8:30 in the morning, just around the time that parents were dropping off their children to the school. So there's a large presence of parents, there's a presence of children, and school staff as well. We're also told that children and perhaps the elderly were also among the victims in this horrific incident. As these things progress, as the incident sort of progresses, as law enforcement responds, the first effort is made to try to make sure the scene is safe. The suspect appears to be neutralized at this point. We're waiting more confirmation or more word about how that occurred, but he appears to be contained. While they're doing that, they need to tend to the many victims that were injured in this horrific attack. And then there's an effort to try to make the scene around the area safe. So clearing buildings room by room, law enforcement teams will go in and meticulously clear those rooms to make sure the surrounding area is safe and there's no additional threats that are present. And then finally, the investigation can begin. So, we're at the phase right now where it appears that the scene has settled down, but they're just starting the investigation to try to identify who this person was, what this person's motive may have been, and are there any additional threats and those types of things. So, we're hoping that we'll get something of an update on that from officials in Minneapolis soon when they brief. But these scenes tend to play out, and we've seen far too many of these over the years in a pattern. Law enforcement and first responders are trained and almost sort of accept this timeline and this approach to it. There's sadly a playbook for this, and they train on it pretty continually, where law enforcement converge on the area and. It really doesn't matter what agencies they're from. They team up and they work together to clear these scenes and work through this first phase in a manner that, again, sadly, they've trained all too much for.
And we can see two people sharing an emotional hug there outside that school, where, again, we're hearing at least 2 people are dead and more than a dozen injured in a mass shooting today. Robert, where does this investigation go from here? What are the next steps?
Well, I think really important, you heard Brian talk about the ear witness, which are important, talked about 2 bursts of gunfire. And that's important to understand if it's a reload or whatever. Maybe he walked inside the building at that point, because we're really not sure. From what I understand, the mass was started at 8:15. So he walked in there exactly 15 minutes into it, knowing everybody would be there. As far as the children go, the school opens at 8 o'clock. So there you've been a half-hour timeline going into that. Was this shooter cognizant of that? Was this shooter, did he hear the sirens and then decide to take his own life, which happens quite often? So, but right now it's to lock it down, find out who this person is, and peel back exactly his intentions, what his motivation was, and where he was in life. And what's really important here is that, did anybody else know about this? Anybody suspect him of being this kind of crumbling individual who wanted to hurt people?
And Olivia, we're just a few minutes away now from a press briefing. You can see the microphone set up there outside the school. What are you listening for as we hear the update from officials?
A few things. The first is going to be updated numbers. Again, the 2 dead, over a dozen injured is from about an hour ago. So it's very likely that number could have changed, especially what the team is hearing, that they were still gathering information. And as they clear the buildings, that also changes. As individuals get to the hospital, that changes. Also going to be listening for a timeline, Diane, for officials to lay out exactly what happened here, where this shooter was, where the shots were fired. Was it inside of the school? Was it outside of the school? Was it in mass? Was it during drop-off? Did the shooter ever actually make it inside of a building, or was this all outside? And of course, what the response was inside of the building. Did they go into lockdown quickly? And any information about the shooter, I think, is something that's going to be unlikely at this juncture. We've dealt with a lot of these first press conferences after an incident like this, and it's very rare that they identify a shooter, that they identify identify victims, that they identify motive, because that's all part of the investigative process. And I think most of the questions that are hurled at officials right now by individuals that are on the ground are going to be met with, it's the early stages of an investigation and we just can't answer that. They're going to be coming out with exactly what they know, exactly what they can say, and anything that they don't know for sure, which is going to be most of the information right now, I believe that they won't be able to answer.
And we're hearing now from the aunt of 2 students at that school who just found out those students are safe. I want to play some of what she told our affiliate KSTP.
Why are you here? My husband's a firefighter, and he got a phone call this morning and said that there was a incident at Annunciation, and that's where my niece and nephew go to school. So we live nearby, so he just took off on foot. And my brother-in-law is a firefighter too, and it's his kids that go to Annunciation. And thankfully, we heard about 15 minutes ago that they're safe. But it's so awful and it's so scary. And I just am really proud of my husband and my brother-in-law for just running into the danger. And I just pray for the community.
How old are your niece and nephew?
They are in 8th and 2nd grade. Yep. So they just started school on Monday.
Yesterday, or Monday?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So today was the 3rd day?
3rd day. Yep. Yeah.
I'm bringing in our chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis, because Rebecca, you grew up in this neighborhood. What's it like to see this reaction from right around the corner from where you grew up?
It's so tough, and I think there's so many people watching right now who feel the way that aunt feels, knowing that they either have a connection to the school or feel connected to the idea that there are children involved here, that this was supposed to be a day in a community where people believe that they're sending their children to school, a place to learn, a place to be educated on a nice sunny day in Minneapolis, that to have it broken, to have it shattered by this is just absolutely devastating. It takes away the innocence of that moment. And you see these pictures here. This is a community where there are tree-lined streets. You have sidewalks and homes with garages. It's a desirable place. People work hard to live in places like this, and it is a close-knit community. I understand Annunciation is a very close-knit community, the school and the church there. I went to school not far from there. I know people in that area well. My cousins live in the area, and there are so many people this morning who are heartbroken over this and hoping, when we hear later from the mayor and the police chief, hoping that we get some kind of helpful news, something better out of all of this. And of course, there are the parents waiting right now to be informed about their own children and to reunite with their children, the ones who are okay after a horrific incident like this.
Yeah, it's so important to remember, even the survivors of this may have suffered
what they've had to
this.
Experience, what they've seen, what they've witnessed. That's something no one should have to witness.
Especially so many of them at such a young age. Let's go to Justice reporter Jack Date. Jack, what's the latest on the investigation?
Well, at this point, the scene is settled down, but they're going to be collecting ballistic evidence throughout the scene. They're going to be looking for how did this person get to this location, who did this. So is there a vehicle that they need to search? Is there a vehicle they need to be looked at and examined and clear for any potential threats? They're clearly going to look at his person as well, or her person, and look at the victim to address whether there's any further threats on them. And then take it from there, from digital evidence, phones, computers, social media, and start scrubbing that to see if there's any messages or indicators or reasons to believe that this person had a motive to target this particular place. And so they're going to look for any connections this person may have had to this location, any past history with people who may have been present there. So, again, it's very early in this investigation, so sometimes just because of the chaos of the scene, it takes time to get to the sort of more routine parts of the investigation for identifications and things like that, because in the early stages, the most important thing is caring for the victims and making sure the scene is safe for people to operate in. And so some of that has been occurring over the last several hours, and now we'll see this transition into the investigative phase. And clearly, law enforcement from the city of Minneapolis, state police, FBI, ATF, and other agencies are all going to put whatever resources they need to behind this to make sure that they can get to the bottom of what occurred here.
And we are hearing now from a student at that school who says she was in Mass when those shots were fired. She says a teacher took the students downstairs to a preschool classroom and then out of the school. Here's what she told our affiliate KSTP.
So I was just at church and I heard something like really loud, like I thought it was fireworks in the church, and then I saw the shooting, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. And so a teacher led me downstairs to like the preschool classroom. And so I went there, and me and my friend Cece were just praying, and like I was just like praying if everybody could be safe, and like nobody would do this again.
And again, that is a student from Annunciation Church School where this mass shooting in Minneapolis took place. Sources right now say at least 2 people are dead, more than 12 injured, and a hospital in the area has confirmed 5 children are in their care right now. Olivia, what are you listening for as we await this press conference from officials now?
Well, again, we're about 20 minutes past when they said this press conference was going to be going on. They're likely gathering what information they're going to release. I think, as you said, sources have told ABC that at least 2 are dead, over a dozen are injured. It'll be critical to hear what numbers officials come out with, because again, Diane, as we've been talking about all morning, these numbers are fluid. Information changes. This is an active scene going on, and even Pierre Thomas has said that his sources have said to him, officials are still trying to get a full handle on exactly what has gone on during this incident. Again, I think it's also likely we get a bit of a timeline of exactly where this unfolded, what time this unfolded, where around the school this shooter was, if they made it inside the building, if they remained outside. Also, the officials have confirmed that this shooter is now contained. That's the way they put it. We should hear a bit more on exactly how that happened, how that unfolded, if law enforcement officials were involved in that or not. But again, likely anything beyond that goes into the larger investigation. We're talking about motive. We're talking about who this shooter is, talking about why they came here, if there were any, signs that this person had been exhibiting leading up to this. That all is likely going to be far down the line as investigators continue to carry out this investigation. But again, what sources have said so far is that 2 are dead, 12 are injured. Officials saying that the shooter is contained, that there is no threat to the community here in this area, which we have heard from Rebecca all morning about just how, beautiful and close-knit this community is, and something that has rocked them. But again, urging parents to come. They can get their children, but for the general public to please stay away from this area that, just from the images on our screen, we can see is so active right now, and kids finally being let out to see their families.
And Robert, police will no doubt be talking to any survivors here, their families, any other witnesses. How do you go about doing those interviews?
I think what you have to do is really talk to everybody in the hospital. First, we're going to hear about the clarity of the injuries, exactly how many, the ages and things of that, where they were injured. Was it in the church or outside the church? That's an important point here. And you're going to speak to as many people as you can. Initially, there'll be a search for video evidence recovered. If they have any in that area, that's to be determined, and that's important. The ages of the victims, that'll be the first part they should talk about at this interview, this press conference. Then we'll get into the ballistics count, where it happened, vehicle of the shooter, if that was recovered or not. Is that person identified yet? And that's an important part.
And Robert, how hard is it for law enforcement at this stage to gather information not only for themselves, but to disseminate to us, to the public in general, and make sure that information is accurate?
So it's really difficult, and that's why you frame this with preliminary information, because things change. And you're sure about one thing, and then an eyewitness or someone else will tell you, no, that's not what happened. That happens. So it's important to say this is preliminary. This is what we know right now at this point. That may change. And then you go through what you have, the number of victims, how serious they are. Are they all in one hospital? And the ages are important as well. And also the victims who did survive in the church itself or outside. What could they tell you? What happened? It looks like he came midway during the Mass. Mass starts at 8:15. He came in at 8:30. So that's the issue right now. And what did you see? Did you take cover? Did those two bursts? That's important too. Was that happening all in in the church or someplace else? And that can be by recovered ballistics. So there's a lot here to go forward with. The recovery of the scene of the physical evidence, that's not going to change. More witnesses giving you information, that may change going forward.
And Jack, what are officials going to be looking for in terms of the planning behind this?
Right, and I think as part of that effort to start talking to people, they're going to look for any individuals this person has had contact with over the last several days or weeks to find out if there's any indicators of this potential violence occurring, to see if there's any pre-planning that occurred. They want to, and also to know if this person had any help or assistance in committing this act of violence in the planning or in the acquiring of weapons or ammunition or any part of this effort, and to see, oftentimes in these cases of mass shootings, people who commit these types of acts of violence will often sort of leak out their intentions in various ways, and so there'll be a look at that and to see if there was any indicators in the past, and again, any missed signals or things like that they'll be looking for as well.
And Olivia, you're getting an update on the victims now?
Yeah, Children's Minnesota, which is, of course, a children's hospital, now saying that they have received 6 victims from this shooting. Earlier, they said that they had 5 victims. And again, this is the type of rapidly developing information that we've been talking about all morning here. We do know from sources who have told ABC News that over 12 individuals are injured. So it's not surprising to hear that they are treating multiple of these victims who need this treatment. I also see some individuals walking out here. I assume that's got to be for the press conference as they're coming towards this microphone. Diane, I'm going to hand it over back to you.
All right. And again, we are awaiting an update here from officials. It looks like they're approaching the microphone now to give us an update on this mass shooting in Minneapolis. Again, this happened at a Catholic school, Annunciation Church School in the neighborhood. That's a pre-K through 8 school. So young children here impacted. And let's listen into what officials are saying. We're going to join the network now for a special report. Here's Kira Phillips.
This is an ABC News special report.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. We're coming back on the air as sources now tell us at least 2 people have been killed, at least 12 injured, and 6 victims now being treated at Children's Minneapolis Hospital following that deadly shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. Let's take you straight to the mayor of Minneapolis right now.
Those families are suffering immense pain right now.
Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them, love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions and all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis police chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information that were left behind?
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history. And we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah.
How many kids at the school? How many kids at the school?
How many children? There were I don't have an exact. The question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
Other than the weapon,
Reg.
Other than the weapon, was the shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did he leave anything behind other than the weapon?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this.
Where was it parked?
Inside the parking lot here.
There was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep. So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside?
On the outside, yes.
Were there any explosives that were found?
The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south?
The side that is closest to us, here, on this side, yep.
Was there any reason why agents are also at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that I can release.
Gunshot wound, the suspect?
The question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building.
Chief, is this shooting related to any other shootings that happened in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city.
Do you know approximately how many rounds were fired?
The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area, so obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle? Or?
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Chief, was this individual licensed to conceal and carry? Did he have any?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information, and I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo-type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot more work
questions?
that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you.
Okay.
How can the public help?
That's it. Thank you.
Heart-wrenching details there out of Minneapolis. As we just listened to the mayor and the police chief, we can now confirm that two of those that have been killed in that mass shooting in Minneapolis at the Annunciation Catholic Church were indeed children, ages 8 and 10. They were killed in the pews. Here's what we know about the shooter. Early 20s, police believe, a male, apparently no history of violence, was firing from outside of Mass. As you know, if you attend a Catholic school or church, Mass is a part of the week's plan when going to school. And that's exactly what's happening on the first week of school for these kids. They were attending morning Mass, celebrating the first day of school, and that's when gunshots were heard. Apparently, this gunman parked in the parking lot was shooting from the outside of the church, shooting through the stained glass windows into the pews. We can confirm now at least 17 11 injuries, 14 of them children, 2 in critical condition, and now we can confirm that 2 of those that were killed were children, ages 8 and 10 years old. The mayor's saying these children were in mass, they were praying, they should feel safe. He is so deeply sorry, he said to the community. He's asked that everyone stand by these families, love them, support them, that this act of evil should never happen. The police chief then coming forward, Brian O'Hara, talking about this unthinkable tragedy, that the shooting happened at the Mass that was taking place, marking the first week of school. It was a deliberate act of violence against children and worshipers. We're going to do everything we can to make sure this never happens again. Let's bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, heartbreaking and sadly something that is happening far too often in our country.
It truly is, Kara. It is exactly the nightmare scenario that my sources was describing. Let's put this in perspective. Just around 8:30 local time, a man shows up from the parking lot armed with a shotgun, a rifle, and a pistol. And the early information is that he indeed used all of those weapons and began firing indiscriminately through the windows into the congregation, those children and the people there attending Mass. The shooter is described, as you said, as in his early 20s. They're still working on motive. He is dead, according to the police, of a self-inflicted, they believe, self-inflicted wound. This is part of an ongoing spate of shootings in public places. And we are increasingly seeing shootings that are sometimes political in nature. Minneapolis just saw a horrific tragedy just weeks ago involving members of their state legislature who were shot down and family members. So law enforcement, FBI is on the scene. We have the FBI director, the Attorney General, President of the United States, all commenting on this. But we're in the midst, make no mistake, of a concentrated period of mass shootings and horrific assassinations, if you will.
Let's bring in our chief investigative reporter as well, Pierre, Aaron Katursky. Aaron, you've now been putting the numbers together. This country witnessing gunfire at schools nearly twice a week on average. And now you're talking to investigators about yet another shooting. Tell us what you know.
Those statistics compiled by Everytown for Gun Safety, which began as an advocacy group after the Newtown school shooting in Connecticut in 2012, Kira. So the country that is awash in guns is also seeing gun violence on average nearly twice a week at the nation's schools. And this year's school calendar beginning very much the way last year's ended, with the sound of gunfire and the frightening images of survivors running for cover. The year ended with a mass shooting at Florida State University in Tallahassee. This one begins here at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church in Minneapolis, where children were shot while praying during Mass when the gunman approached with 3 different weapons, firing from all 3. The police say there are shell casings everywhere outside on the sidewalk, on the grounds. It's possible the shooter may have made it inside the church, but it's not clear he fired while inside before taking his own life with one of his weapons, according to police. Right now, Kira, the police are searching a vehicle that it's believed the suspect used to drive to the church. They're also going to be conducting other searches, they said. They did not release a name, but they have a name that they're working with, so they can perhaps dig into social media. You heard the police chief say there's no record of extensive criminal history. They'll be talking to friends, relatives, and other associates to see if they can establish a motive for this particular shooting that killed 2 children, ages 8 and 10, injured 17 other people, most of them children as well, including 2 now in critical condition. Kira?
And just looking at the pictures here of parents hugging their kids, knowing that their children are okay after witnessing this. And Aaron, both my kids went to a Catholic school. They had Mass on Wednesday mornings. I'm getting flooded now with text messages from families, even our family priest that has been at those, has participated in those masses on Wednesdays, and apparently this is reverberating across the country. The church is talking about it. Families are talking about it. They're praying about it right now. I want to take it to our Chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary Bruce, I know you've been hearing from the president, as well as the White House is also monitoring this and sending out prayers and love as well.
Well, Kira, I can tell you we've just learned that President Trump has spoken with Governor Tim Walz on the phone. The president offering his condolences. Governor Walz thanking him for his support that he has offered so far. We haven't heard from the president in person yet. He's spending the day behind closed doors here at the White House, but he did take to social media. The president saying he has been briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, adding that the FBI quickly responded, that they are on the scene, saying the White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation, adding, please join me in praying for everyone involved. The president here is expected to shortly be sitting down to lunch with the vice president. J.D. Vance also posting briefly online, we're at the White House monitoring the situation in Minneapolis. Join all of us in praying for the victims. But as you heard from the mayor there in his heartfelt remarks saying, you know, praying isn't enough at this point. These children were quite literally praying when they were gunned down. An 8 and a 10-year-old, 8 and 10, shot while praying with their classmates in a church at school. As you mentioned, 14 other children injured, 17 in total. We are also hearing from members of Congress, members from Minnesota, offering what has become sort of the routine statements, offering their shock, sadness, and support. And from those Democratic members of Congress, calls again for more gun reforms. Of course, we have said this far too often. There simply is not the political will in this town, and there hasn't been for some time now, to take meaningful action on gun reforms. President Trump casts himself as a tough-on-crime president right now in Washington, D.C. Members of the National Guard are here on the street. The administration has taken significant steps to take control of the Metropolitan Police Department here, but he has not so far thrown really the weight and the heft of his administration behind doing something to meaningfully address this epidemic in this country. And I think, as we've been saying, it is the horrific reality in this country that every single parent has to worry about school shootings, especially this time of year when every parent holds their child's hand and walks them to school for the first day. They wonder, will they be safe? Is my child coming home? That, unfortunately, was not true for these children here today. And now, once again, the spotlight will be on this White House, on Washington, and on this administration, wondering what, if anything, Washington is going to do about it. It is a question we ask, it seems, every couple weeks in this country, and yet we continue to see these horrific, awful events, this one once again impacting small school children simply trying to enjoy the first week of class. Kira.
Mary, you're a parent. I'm a parent. Walked my daughter to the bus stop last week, took my son to school this week. He goes to a Catholic school. Again, my phone blowing up from Catholics across this country, in particular Catholic schools, worried now about morning mass, Wednesday mass that happens as a part of these schools. I want to bring in our contributor, also former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Brad, a male gunman, according to police, early 20s, and apparently no history of violence, yet showing up with 3 different types of weapons, parking his car in the parking lot, and just firing off, as the police chief said, like a coward, into the windows, the stained glass windows, as those kids were in the pews praying during Mass on this first week of school.
So I think what you have is somebody who planned this, Kara. I think likely he picked this particular day, knowing it's the beginning of school. Now, he may know that because he attended that school at some point. We'll have to see. Takes 3 weapons. It'll be interesting to see what's the history of those 3 weapons, if it follows most mass shooters. And by the way, most mass shooters don't tend to have much of a prior record as to did he get these weapons lawfully. And you have to go to the driving force behind him to do this. You know, what drives mass shooters? It's nothing new. It's rage and feeling powerless and feeling like you are the victim, you, the shooter, are the victim, and you're going to take your revenge out on others. I find it interesting that he fired outside the church, and still, we're not sure about inside, but it sounds like a vast majority, if not all, of this shooting occurred outside the church. Did he not want to really face the people that he's harming? Maybe. The whole idea of potentially a smoke grenade that the police chief mentioned, that also would suggest that he doesn't really want to look at what he's doing, or, use smoke to also disorient people. So that's another component of this. But, the question is, we ask this every week, it seems like now, how do you stop something like this? And the answer is you don't unless you know about it. And that really goes to how much energy can we really put into identifying people that are troubled. That doesn't mean they're going to be a mass shooter, but people that are going down a dark path in things that they say and weapons that they acquire. And I understand that people don't want that infringed upon. But if you want to stop at least some of these mass shootings, you're going to have to know more about troubled folks in your community. Law enforcement is not really geared up to do that from a time and energy standpoint and training standpoint. They do their best, of course. But it's a real key component, because clearly we just don't have the will as a country to do anything about the gun laws. And with 20 million plus AR-15s and 400 million plus weapons in general across the country, it just makes it, sadly, too easy for people like this troubled 20-year-old to commit these mass shootings.
And it's something our Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has been covering for years. Pierre, you've done documentaries, you've done specials, you've done investigations, and once again, here we are talking about access to guns. We still don't know how this gunman got access to these 3 different types of weapons, but we sure know, state by state, the laws are different. How these gunmen get these guns, they get them in various ways. They make them, they learn how to make them off the internet. So much to learn about this gunman.
Kira, what we see here is the country has this ongoing and continuous question. Now, in general, violence, gun violence and crime has been trending downward. But that's cold comfort to the people who are experiencing incidents like this. And what we do know is that no matter what the trend tends to be, this country has a violence and gun violence chronic issue that happens over and over. Whatever the data is, there are hundreds and thousands of people who are shot in this country. And the fact that they increasingly and routinely occur at churches, schools, movie theaters, malls, any place that is considered a soft target, that is where these troubled people go because they want to kill as many people as possible. And the question becomes, over and over again, exactly what is the nation and what are people prepared to do about it?
And let's not forget about the mental health crisis that this country faces as well. Pierre, thank you. Thank you to everyone that helped us contribute to our breaking news coverage today. Chief White House Correspondent Mary Bruce, also our Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky, along with former FBI agent Brad Garrett, all of you working to bring us the latest information of what we can tell you now. A very sad day as many kids are returning to school for the first time this week. We will continue to follow this shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, where we now can report an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old died in the pews while praying during Mass. The gunman, believed to be in his early 20s, a male, taking his own life after shooting up that church on this first day of Mass and the first week of school. Our coverage does continue. We are going to return you now to your regular programming. ABC News Live, also abcnews.com. We'll have all the latest details. We'll have a full report on World News Tonight. I'm Kira Phillips. Thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. We have breaking news now. Police now confirm 2 children ages 8 and 10 have been killed in a deadly mass shooting at a Catholic church in Minneapolis. Officials say 17 others are injured after a gunman opened fire during a mass at Annunciation Church celebrating the first week of school at the school associated with that church just nearby. The police chief says just before 8:30 in the morning, the shooter in his early 20s fired from outside the church through the stained glass windows at the pews full of children. And officials say the shooter is also believed to be dead from a self-inflicted gunshot and that there's no active threat to the community at this time. ABC News investigative reporter Olivia Rubin's here for more on that. Olivia, earlier we heard a witness say that he heard a string of gunfire, then a pause, then more gunfire. Now police are saying he fired dozens of rounds from 3 different guns.
The police chief there, Brian O'Hara, painting a very vivid picture of what happened outside of this church this morning, saying that this suspect, who they have not identified, clad in black clothing, wearing cargo pants, armed with 3 guns, parked in the parking lot, and then went alongside the side of this church where, as you said, Diane, he opened fired into the building at the children. Horrific, who were sitting in the pews celebrating during a ceremony that was meant to mark the first week of school. They also have said there's no indication that this individual had any history of violence or criminal history, nothing extensive that they had there. They also said that they are searching the vehicle that the suspect drove there. They also say that there are more searches to come. That's very likely going to be this individual's house, his home, where they will head to. They have said that this is they have not indicated if this was someone who had any sort of connection to the church, to the school, to these children. They declined to answer and said they don't know when asked if he is a former student or a former employee and former teacher there. That's not something they have a handle on yet. They are saying that this suspect, they believe, is a male, believed to be in their 20s, and that they did die from what's believed to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound behind the church on this premises. They also said that it may be that the individual made it inside of the church at one point or another, but that they're not quite clear on that, that they're not clear if that there were any actual shots fired inside of the church because they didn't find any of the casings. But Diane saying they did find dozens of rounds that were fired as this investigation plays out, Diane.
And Brad, what do you make of the, Robert, what's your reaction to the description of the shooter so far? A male, early 20s, no known criminal history.
Yes, and Chief O'Hara gave us a lot of information very early into this investigation. So it's a tip of the cap to him for being able to get through that information, which is not easy to talk about when you have 17 injured, 14 children, 2 are still critical. So when you look at that, it looks like the shooting happened from outside the entire event, and there's no shell casings inside. So it's right now they're thinking that this all happened from outside, shooting into stained glass windows. Children sitting in church pews in worship, the worst possible scenario you can get. And I think back to the Tree of Life shooting in Pittsburgh. It's just something similar to this. So it's just an egregious act of evil. And it's just, this is what you're looking at right now. They also had a smoke canister, and we have to take a look at it and see what that was for, where he obtained all these guns. They know who he is. They probably have his house on lockdown, his residence on lockdown right now, talking to family members to deep into this investigation as to motive of why he would do this. And that's the big issue right now. Why? And it seems to fit a pattern with young shooters with rifle, shotgun, and pistol. In cargos, so cargo pants, you can put extra magazines in. All this lines up to a very troubling part of our country right now is these young people being motivated to do these horrible, evil acts. You know, where was he on social media? What platforms was he in? That's all going to go forward right now to see exactly what triggered this insane violence.
And I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, too. Pierre, how unusual is it that police are saying this guy had 3 different guns and fired all 3 types? And they also mentioned a door being barricaded. Any more on that?
Well, in terms of the weaponry used, one thing that is remarkably consistent in these scenarios is often the use of a long gun or an assault-style rifle. We don't have the specific on the type of rifle, but we often also find that the shooters will have additional weapons. In this case, it was a shotgun and a handgun, and police were emphatic in saying that he used all 3. Also noting that they found dozens of rounds outside of the church building. There's a possibility that he may have gone inside as well. Again, this is part of an ongoing, what I use the term chronic example of mass shootings in this country. They occur in all different kinds of scenarios. There are domestic mass shootings where a family member kills the entire family, but there increasingly and routinely are these mass shootings that occur in public places. And as my colleague, the former police high-ranking official just said, we have had shootings in churches, synagogues, movie theaters, anywhere there are large gatherings of people. These shooters know where to go, where people are most vulnerable. In this case, they chose the most vulnerable among us, our children. And, you know, you have federal law enforcement offering their support, but the question now becomes how to best identify someone who the police chief said did not have an extensive criminal history of any sort, apparently not much history in the way of violence, but we often find after the fact that there are issues with behaviors or other different things that were noticed and chronicled at different places that somehow did not prevent the shooter from getting access to weapons and killing people.
And I want to bring in our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, too, because, Aaron, police now say that they are looking at a few things the shooter left behind, including what they believe to be his car at the scene. What's the latest on that?
It's believed the shooter used that vehicle to drive to the church, then sprayed bullets seemingly at random from the outside from 3 different weapons. Police are going through that vehicle now. There are other items that the police said the shooter left behind. That may include some online presence, and so the authorities are no doubt scouring social media, looking for any video, looking for any writings at the shooter's home. They have his identity by now, so they'll work to try and understand what led to this. But the shooting begins a new school year, very much the way last year's school year ended, Diane, violently, with the sound of gunfire and those frightening images of people running for cover or hugging loved ones if they've managed to survive. The school year last year in this country ended with a mass shooting at Florida State University, 2 people killed there. And this year now begins with gun violence, deadly gun violence, in Minneapolis, leaving an 8- and 10-year-old killed while they were praying, and 17 others injured, including 2 kids who were in critical condition. So the nation that is awash in guns is seeing on the regular violence on school grounds. Everytown for Gun Safety, the advocacy group that sprung up after the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in Connecticut, says there have been 90 incidents of gun violence on school grounds in 2025, resulting in 29 deaths. So that's on average twice a week happening this year, something that the country is trying to account for.
Something we've dealt with far too much. Conversation you and I and so many of us have had far too many times on the air. And I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, because, Mary, you say the president has now had a conversation with the governor on this?
Yeah, the president reaching out, calling Governor Tim Walz to express his condolences. We're told the governor thanked him for the support that he has offered so far. We haven't heard yet directly from the president in person on this. The president's schedule had him spending the day behind closed doors. He's supposed to be having lunch shortly with the vice president, but President Trump did take to social media, as we've been saying, to offer his prayers for everyone involved, to note that he is being continually briefed and updated on the situation, and noting, of course, that the FBI quickly responded and that they are now on the scene. J.D. Vance, the vice president, offering similar prayers and a note that the White House is monitoring all of this. We are also, of course, hearing from members of Congress who are from Minnesota, offering what has unfortunately become very sort of familiar statements of shock, sadness, and support, and from Democratic members, renewed calls for gun reforms. But as we have been saying, on air all afternoon now and this morning, there so far has been sort of little interest in Washington to do anything meaningful, to do anything to address this epidemic of gun violence and school shootings. There have been, occasional laws that have been passed, but clearly not enough to stop these kinds of horrific events. President Trump casts himself as a tough-on-crime president. We certainly have seen that, especially as he has been trying to tackle head-on crime in large American cities like here in Washington, D.C. But taking on the epidemic of shootings and school shootings hasn't received sort of the same kind of public attention and priority from this administration. The question now is whether this is going to change now that you have an 8- and a 10-year-old who have been shot while praying on the first week of school, 14 children injured, 17 in total. And, you know, this continues to happen over and over again. I mean, it's every few weeks there's another shooting. This one, obviously, you know, it hits differently when children are involved. But all of these are horrific, life-changing events. And every single time we have this conversation, and every time the question is, what is Washington going to do about it? That question will then be posed anew to President Trump and this administration today.
And Mary, thank you. You know, earlier we heard from the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, who made an emotional plea for action on that point, saying, quote, "Don't say this is about thoughts and prayers." I want to play some of that moment.
Can I step out to make a call?
There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church.
This shooting is sure to revive a larger conversation about guns in this country. I want to bring in our justice reporter, Jack Date, though, because, Jack, you say the guns used here are likely to play a key role in the investigation.
Well, absolutely. They're going to want to look at the provenance of these guns. Where did this person acquire these weapons? From the police briefing that we just watched, it appears this person had no extensive criminal history. So it's likely this person wouldn't have been prohibited from purchasing and possessing a firearm. So that's the first thing they'll look at. ATF will likely do an urgent trace on the weapons to try to learn where they came from, or if anybody provided them to this person, or if this person borrowed them, stole them, however they accessed the firearm. We've seen situations in the past where people acquire weapons from family members, or they take it from their parents' safe, or things of that nature. So did this person acquire these guns on their own, or have any help getting them in terms of resources and things like that? Did somebody give them money to do it? They're going to be looking at all of that to try to determine how those guns came into this person's possession, and just the shocking nature of this. Those children in the church, being attacked from the outside, where they're utterly defenseless. An act of, as officials described, of cruelty and cowardice. That this person was clearly indiscriminately shooting dozens and dozens of rounds from 3 separate weapons, and it's a jarringly cruel act to have committed this horrific act of violence.
And I want to bring in former FBI agent Brad Garrett, an ABC News contributor. Brad, so often in these cases, we hear later about all these red flags. We don't know that will happen here, but can we do better in terms of identifying potential suspects, people in need, and so on before something like this happens?
Well, certainly, excuse me, we can do better. I think the real problem here, Diane, is clearly identifying troubled people. There are plenty of troubled people who aren't violent. But the point being, do we really have a mechanism to first identify people that are talking in very dark, violent ways, that then acquire weapons, and then start making comments about harming people? There's really no mechanism for that to get to law enforcement unless a family, a friend, an associate, somebody online comes to law enforcement or to the mental health community. And so it's really, in today's environment and the ability to communicate in so many different venues, how do you pull that together? And I'm not convinced that we can really pull it together, but can we, in individual communities, at least develop some mechanism to keep track of people that we hear about? And that doesn't mean you're trying to lock them up, but who are they? And the idea of teams of law enforcement and mental health professionals, maybe having a list of people that they check on, because they have picked up information that that it's not that they're about to go shoot somebody, but they're really talking in really dark, violent ways. And this gets really touchy, as I mentioned earlier, because, it's the privacy of people, and the privacy of people to purchase firearms, etc. But there has to be some meeting of the minds here to better identify people that we can maybe, hopefully, help instead of lock up. And that's not always the case. But law enforcement's not really set up to do it. The mental health community's not really set up to do it. You almost need specialized units. Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to monitor it? This becomes really thorny. And then the whole emotional issue of firearms and restricting firearms from people. I'm just not sure we're going to make any headway there. But we certainly, to your question to me, can we do a better job figuring out people that are potentially headed this direction? And the answer is yes.
And we're hearing now from a bishop from the local diocese who is at the hospital where some of those children are being treated. I want to play some of what he told our affiliate KSTP.
It was the opening school mass, is my understanding, and every Catholic school has an opening school mass, so it's a horrible, horrific way for all the students to begin the school year, where safety procedures were put in place. People come excited to go back to school, very excited about an academic year, feeling safe in South Minneapolis, and now look what happened. It's very unfortunate. I've talked to a few whose children are in surgery or being cared for, just panicking. Of course, they're in shock and worried and asking why. It's just unbelievable that this could happen still today. Very sad for the community, for the family, and very sad for the families who've lost loved ones.
And again, we are following this breaking news. Police now confirm 2 children, ages 8 and 10, have been killed in a deadly mass shooting at a Catholic church in Minneapolis. Officials say 17 other people, including 14 kids, are injured after the gunman opened fire during a mass at Annunciation Church, celebrating the first week of school at the local school. The police chief says just before 8:30, the shooter in his early 20s opened fire from outside the church through the stained glass windows at the pews full of children. And officials say the shooter is also believed to be dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and that there's no active threat to the community. Now investigators are going through searching the scene and also searching what they believe to be the shooter's car at the scene. We will have continuing coverage of this breaking story all day long. And for now, we're going to go to our ABC affiliate in Minneapolis, KSTP.
Into the operating room. They work with gunshot wounds all the time, so they know what to do, and that's where the trauma kids went that needed immediate help. 6 other kids are at Children's Hospital, and we understand 2 of those are in critical condition, 7 in critical over at HCMC as well.
We do want to go back out now to our Ellen Gallus. She is live on the scene. She's right there in the area of 54th and Lyndale, right outside of Annunciation Catholic School and Church, where this shooting happened this morning. Ellen?
Yeah, that's right. We're actually on the southwest corner of the school. You can probably see it here behind me over my shoulder. You can see that the area is still taped off, and the school and the church are actually connected. Just to give you a sense of the layout here, the rest of the neighborhood at this point is pretty quiet, pretty somber. You probably heard Mayor Fry say earlier that that shouldn't be the case, that these are kids who should be learning in a classroom right now or playing on the playground, and that's not the case. And he said everyone here today, their lives will be forever changed by what happened this morning. We do know that 2 kids, as you mentioned, ages 8 and 10 were killed, 2 more in critical. Police told us they are still working to learn more about the gunman, that they don't know much about him right now, but that he shot through the windows while people were inside at the back-to-school mass. They say he opened fire on worshipers and kids inside. They also told us that they are searching his car right now, but that he doesn't have an extensive criminal history, so they're working to learn more about him. They also told us they're not sure he even entered the church this morning, that all of this might have been done from the parking lot through the windows, and that is where ultimately he took his own life. They said that he used a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. So again, a very scary, confusing morning out here in the neighborhood. We have seen the range of emotions. We've seen so many parents reunited with their kids, heartbroken, but also grateful. You've heard me say throughout the morning that I spoke with one mother who rushed over here to try and find her daughter and was just hoping and praying that her daughter would be with the group of kids who are waiting to be reunited with their families. We also talked to a 5th grader who heard the gunshots ring out while she was in church and was shuttled down to a preschool classroom. She said she spent the morning praying while she waited to get picked up by her parents. She said she believes that God was watching over her and that her guardian angel was watching over her and that she's just so grateful to be safe. I can tell you as a parent, this time of year, the start of the school year is supposed to be one full of hope and new beginnings, and something much different played out here today, and you can really feel it in the neighborhood. Guys?
And it is just such a sad situation when you see it and you hear it, and then you see the parents that are reunited with their children, and you can tell they are so grateful. But then we still have the 2 families who are so heavily impacted by the death of an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old in all of this.
And this shooting at Annunciation Catholic School and Church just around 8:30 this morning. A lot of the Catholic schools started this week, started on Monday. Many other schools in Minnesota, of course, will start after Labor Day on Tuesday. So a lot of parents and children probably watching here at 11:42 this morning as we are covering this shooting at the school and church in Minneapolis. The Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey came out and addressed the community. He talked about the tragedy, how these are members of our community. The Minneapolis police chief came out and gave us some details. We heard from him a little bit earlier, and actually I think we have the mayor here. Yeah. Let's hear more of what Mayor Jacob Frey said just about an hour ago.
These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Mayor Jacob Frey speaking on this, and you can tell he is upset like all of us. He is angry. He is saddened. All of those emotions coming out. In fact, there was a picture I saw of just a video that we were monitoring, and the mayor was sitting out in front of the school on the steps by himself.
Sitting down with his head in his hands.
Yeah, and just because this is one of those things that we don't have an answer why in this at all. And that's what investigators are trying to figure out. Again, this suspect in his 20s, no known criminal history. They're going through his car, which is there at the scene. We know that he took his life, what we believe, the backside is just outside the church, right in that area.
The shooter showed up wearing black clothing with 3 weapons, with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, and fired from outside of the church through the windows inside where the students, preschool to 8th grade students, were gathered for a mass as they got the school year started. We understand, again, as we mentioned, that 2 children were killed. An 8- and 10-year-old child lost their life in this today. The shooter is also dead, and multiple children were taken to hospitals around town. Our Maria Bray is at Hennepin County Medical Center, and we heard from the emergency director at Hennepin County Medical Center earlier talking about how they are ready and prepared to treat. It is a level 1 trauma center, and they actually deal with gunshot victims on a somewhat regular basis. And if we have Maria available, I want to hear the latest from her about the families who are showing up and checking on their children, and how the medical staff stepped in to handle this trauma today. Maria.
Yeah, we talked to a doctor, emergency doctor, a chair over the emergency area here at HCMC, and he says that this takes a toll. This is the 2nd mass casualty incident that has happened for the 2nd day in a row here that they've been helping out people. He tells us around 8:45 this morning, that is when they were informed about that school shooting. 11 patients were brought here. 2 were adults, 9 were children ages 6 to 14 years old. 4 of those individuals those needed operation. 2 of those patients, and none of them died. That is what we were told. Now, 7 were brought in as critical conditions. And as I mentioned, he says that this takes a toll for the medical staff. It takes a whole team in order to help these patients from blood banks. And he also says that there were some people, some of those victims that were non-critical that were taken to Children's Hospital at Masonic Hospital. We've seen some parents coming in, running, sprinting through the front doors, trying to check up on their children. A mom tells me her son was shot. She was crying. We saw a dad and his son. The son looked like he had his uniform on, running inside. We've seen other parents who were obviously visibly upset, trying to figure out what's going on. And we also talked to a bishop who says that he grew up going to Annunciation. And this is what he tells us.
Very sad, many in shock, disbelief of what has happened, especially during Mass. My understanding, it happened during a Mass. And, one of the parents said they put in all kinds of security over the summer for the church, and look what happened.
And again, here at HCMC, we're told that 11 patients were brought here. 2 were adults and 9 were kids ages 6 to 14. As of now, we have no word on if any of those victims were discharged, but we were told that all of them did have gunshot wounds. Back to you.
Maria Bray outside of Hennepin County Medical Center in Minneapolis, where a number of children were brought after being shot at Annunciation School. And it was interesting. She spoke with a bishop who talked about security measures being added. As I mentioned, I send my children to Catholic school. Just a couple of years ago, there was a big push to add more security. School security, of course, as you all know, has been a major topic over the last dozen years. Many schools have added a lot of measures. Catholic schools who operate independently from public school districts handle these things a little bit differently, and there's been a discussion around making sure that there is more safety measures in place, especially when all of the children gather and they do Mass. Most of these schools once a week. Some go every single day, where they pull the whole student body together to celebrate a Mass. And we just heard from the bishop saying that they'd made an effort to make it more secure for the kids, but we heard from the Minneapolis police chief that the suspect fired through the windows. The suspect did not go inside, as far as they know, but instead, with 3 weapons, fired shots standing outside of the church into the church where all the kids were gathered.
It is just such a tragic and sad situation. We are now more than 3 hours into this. This, of course, started around 8:30. It was right after school got started. And again, as you just mentioned, Leah, they were going into Mass. And Bailey Hurley was first on the scene over there from our team coverage. And she joins us now. And Bailey, I know you have watched this entire thing unfold and listened through all of it. And the big thing that I have watched you all morning is you have been talking about the parents who have just rushed in to find their children today.
Yeah, when we first got here on scene, Paul and Leah, there was still a lot that was unknown. Nothing had been confirmed by officials yet, and so not only were police frantic here on the scene, we watched officer after officer after officer and Bearcat and SWAT team member rush here to the scene, both in car and up this hill on foot. But then we started watching as parents showed up. I've never seen such frantic parking jobs, leaving their cars on sidewalks and running up this hill, tears in their eyes, hope in their hearts that they were going to go find their children and be reunited with them. It's honestly some images that I will truly never forget in my life. It was hard to watch, but then there was peace when you saw about an hour later so many of those families coming down the hill, holding their children almost in a death grip as they walked back down the hill to their homes and to their cars, reunited with their children. And I can only imagine that those children will not be going very far out of their parents' sights for the rest of the day, if not for a very long time. Of course, there are 2 families who will never get that opportunity again. The mayor, the police chief, the entire city wrapping their arms and their support around those families. And I know that that's a big question that I continue continue to get in my inbox right now is how can we help these hurting families? We do know from the city that a resource center is in the process of being set up as we speak, not only just for the victims' families, but for everyone who attends the school, who attends the church. This is far-reaching, we know, the pain and the loss that is being felt here today. I do want to mention, I did just speak with a neighbor. She didn't want to go on camera. She's still very shaken up. She says her home literally looks out at the drop-off line of Annunciation School. She was very shaken up. It was the first time she's left her home all morning, but she said the morning started off like any normal day. All the parents dropping their kids off for school, for mass. It was very quiet. And she says then about 8:30 is when her and her neighbors, she says she was in her living room and she started hearing what sounded like construction noise. It was so loud and the cadence was just she said it was almost like a hammer, but the loudest hammer she's ever heard at such a continuing cadence, excuse me. She said she tried to call 911. Her phone was dead. Her neighbors tried to call 911, and they couldn't get through. Finally, she says one neighbor did get through and then heard or learned from dispatch that there was a mass casualty event going on. She says she's been shaken up ever since. Nothing like this happens in this neighborhood, in this part of the city. She was visibly shaken up. Her kids don't go there, but she says she just the more people you talk to, the less people have words to say how they're feeling, to describe what this day is like. Everyone, though, committed to remembering these two children, the 8 and the 10-year-old, who were lost in this. That woman that I just spoke with, she said that will be paramount going here on out, remembering those children and, of course, the others who were hurt in this as well. Leah Paul.
Forget those two children that died in this, and of course Bailey describing the sounds that people heard, and we have now confirmed that was a pistol and a rifle and a shotgun. This suspect firing all three of these things. Bailey mentioned that people want to do something. There is something that you can do tonight. It's at 8 o'clock. It's going to be at Lyndhurst Park. It is a vigil that you can go to express yourself, honor the people, honor the lives that were lost, and the people that have been hurt in all of this.
As we mentioned, Minneapolis police, surrounding police departments, the BCA, federal agents all jumped on this and jumped in to help the students and investigate. The investigation, of course, is just ramping up into the suspect who took his own life at the scene. We want to bring in ABC News correspondent Pierre Thomas now. And Pierre, you're getting some information for us about the FBI response, what they're doing right now and what they're working to learn.
Well, the FBI Director, Kash Patel, is signaling that the FBI will provide whatever support that Minneapolis needs to deal with this horrific nightmare that played out on your city's streets. Just a horrible situation. The FBI typically can give a lot of support in terms of crime scene management, in terms of cataloging all the different types of shell casings, analyzing the guns as well. ATF will do a background search on the weapons to see how they were purchased, when the suspect came into access of those weapons. So there's a lot that the federal government can do in support. But right now, they're just stunned and saddened like the rest of the country with the horrific attack that played out at Mass at that church with so many young people impacted.
Let me ask you, I mean, you've worked with the FBI on these cases before. In my memory, this is the first time I can recall someone not even going in to the building on this. I mean, shooting from outside.
Well, unfortunately, this suspect had 3 different types of weapons: a long gun, a shotgun, and a handgun. And as you said, police briefed that he used all 3. And apparently he was hell-bent on harming as many people as quickly as he could. He didn't apparently care how they would be injured. He just wanted to fire into the building knowing that there were children and people inside. It was described by the police as an act of evil and violence. And sadly, we see this happening routinely in this country. Houses of worship, schools, movie theaters, malls. There's a chronic problem of shootings taking place at soft targets where there are large numbers of people gathered because, unfortunately, the killers know that's where they can do the most damage.
Pierre Thomas is joining us here from ABC News in Washington, D.C. And Pierre, I understand you've covered many of these cases. You have spoken to the FBI on multiple occasions. Are you learning anything else about this shooter yet that you can share with us? A young man in his 20s. I know we have our news team working on digging up more information right now. We're gathering a few things and we're hoping to flush all that out. Is there anything else you can share with us about it?
Well, our information that we have matches your Cracker Jack team there, reporting from Minneapolis. The police have a name that they are focused on. They are going to conduct searches. They are in the any type of information that could be used to possibly get at motive. But there is a specific person that law enforcement is locked in on. And I can tell you, having covered many of these cases, they literally will do a deep dive into any type of social media postings. They basically will dissect this person's life, particularly the most recent series of days and months.
Okay, Pierre Thomas in Washington, D.C. right now, working with the FBI. So much information that you can find there as the day goes on. And of course, Pierre, thank you. And I know one of the things that Pierre mentioned are these shooters, and we see more of them going after soft targets. There isn't a softer target than kids.
Well, and like schools have done a lot to add security to their buildings. Public schools, Catholic schools, all aware, sadly, deeply aware that school shootings happen. And you hope, you pray that it doesn't happen close to home. And today it happened in Minneapolis. He did talk about that suspect in the FBI learning everything they can. Our team did ask the Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara some questions about the suspect as well. When asked if he may have been a student, a previous student at the school, the chief said they're looking into that. So there are a lot of things they're still working on. We want to give you a quick update here. You can follow along some of the bullet points. And the first one, the worst one, is we know right now that 2 children lost their lives in this shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. Have been hurt. 14 of them are kids. We know the gunman took his own life. 2 kids are in critical condition right now. And again, that mention of the gunman who took his own life after this happened, but he stood outside of the church firing through the windows using 3 weapons, a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, and shooting into the church as children and teachers and some parents who may have been there with them hid under the pews, ran outside to a safe area, ran into, they said, the preschool area, some of the kids hiding there.
Breaking news this hour, another mass shooting in America, this time as children were sitting in the pews praying during Mass at a Catholic school in Minneapolis, Minnesota. At least 2 of those children are now dead, just 8 and 10 years old, 17 others injured. That shooter now dead also from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And in the blink of an eye, Annunciation Catholic School, now the site of our nation's latest mass shooting.
I heard that something had happened here at Annunciation, and my principal was kind enough to drive me over. I just saw the kids exiting, so it's almost like a little parade of kids. I'm like just yelling at my daughter's name, Clarissa, Clarissa, where are you? Where are you?
My husband's a firefighter, and he got a phone call this morning and said that there was a incident at Annunciation, and that's where my niece and nephew go to school. It's so awful and it's so scary, and I just am really proud of my husband and my brother-in-law for just running into the danger, and I just pray for the community.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Live images now out of Minneapolis, where authorities remain on the scene of Annunciation Catholic School. That gunfire erupting just before 8:30 this morning, Minneapolis time. The shooting unfolding on just the 3rd day of the new school year. The FBI and ATF quickly responding, finding the suspected shooter dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The Minneapolis police chief describing how the shooter approached the outside of the church on the side and just began began firing a rifle right through the windows as Mass took place.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
Police confirming there is no threat to the community at this time, but urging the public, including all parents and students, to avoid the area. President Trump saying he's fully briefed on the shooting now, as a source is also telling us the president spoke with Governor Tim Walz. We have team coverage. Joining me now, investigative reporter Olivia Rubin, also White House correspondent Karen Travers, Justice Department reporter Jack Date, and contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives Bob Boyce. All right, Olivia, we know the school was pre-K through 8. Just bring us up to speed on any new details that are coming in this hour.
Well, Kira, the investigation unfolds. We just heard from the chief of police a few moments ago talking about specifically the shooter and what they believe happened here. They, of course, described that individual approaching the church from the side and proceeding to fire at the children who were inside for a celebration that was supposed to be marking the first week of school. Kira, police also saying they believe that this shooter took their own life in the parking lot behind the school. And they painted quite a vivid picture of this individual, describing someone who came dressed in all black, wearing camo pants, armed here with 3 different weapons, all of which at this juncture they believe that individual used while carrying out this horrific attack. And again, it is the investigation that continues to unfold from here on out. Officials say that they are searching through a vehicle that they believe this suspect left behind in the parking lot of that school. They also said, the chief, Kira, saying that more searches are to come. I think it's very likely that soon we could see investigators and law enforcement officials at whatever home this suspect lived at. And again, so far, very little known about motive here, and that is what is going to take some time to develop here. They do say that the believed suspect is a male, that it was in their early 20s. They were in their early 20s, located behind the school, and no known criminal history here, Kira. So again, what investigators are going to be doing, talking to this individual's parents, friends, co-workers, schoolmates, anything, looking through potential social media accounts, writings, any writings that may have been left behind. All of this will paint the picture for them of exactly why this individual felt compelled to go to a church, Kira, and fire on children in church pews.
Olivia, thank you. And President Trump responding right away. Karen, what else are we hearing from the White House?
Kira, we heard from the president earlier in a social media post saying that he had been fully briefed on what he called a tragic shooting in Minneapolis. The president said that the FBI was quickly on the scene and that the White House would be monitoring the situation throughout the day. Now, Kira, the president has no public events on his schedule today. At this hour, we expect that he is having lunch with Vice President Vance, but otherwise we are not expected to hear from the president or see him on camera today unless there is something added to his schedule, which is always possible in an event like this with such a developing situation. But for now, the response from the White House, from the president, has been through that social media post. Again, the president calling on Americans to join him in praying for everybody involved in what he called a tragic situation out there in Minneapolis.
And Jack, what more do we know about the police response? It quickly unfolded, for sure. Do we know how fast they got to the scene? We did hear from that earlier press conference from the police chief and also the mayor of Minneapolis that they went inside Mass as soon as they could and started giving first aid to the kids that were wounded and trying to find the kids that were hiding.
That's right, Kira. It appears that they were responding after a call that came in shortly before 8:30 when the shooting is believed to have begun. And that when they got there, when police got there, their first actions were not really dealing with the shooter. They were rendering first aid. So it appears that the shooter had already taken his own life. The shooting had stopped when police had arrived, but that they were rendering first aid. That was their first phase. The second phase, as other police arrived on the scene, they began clearing and securing the area, making sure that they evacuated other students and staff that were trapped within the school who had maybe locked down, and meticulously going through and making sure every everyone around the area is safe. And then began the investigation, right? They had to sort of clear the scene and make sure it was safe first. And then later on, they were able to go through and begin this investigation, which is just now starting.
And Bob, police did give us more details about the shooter, how he approached the building, how he shot through the stained glass windows, also that he had some sort of possible flashbang for some sort of distraction, smoke. What are your thoughts on how he planned for this and how he carried this out? I found it interesting. He didn't go inside the church, apparently. Police said he might have entered the church, but they didn't find any casings in there.
Sure, there's a couple of things that are unusual here. He may have barricaded one of the side doors so the children couldn't escape when this was happening, which is even more evil if that's at all possible. And he looks like he came ready to go, dressed in dark clothing, had camo pants with cargos, so he could put probably extra rounds in, extra magazines. What's in the car? That's important, too, to understand. That's how he got there. They'll go back to his house now and start digging out information about him, his social media platforms, any kind of things he wrote down to explain what his actions were. But the social media platforms are really important in this case because we see the same ones coming up time and time again. And people on them do call and make a complaint. It has happened, not often enough. Secondly, probably the most interesting thing, Minnesota is a red flag state. So this extreme risk protection order that you can get and stop someone in the throes of mental illness and taking back the guns from them through a court order is that state. However, someone has to call and someone has to push that.
Olivia, Karen, Jack, Bob will be talking about this, sadly, throughout the afternoon and for many days to come. Appreciate you all. I want to bring in Louis Porras now. He's a retired Minneapolis homicide detective. He's a private investigator for the state of Minnesota. And Louis, you and I have worked closely on investigative pieces for ABC News here. I thought about you immediately because you know this area. You know what it's like to work crime, homicide. I guess my first question to you, after being a police officer there for more than 30 years, your first thoughts to what you've witnessed today.
Well, I started getting information about this from my sources probably about 8:30 when this happened, and immediately you think about the location, right? It was a church where there's kids. And that's the first thing you think of are those poor children, the teachers, that they went there to worship, to pray. And immediately it's just what kind of horrific scene are the first responders going to see when they get there?
Have you, in your 30 years of work in the streets of Minneapolis, put this into perspective for us? We've been talking just about crime across this country, gun violence, school shootings. This was the fourth shooting that happened since yesterday. Police saying they believe that this shooting was not tied to the other shootings, but still, that's four shootings in less than 48 hours.
Yeah, when I retired 3 years ago, the police department was almost double the size it is now. The police department is trying to recruit officers after the George Floyd incident, and I think they're doing a great job trying to get it, but they're still short. Officers are working overtime to try to man these shifts, and I just think that they need to get more officers on the street, recruit them, and just get them out there as soon as they can to try and help what's already out there.
And Louis, you know that this is not just an access to guns issue and a gun law issue, that this is mental illness. I mean, this is a man who had 3 different weapons, pulled into the parking lot, knew exactly where he was and what he was doing, and he opened fire on innocent children, didn't even enter and start shooting. He shot from outside the church through the windows. One of our contributors, also former law enforcement, said, talk about a sign of someone who's such a coward. He can't even face the people that he's about to kill. Your thoughts also, not just on, well, let me ask you about guns first, and then I do want to talk to you about the mental illness part of this. How is Minneapolis doing, first of all, with regard to guns, gun purchases, buying guns off the streets. Let's start there. We still don't know how this man was able to get 3 guns. We will soon, hopefully. But your thoughts about gun control?
Well, I think Minneapolis, Minnesota is now no different than any other part of the country. There are straw purchasers. There are people that will buy guns for organized crimes that have the legit means to get it. I don't think that this is an anomaly here, but I do believe that the access here is no different, and it's just as easy to get access to guns as it is across this country.
Now, to the mental illness part of things. Clearly, we're not doing enough about that across this country.
You're right about that. And were there signs? There could have been. I don't think they know enough about this shooter, but when you talk about the cowardice act that he did, absolutely. But in the same breath, you have to remember how he approached this. He was dressed in tactical gear. He had 3 different weapons. He was able to take position from outside the church and do what he did. And then obviously he ended up taking his own life. But the mere fact that if there is mental illness that plays into this, he absolutely had the tactics and the knowledge and the plan to pull this off.
One more question, Louis, if you don't mind. As a former Minneapolis police officer, what do police officers do now, knowing about the violence in our country, knowing about what's been happening in Minneapolis just in the last 2 days, now this mass shooting where children have died? What's the thinking? How does the Minneapolis Police Department respond now to protect and serve, worried about copycat situations and other individuals like this man that opened fire today?
Well, I think that the leadership within that city needs to take control of this and get the message out to different organizations to be vigilant, to be resourceful. I hate to say the old verbiage, but if you see something, say something. I mean, somebody may have seen this individual prior to this. I had heard reports that people did not call in because they thought they were roofers. I mean, you just don't know, correct? So I think that the message has to get out that, A, this won't be tolerated, and just to get the community on one page.
Louis Porras, it's great to talk to you. I know we're going to be talking again. It's great to have your insight, and I know this is your city, a city that you love, and all of us are grieving today. Thank you, Louis.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And as we continue to monitor the scene there in Minneapolis, we are hearing directly from eyewitnesses. Clarissa Garcia is a student who attends Annunciation Catholic School, and she was inside that church when shots rang out. Here's what she told our Minneapolis affiliate about what she witnessed.
I was just at church, and I heard something like really loud, like I thought it was fireworks in the church, and then I saw the shooting. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. And so a teacher led me downstairs to like the preschool classroom. And so I went there, and me and my friend Cece were just praying, and then we went outside. We were just like waiting there, and then we went to somebody's house to be safe, and then we went to the F-45 thing, and then I saw my mom, and I was just like so happy, I was really glad that she was like with me.
And what was going through your mind when you were in that preschool classroom praying?
I hope like nobody got like killed or something like that, or like hurt. And like I was just like praying if everybody could be safe and like nobody would do this again.
How did it feel to hug your mom and get home?
I felt like really safe, like my like guardian angel with me, God was with me, and like I was just hugging my mom tightly as I can.
And you heard it, but you didn't see anything.
I heard like I saw the like bullet kind of, but like and then it ran off.
Wow. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more special coverage of this mass shooting in Minneapolis and hopefully hear from more amazing young kids like that. We'll be right back.
I'd never seen that many skeletal remains. Thousands. It's a serial killer case.
This killer, he's the dumber you've never heard of.
More and more men are going missing, and then the lead broke the case open. They discovered the farm.
The whole place was so bizarre.
There were mannequins, almost like it was a club.
I felt the presence of evil.
The largest number of unidentified human remains, second only to the World Trade Center.
Not many people live to tell about their involvement with the serial killer.
Everything we know about this case comes from you.
Absolutely.
Let's not do that. Ooh, I'm sorry.
Never before a face-to-face interview with a camera.
Why now?
Let me ask you, am I the evil culprit, the accomplice?
I'd like to know how the audience views me.
The Fox Hollow Murders, Playground of a Serial Killer. Only on Hulu.
University of Utah senior Lauren McCluskey repeatedly asked for help.
It was like getting hit by a baseball bat.
You have a powerful institution.
You have the audacity to try to cover your ass.
Friday night.
A lot of troubling information was never public.
Surveillance video, exclusive interviews.
I'm sorry I couldn't protect their daughter.
The stunning investigation.
Could Lauren's life have been saved?
2020, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
More on the breaking news out of Minnesota. According to police, at least 2 children now ages 8 and 10 have been confirmed dead following that mass shooting that we've been tracking since early this morning. Happened during Mass at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. 17 others injured, 14 of those children. The suspect, a man in his early 20s, is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We want to take a look now at live pictures. This is Annunciation Catholic School where it all happened. It was the 3rd day of the new school year. The school celebrating actually a 100-year anniversary today. President Trump saying he's been fully briefed on the shooting. He says the White House will continue to monitor the terrible situation. For more, I'm joined now by Minneapolis City Council member Latricia Vita. Councilwoman, first of all, are you learning any new details about this shooter?
So thank you for having me. And no, I'm learning as we all are learning from the press conference of the chief and the mayor and some of my council colleagues.
How about the community? I'm sure you are hearing from your constituents, your friends, your neighbors, fellow churchgoers.
It's just unthinkable. It's an unthinkable tragedy, and this community is devastated.
You know, a lot of families are
really tough.
Yeah, I understand. I know you probably need a minute. I mean, this is your community. Look, this is Minnesota. You think of the Midwest, and this is not supposed to happen, anywhere across the country. But I was born and raised in this part of the world, and it's devastating for folks, and especially at a school, a Catholic school. You're in church, you're in Mass, you're praying. You should feel safe. You should feel protected. And now you've got families across the area sending their kids back to school, all across Minneapolis, the area that you represent. What's your message to them? I guess, first of all, your local community. Do we get up and go to school tomorrow? What do we do?
I don't know. I mean, it's just so devastating. It's hard to even say what we do because it just feels so bad. You know, these images I'm seeing of families just grabbing their babies. I'm sure everyone is gonna hug their family a little bit tighter tonight. I don't know. I don't know if the message is we go to school tomorrow. I don't know what that feels like for families. It's scary. It's scary for everyone, not just the families that are affected at this school, but anyone who's sending their kids to school this week and next week. People are scared. That's the message I'm hearing. People are scared.
I know you're trying to wrap your head around this. It's fresh. It just happened. But you are a Minneapolis council member. You're going to have to jump in. You're going to have to do something. People are going to want to hear from you on what should happen next. What are you going to do, not only to help heal, but also make your kids feel safe, make families feel safe. There are so many things to talk about. Our children, security, gun laws, guns, mental health. There has to be a lot going through your mind. Where are you going to begin as you start to process all this as a member of the council? What are you hoping to do? What is going to be your mission now?
I think the first thing is, how do we create an environment where people can share what they feel like, what this is doing to our community and family? So creating a safe space for people to talk and share with each other their feelings and how they want to see things happen in the future in the city of Minneapolis in particular, like how communities want to deal with what we can do, me as a policymaker, but also us as a community, how we come together and deal with yet another tragedy in Minnesota.
Well, I appreciate your time. I know there's a lot of work to get done and a lot of families to call. Tricia Vita, Minneapolis City Council member, I really appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
We've been talking about the fact that this is Annunciation Catholic School, and it's hitting Catholic churches, bishops, priests across the country. We just heard from Bishop Kevin Kenny, as you can see right there, of the St. Olaf Church. Let's go ahead and listen in to how he describes this devastating tragedy, how his community is reacting, and what he's hoping for students at the Annunciation School now.
It's just unbelievable that this could happen still today. Very sad for the community, for the family, and very sad for the families who've lost loved ones.
And so have you talked to any of those families yet this morning?
I've talked to a few whose children are in surgery or being cared for, just panicking. Of course, they're in shock and worried and asking why. And so I'm just here to comfort, and they have a wonderful staff inside as well to comfort the people and to just walk with them in these hours ahead.
And you'll be here for a while for whatever people need at this point?
Yes, I will try to be, yes.
Thank you so much. And before we let you go, you were telling us that it was a mass this morning.
Correct. It was the opening school mass, is my understanding. And every Catholic school has an opening school mass, so it's a horrific way for all the students to begin the school year, where safety procedures were put in place. People come excited to go back to school, very excited about an academic year, feeling safe in South Minneapolis, and now look what happened. It's very unfortunate.
And a lot of discussions about safety right now and a lot of prayers across the country. Quick break. We'll be right back.
The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines,
the ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI.
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal.
Outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is,
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere because the news never stops. Now you can listen to a podcast version of 2020, available free wherever you listen. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
A deadly mystery.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
Forbidden love.
It involved decadent sexual behavior.
And then,
This is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder, only on Hulu.
Experience the thrill of extraordinary routes and build unforgettable connections. It's more than a ride. It's a journey to a world free of MS. Register today at bikems.org.
This week, get out the sunscreen, because your mornings just got hotter.
What's a girl to do? I want to show you the new Miami.
Lara and Sam are hitting South Beach for the GMA Miami Takeover.
36 current FEMA employees who signed their name to a letter warning Congress of potential danger due to cuts made at the agency have been put on administrative leave. All this according to the group Stand Up to Science that published the letter on Monday. It says the employees put on leave have been given no timetable for a return either. Stand Up for Science reports the employees were suspended and include individuals who were directly helping relief efforts in Kerr County, Texas, after those devastating floods earlier this summer. The letter was signed by more than 180 current and former employees and published on the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. We'll have a lot more news ahead, including continuing coverage of the Minneapolis school shooting. Stay right here on ABC News Live throughout the afternoon. You can also find us anywhere you stream live news. We're on the ABC News app, abcnews.com. I'm Kira Phillips. A lot more news up next. Stay with us.
Across America.
Good morning.
Hello. Wherever we are.
Welcome. It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
Hi. When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we both never been. Growing up doesn't mean good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home, putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George. How are you?
And the day ahead.
The emotional toll to this very day is still just overwhelming. 20 years later, Hurricane Katrina. I had never seen that kind of destruction.
Robin Roberts, she was right there.
So many people affected by this storm.
And now Robin goes back home.
Good to see you.
Katrina may have given us a run for our money, but it could never kill us.
The all-new event special.
I'm home. It'll always be home.
Friday night on ABC.
Okay, we want to know, who are the people in your state that make such a big difference?
Come on now. We all know someone who does so much.
And we want to celebrate them with you. So scan this QR code or go to goodmorningamerica.com. Tell us about them.
We're coming to all 50 states in 50 weeks to celebrate the best of what makes America beautiful.
I'm Linsey Davis here in Kerrville, Texas, reporting on the devastating floods. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News Live and our continuing coverage following that mass shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. At least 2 children are dead, just 8 and 10 years old, 17 others injured. That shooter also dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. gunfire erupting just before 8:30 this morning. The shooting unfolding on the third day of the new school year during Mass at the Annunciation Catholic School. The Minneapolis police chief describing how the shooter approached just outside of that church and then just began firing a rifle through the windows, the stained glass windows, as Mass was taking place. Police confirming there is no threat to the community at this time, but urging the public, including all parents and students, to avoid the area. This tragedy, understandably, shaking up the entire community. Here's what we're hearing from students and witnesses so far.
We went to the gym, and then the door's locked just to make sure he didn't come. My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
I mean, these are little children witnessing this. We have team coverage. Joining me now, ABC investigative reporter Olivia Rubin, White House correspondent Karen Travers, Justice Department reporter Luke Barr, and our contributor and former NYPD chief of detectives Bob Boyce. Olivia, are we learning anything more about the shooter this hour or those that were shot?
Nothing new since we last spoke, Kira, on the shooter. Again, investigators continuing to probe this individual, this young man in his 20s that they have identified as the suspect. Again, they say that this individual was not known to them, no criminal history before this incident. They are searching a vehicle at this hour that was found on scene that they believe belonged to the suspect. The chief of police also saying more searches would be to come. That's very likely, Kira, to include the home where this individual resided. They're also likely combing through any social media accounts, any recent conversations, friends, classmates, co-workers, family members, anyone who can shed some light on why this individual carried out this horrific attack. There's also, of course, questions about the victims here. As we've heard, 17 individuals were injured here, 14 of them children, 2 of them critically. Kira, as of this hour, 3 hospitals across the Minnesota area have told our medical team that they have received victims that they are treating. A children's hospital, Minnesota Children's, telling our team that they have received 6 children. Again, no word on their condition, though we do know that 2 are in critical. But of course, at this hour, just one can only hope that all 17 of them are able to pull through as they are now being treated, Kira.
And Karen, sources telling us that the president did speak with Governor Tim Walz. What more do we know about that call?
Kira, the president called Governor Walz to offer his condolences to all the people in Minnesota, and Governor Walz thanked him for his support. The president posted on social media this morning that he had been fully briefed on what he called a tragic shooting in Minneapolis and said that the White House would continue to monitor this situation. Kira, the president does not have any public events on his schedule today. He is having lunch with Vice President Vance at this time, but we don't expect to see him as of right now, waiting to see if the White House adds anything to the president's schedule, so we see him later on camera. But for now, his response has been that one social media post earlier and the details of what we heard about his call to Governor Walz earlier to offer those condolences.
Luke, let's talk about what police are doing at this hour. We heard a little bit from Olivia that they are searching that vehicle that the shooter parked in the church parking lot. I'm sure checking social media. Already things are out there naming who they believe the shooter is and a possible manifesto. What do we know? Have we been able to confirm anything?
Well, Kira, what we know is that police are looking to see who this person is. The police chief said at that press conference that the suspect left, quote, information behind. Unsure what that is at this time, but they're scouring the web for any sort of digital footprint that this person may have had. And they're also looking at the guns. Where did the guns come from? Were they purchased legally? Where did this person get their guns? The ATF is doing what's called an urgent trace on the firearm, and they're looking to determine where this person get the firearm, but also what their motive might be, Kira.
And Bob, this country is witnessing gunfire at schools nearly twice a week on average now. That's what every Town for Gun Safety is reporting. Look, it's such a trite question to say, how did we even get here? But this is something we've been covering for years now, doing specials, digging in deeper. And it's hard to pinpoint how we got here. We have mental illness. We have loose gun laws. We have social media that and the deep, dark web. There's just so many contributing factors here.
You're exactly right. We have to ask ourselves some really hard questions. What can we do about this? What are we missing here? That intersection of mental illness and the Second Amendment, that's a problem that we have to discuss. And, these social media platforms, really, how nasty are they? Do they really radicalize anybody on it? We'll see as we dig deeper into this. Someone like that should never have these firearms, let alone 3 of them. And where did he get them? And when did he buy them? And how long did he plan this? All these questions are really relevant when you look at this as in a total suspect matter and figure out what can we do, what can we change. Unfortunately, they keep happening, and that's a big issue, and we have to stop that.
We're going to stay on the investigation for sure. Olivia Rubin, Karen Travers, Luke Barr, Bob Boyce, thank you all. Appreciate you. Let's bring in now Louis Porras, again, a retired Minneapolis homicide detective and private investigator for the state of Minnesota. I know that you have been talking to your sources, Louis. I also know that you have spent your career responding to mass shootings. Anything that you can bring us up to date on, what possibly your sources are looking at, fellow police officers, FBI agents? I know you stay in close contact with those that are going to be directly involved in this investigation.
Yeah, it sounds like there are some things that are popping up on social media that may be identifying this individual. Obviously, a lot of the social media you have to be careful with, but it sounds like a lot of the posts that are being out there right now are kind of pointing to the same individual. But again, you got to be careful with things that are posted today.
And give me an idea of how you guys kind of weed through what is real, what is not real. We know that his vehicle is being searched as we speak. They're tracking where he might have been living, friends, family members. But when it comes to social media, yes, there is a lot out there. And clearly, once somebody sees something, then it's shared, and the next thing you know, it's all over the place. But as a police force, how do you track these leads? Because a lot of things on social media do give all of you a lot of answers pretty quickly if you can confirm.
Correct. I mean, the best thing that we can do is if we can identify the device, meaning the phone that the shooter had in this instant, and be able to basically extract all the information on there. That's the best possible information we can get at that time. And then you can marry it up with other things. But if he left a device there, extract all the information we can and start going through all that, do a deep mine on that. Just because it's deleted off the device doesn't mean that it's still not on there somewhere.
And from your experience, and look, we've covered, sadly, far too many of these school shootings. Usually there is some sort of trail that's been left behind. Searches on the internet, YouTube channels, manifestos. We always seem to come across even handwritten notes in journals. What's your thought on sooner than later we may find out that there probably were some clues left behind somewhere?
Yes, it seems like in situations like this, I mean, they unfortunately want to get that notoriety and they want people to know what their story is. And I think that law enforcement will find something sooner than later. He was a young man. I think that he had obviously some mental health issues. And I think that law enforcement will find something that will bring some light to why he did this.
There are reports that he might have been Catholic. We don't know if he attended this school or not. Do you think that this was a religious attack? Do you think it was that he knew exactly where he wanted to go and who he wanted his victims to be?
I think the initial signs would point that he definitely knew where he was going. I don't know why he would have picked this. I don't know if the officials know, but the mere fact that it was a very tactical move that he made, taking his position outside of the church and shooting from the yard inside would make one think that this was a planned attack.
What do you make of the fact that he had, and this is what the police chief reported during the press conference, he had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol? Your thoughts?
Well, I think that if law enforcement was relatively close and he was able to shoot it out with the police, maybe if he was injured, he would use another weapon to either continue the carnage or to kill himself.
Is there anything that could have been done to prevent this from happening, from what you see?
I don't know how you stop something like this. I really don't. Unless you get that early tip to authorities based on his friends, his family, something that somebody would have seen on the social media that maybe would have thwarted this. But other than that, I don't know how you stop something like this, especially if he's a lone wolf.
Well, you were a Minneapolis police officer for 3 decades. You worked in the homicide unit. You're now a private investigator. I know that you've been getting some tips and some leads. Hope you'll bring them to us if you can confirm them, Louis. It's always good to work with you. Appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
And as we continue to monitor the scene there in Minneapolis, we are hearing directly from eyewitnesses now. Clarissa Garcia, she's actually a student who attends Annunciation Catholic School. She was inside that church when shots rang out. Take a look at how she describes what she saw, what she heard, how she's feeling now as she stands by her mother very tightly.
I was just at church, and I heard something like really loud, like I thought it was fireworks in the church, and then I saw the shooting, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. And so a teacher led me downstairs to like the preschool classroom, and so I went there, and me and my friend Cece were just praying, and then we went outside. We were just like waiting there, and then we went to somebody's house to be safe, and then we went to the F-45 thing, and then I saw my mom, and I was just like so happy, I was really glad that she was like with me.
And what was going through your mind when you were in that preschool classroom praying?
I hope like nobody got like killed or something like that, or like hurt. And like I was just like praying if everybody could be safe and nobody would do this again.
How did it feel to hug your mom and get home?
I felt like really safe, like my guardian angel with me. God was with me, and I was just hugging my mom tightly as I can.
And you heard it, but you didn't see anything.
I heard I saw that like bullet kinda, and then it ran off.
Holding her mother as tightly as she can. We're going to take a quick break. More continuing coverage straight ahead.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So we have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi. Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you. David, good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Are you ready?
Yes!
For Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on Disney+.
Let's do this.
One of the best Marvel movies of all time is now streaming on Disney+.
Meet the new Avengers.
That's a cool name.
Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on, you guessed it, Disney+. And right now, get Disney+, Hulu, and all of ESPN with an incredible limited-time offer.
The emotional toll to this very day is still just overwhelming. 20 years later, Hurricane Katrina. I had never seen that kind of destruction.
Robin Roberts, she was right there.
So many people affected by this storm.
And now, Robin goes back home.
Good to see you.
Katrina may have given us a run for our money, but it could never kill us.
The all-new event special.
I'm home. It'll always be home.
Friday night, August 29th on ABC.
There's a feeling you get when the monsters come. And all you can do is save yourself.
Alien Earth is a remarkable achievement. Don't miss FX's Alien Earth. All new Tuesdays on FX, Hulu, and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers.
We were two perfect little families that are all best friends. But he was crazy. Denise calls me and said that Mike hasn't come home.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
She starts an affair with my husband, Brian. It involved decadent sexual behavior.
We don't need to be wiring up soccer moms, but she wanted answers.
My heart is racing. This is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Only on Hulu.
More on the breaking news out of Minnesota. According to police, at least 2 children, now ages 8 and 10, have been confirmed dead following that mass shooting that we've been tracking since early this morning. Happened during Mass at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. 17 others injured, 14 of those children. The suspect, a man in his early 20s, is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We want to take a look now at live pictures. This is Annunciation Catholic School where it all happened. It was the 3rd day of the new school year. The school celebrating actually a 100-year anniversary today. President Trump saying he's been fully briefed on the shooting. He says the White House will continue to monitor the terrible situation. For more, I'm joined now by Minneapolis City Council member Latricia Vita. Councilwoman, first of all, are you learning any new details about this shooter?
So thank you for having me. And no, I'm learning as we all are learning from the press conference of the chief and the mayor and some of my council colleagues.
How about the community? I'm sure you are hearing from your constituents, your friends, your neighbors, fellow churchgoers.
It's just unthinkable. It's an unthinkable tragedy, and this community is devastated.
You know, a lot of families are
really tough.
Yeah. I understand. I know you probably need a minute. I mean, this is your community. Look, this is Minnesota. You think of the Midwest, and this is not supposed to happen, anywhere across the country. But I was born and raised in this part of the world, and it's devastating for folks, and especially at a school, a Catholic school. You're in church, you're in Mass, you're praying. You should feel safe. You should feel protected. And now you've got families across the area sending their kids back to school, all across Minneapolis, the area that you represent. What's your message to them? I guess, first of all, your local community. Do we get up and go to school tomorrow? What do we do?
I don't know. I mean, it's just so devastating. It's hard to even say what we do because it just feels so bad. These images I'm seeing of families just grabbing their babies. I'm sure everyone is gonna hug their family a little bit tighter tonight. I don't know. I don't know if the message is we go to school tomorrow. I don't know what that feels like for families. It's scary. It's scary for everyone, not just the families that are affected at this school, but anyone who's sending their kids to school this week and next week. People are scared. That's the message I'm hearing. People are scared.
I know you're trying to wrap your head around this. It's fresh. It just happened. But you are a Minneapolis council member. you're going to have to jump in. You're going to have to do something. People are going to want to hear from you on what should happen next. What are you going to do, not only to help heal, but also make your kids feel safe, make families feel safe. There are so many things to talk about. Our children, security, gun laws, guns, mental health. There has to be a lot going through your mind. Where are you going to begin as you start to process all this as a member of the council? What are you hoping to do? What is going to be your mission now?
I think the first thing is, how do we create an environment where people can share what they feel like, what this is doing to our community and family? So creating a safe space for people to talk and share with each other their feelings and how they want to see things happen in the future in the city of Minneapolis in particular, like how communities want to deal with what we can do, me as a policymaker, but also us as a community, how we come together and deal with yet another tragedy in Minnesota.
Well, I appreciate your time. I know there's a lot of work to get done and a lot of families to call. Latricia Vita, Minneapolis City Council member, I really appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
We've been talking about the fact that this is Annunciation Catholic School, and it's hitting Catholic churches, bishops, priests across the country. We just heard from Bishop Kevin Kenny, as you can see right there, of the St. Olaf Church. Let's go ahead and listen in to how he describes this devastating tragedy, how his community is reacting, and what he's hoping for students at the Annunciation School now.
I mean, it's just unbelievable that this could happen still today. Very sad for the community, for the family, and very sad for the families who've lost loved ones.
And so have you talked to any of those families yet this morning?
I've talked to a few whose children are in surgery or being cared for, just panicking. Of course, they're in shock and worried and asking why. And so I'm just here to comfort, and they have a wonderful staff inside as well to comfort the people and to just walk with them in these hours ahead.
And you'll be here for a while for whatever people need at this point?
Yes, I will try to be, yes.
Thank you so much. And before we let you go, you were telling us that it was a mass this morning.
Correct. It was the opening school mass, is my understanding. And every Catholic school has an opening school mass, so it's a horrific way for all the students to begin the school year, where safety procedures were put in place. People come excited to go back to school, very excited about an academic year, feeling safe in South Minneapolis, and now look what happened. It's very unfortunate.
And a lot of discussions about safety right now and a lot of prayers across the country. Quick break. We'll be right back.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu.
We were two perfect little families that are all best friends, but he was crazy. Denise calls me and said that Mike hasn't come home.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
She starts an affair with my husband, Brian. It involved decadent sexual behavior.
We don't need to be wiring up soccer moms, but she wanted answers.
My heart is racing. This is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder, only on Hulu.
I wanted love because I was lonely, so I went online.
He's a handsome man.
He was a very handsome man. He said to me, I love you.
And I started to fall in love with him. Then something crazy happened.
I've been scammed. I had lost everything.
I was angry. I wanted to track him down. Maybe we could catch him.
I have secrets of my own.
I'm Morgan. I have 3 kids. I have an IQ of 160.
Is this what the inside of your head looks like?
Oh, buddy, not even close. I work with the cops.
You're a cop?
No, but they do sign my paychecks. We solve crimes together. This is where he attacked her. They trust me.
Continue to do me proud, just like you always do.
And I trust me.
You're waiting on me to leave so you can poke around without a warrant, aren't you?
Yeah.
It was a kidnapping, torture case.
A crime of greed and cruelty.
The men tortured the victim by beating, tasing, and burning him.
And this is where it gets really horrible. The guy was cutting off my roommates. It was like a bad dream.
This crime was horrific.
He's a psychopath.
How could you possibly defend somebody like that?
This was a story about greed, sadism, evil.
Wicked Game, Devil in the Desert, only on Hulu.
ABC's Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, life-changing. For 45 years, the most powerful stories of our time.
This is Nightline.
Wherever the story is, Nightline will take you there. Just because it's late night doesn't mean you should be in the dark. For a brighter take on the day, this is ABC's Nightline. After Kimmel, late night on ABC.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
36 current FEMA employees who signed their name to a letter warning Congress of potential danger due to cuts made at the agency have been put on administrative leave. All this according to the group Stand Up to Science that published the letter on Monday. It says the employees put on leave have been given no timetable for a return either. Stand Up for Science reports the employees were suspended and include individuals who were directly helping relief efforts in Kerr County, Texas, after those devastating floods earlier this summer. The letter was signed by more than 180 current and former employees and published on the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. We'll have a lot more news ahead, including continuing coverage of the Minneapolis school shooting. Stay right here on ABC News Live throughout the afternoon. You can also find us anywhere you stream live news. We're on the ABC News app, abcnews.com. I'm Kira Phillips. A lot more news up next. Stay with us.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City.
Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky, Minneapolis, Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
5, 6, 7, 8. It's Dancing with the Stars. Pump the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Oh, my back. From Hollywood, it's Dancing with the Stars. Tuesday, September 16th.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God.
Scamanda. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
This week, get out the sunscreen, because your mornings just got hotter.
What's a girl to do?
I want to show you the new Miami.
Lara and Sam are hitting South Beach for the GMA Miami Takeover.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
Breaking news this hour, another mass shooting in America, this time as children were sitting in pews praying during a mass at a Catholic school in Minneapolis, Minnesota. At least 2 children now confirmed dead. They were just 8 and 10 years old, 17 others injured. The suspected shooter also dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The children who witnessed the shooting now speaking out.
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
I was just at church, and I heard something like really loud, like I thought it was fireworks in the church, and then I saw the shooting, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Authorities remain on the scene of Annunciation Catholic School now in Minneapolis. Gunfire erupting just before 8:30 this morning. That shooting unfolding on just the 3rd day of the new school year. The FBI and ATF quickly responding, finding the suspected shooter dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The Minneapolis police chief describing how that shooter approached the outside of the church right there on the side and began firing a rifle through the stained glass windows as mass was taking place. We're now learning that law enforcement sources are also investigating social media accounts believed to be associated with the shooter, specifically a video posted on YouTube earlier today. Police also confirming there's no threat to the community at this time, but urging everyone, including parents and students, just to avoid the area. We have team coverage. Joining me now, investigative reporter Olivia Rubin, White House correspondent Karen Travers, Justice Department reporter Jack Date, and contributor and former NYP chief of detectives Bob Boyce. All right, Olivia, what's the latest from police this hour?
You referenced it, Kira. It's that update on social media. Sources telling us at this hour that investigators are combing through social media accounts that they believe are associated with this suspected shooter. And specifically, you said it, a YouTube video that was posted on the platform earlier today. That video shows an individual combing through, flipping through pages of notes. Those notes include what appear to be drawings of guns, and including also the drawing of an inside of a church. So that's sort of the latest development at this hour. I do also want to add that one notebook had a sticker that said, quote, "Defend equality" on with the silhouette of a long gun, and one sticker that referenced a German band that was popular, Kira, with the Columbine shooters, though that band has previously denounced any violence. So again, as we have been talking about, investigators continuing to probe this suspect. We have said all day that this would include social media. This would include going to the home, likely at some point, of the individual, talking to friends and family and coworkers in their life. And it appears that process is now unfolding with this new information that sources are telling us about these social media accounts, this YouTube video that shows these pages of notes, Kira.
Jack, what are you learning from the FBI or any of the other federal agencies with whom you speak to on a regular basis about this video?
Well, clearly, authorities are going to want to take a closer look at this video and other pieces of digital evidence that may have been left behind by the shooter, indicating, what the path to violence was for this person and how they arrived at this point, interpreting the writings and drawings to try to figure out, how much pre-planning went into this, and whether any others might have been aware of what they were doing this whole time, and whether there's indicators outside of what this person's private thoughts were and their private writings were prior to this act being taken.
And Bob, according to law enforcement, there was no prior history of violence, but we understand he was in his early 20s. And this could have been something that kicked in, something going on in his life, mental illness. This is, the prime sort of age range, late teens, early 20s. Clearly, there was more going on in this young man's life than we know at this point.
That's the frightening part, Kira. They come out of anonymous people coming out of nowhere that we don't see coming. This YouTube video will try to tie it to that church, to how long did he plan it? Did he know about this? What was his beef? And they'll do some strict analysis on all the social media platforms and see what they can find. But this video is relevant the way it came out today, just before this horrible incident.
And Karen, what more do we know from President Trump? We know he made a statement that he was monitoring the situation. We also know he had a phone call with the governor, Tim Walz. He hasn't necessarily had a chummy relationship with him, but it looks like this tragedy may have brought them together.
Yeah, very limited details, though, from the White House, except for that statement from the president earlier, Kira, who said that in that statement that he had been briefed fully on what he called a tragic shooting in Minneapolis. The president said that the FBI had quickly responded and that the White House would be monitoring this situation throughout the day and urged Americans to join him in praying for everybody involved. We also know that the president placed a call to Governor Tim Walz after the shooting took place, and a source familiar with that conversation said the president reached out to offer condolences to all the people of Minnesota, and that Governor Walz was appreciative and thanked him for that support. Kira, the president does not have any public events on his schedule today, and there's no indication yet from the White House that anything will be added for us to hear from him more directly on this shooting, but we could still see something later today from the president, but so far, just that statement.
Olivia, we know at least a dozen people were taken to the hospitals, and I know the latest numbers, 17 injured. A large part of those injuries are young children. Any word on those that were in critical condition?
No, we do know from the police chief who briefed at about noon today Eastern time, Kira, that there are 2 individuals in critical condition. As you said, 17 total injured. That number still stands as well, along with the 14, they say, of those 17 that are children. So again, the vast majority of those injured here, children. Of course, we know the 2 who lost their lives, children as well, only 8 and 10 years old. We do know that 3 hospitals around the Minneapolis area have said that they are treating victims. Again, 3 different hospitals, all of whom saying they have victims in their care right now. One of them being Minnesota Children's, saying that they have 6 victims, 6 children that have been transported to them. But again, no word on how they are doing. Still just those numbers standing at 14 to 17 and another 2 critically injured.
And Jack, you've been working on these shootings in America with our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas, for years now. And this situation, this shooting today, it's the 4th shooting in Minneapolis in just since yesterday. Do we have any idea what is going on here, or is just this sadly what we've been talking about, and that's gun violence in America?
So, Kira, police said in their briefing earlier today that the shootings earlier in Minneapolis are unrelated to this incident, but it's sort of an indicator, even with violence and crime going down in this country, and even with shootings down based on information from places like the Gun Violence Archives, and understanding that gun violence appears to be receding in this country from information that we've seen from police departments across the country. It's still a really violent place, that far too many people are being shot and killed in this country, that there's a ubiquity of firearms in this country, and unfortunately too many people are being shot.
One more question, Bob, before we go, and that's just the issue of social media. I mean, here we are again confirming that it's possible this shooter had given plenty of clues on a YouTube channel or a video that he had posted. How do you think social media has changed what we're experiencing since it's become so popular? I mean, back in the day when you and I were growing up, there wasn't social media.
I think what they see on social media is finding like-minded people who are angry, have these hatred towards certain people, and they're radicalizing. I've seen this in the Tree of Life Pittsburgh temple shooting. He was on that, radicalizing with his hate, anti-Semitism. I don't know if this is the story here, but it's something that should be looked at. And we wondered, should law enforcement monitor these platforms for this hate speech and call attention to it? That has to be talked about, and that's a hard look for law enforcement as well. But that may be the answer in preventing some of these incidents.
Olivia, Karen, Jack, Bob, thank you. For more, let's bring in Louis Porras, once again, a retired Minneapolis homicide detective and private investigator for the state of Minnesota. So, Louis, you and I were sort of talking behind the scenes about possible ties to social media, that this shooter might have posted some things on a YouTube channel. You and I were kind of talking offline. Now we are able to confirm a few things, and maybe you could add to this. Here's what we do know through our sources, that law enforcement continues to investigate social media accounts believed to be associated with the shooter, in particular a video that was posted earlier today on YouTube. There's some other things here, but let me just start with this video posted on YouTube. What do you know, and what are your sources telling you there in Minneapolis?
Yeah, my sources are confirming the same thing that law enforcement is telling you, that there was a video posted that had some disturbing images that he was thumbing through them, is my understanding. And there was an actual depiction of what appeared to be a church with pews.
Also, there was a notebook that had a sticker that said "Defend Equality" with a silhouette of a long gun, and one sticker referencing a German band that was popular with the Columbine shooters. We should point out, though, that that band that's listed has previously denounced any such violence. Are you able to confirm any of that? What are your sources telling you about that? And also, are you reading into, or what are you reading into this sticker that says "Defend Equality"? Do you think there might have been, I don't know, issues of gender or race or something going on?
I think that, well, first of all, yes, that is confirmed as far as the band that was associated with Columbine. And what I take from Defend Equality is that there may have been some issues, whether it be social issues, something that he obviously had a very strong feeling against. And I think that will come out sooner than later with law enforcement investigation. But there definitely was some anger or something where he needed to get his point out.
And just from your experience, and I asked Bob Boyce the same thing when he was, chief of detectives for the NYPD. I mean, we're living in such a different era now. We're talking about YouTube and social media accounts and putting stuff out on the internet and going down the dark web and finding like-minded people where you bond. Sadly, within these evil acts of violence. Just from your experience, just the past 30 years of being a cop, and particularly in homicide in Minneapolis, how have you seen social media impact crimes like this?
Well, I think with certain platforms, it definitely gravitates like-minded people, right? And it's super hard to control that when there's so many different platforms out there. I mean, I believe law enforcement does the best that they can. There's obviously the Special Operations Center that monitor different hate groups and things like that. But I think it's such a large platform, and there are platforms out there that we probably don't even know of, but it gravitates the self-minded people, and it gives them a platform and it gives them a voice.
And I guess moving forward, already there have been reports out there about calls that are being made that are turning out to be hoaxes. Sadly, this was not a hoax. In a time like this, how concerned are police officers about copycat situations?
Well, I think it's definitely something that they need to concern themselves with. And I think the community as well needs to make those calls. I'm hearing reports and heard reports that people did not call because they thought that all the actual gunshot was roofers or people roofing their house. I think that everybody needs to be vigilant. And obviously, there's more eyes in the community than there are police officers. So I think that if there's anything that needs to be called in, regardless, I know police will respond. I know the Minneapolis Police Department is extremely professional, and I think that they will take everything seriously.
Louis Porras, good to have your background and your experience and your insight on this, and we'll follow these postings for sure on social media. Louis, thank you.
Thank you.
We're also getting word now the President of the United States is honoring the victims of this tragedy in Minneapolis by signing a proclamation. We're learning now that the flag, as you can see here, will be flown at half-mast, not only at the White House, but all public buildings and grounds, all military posts, naval stations, all naval vessels, and federal government buildings in the District of Columbia and throughout the United States. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
I'd never seen that many skeletal remains. Thousands. It's a serial killer case.
This killer, he's the dumber you've never heard of.
More and more men are going missing, and then the lead broke the case open. They discovered the farm.
The whole place was so bizarre.
There were mannequins, almost like it was a club.
I felt the presence of evil.
The largest number of unidentified human remains, second only to the World Trade Center.
Not many people live to tell about their involvement with the serial killer.
Everything we know about this case comes from you.
Absolutely.
Let's not do that. Ooh, I'm sorry.
Never before a face-to-face interview with a camera.
Why now?
Let me ask you, am I the evil culprit, the accomplice?
I'd like to know how the audience views me.
The Fox Hollow Murders, playground of a serial killer. Only on Hulu.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
Amanda, where did you go the night of Meredith's murder? Do I need a lawyer right now?
Era nella camera da letto quando l'ha ucciso.
No, difficile. I'm innocent.
We cannot do our jobs unless you are honest with us.
This is my life we're talking about.
She's not some kind of monster.
Does truth exist if no one believes it?
The flags there at the White House, flown at half-staff as we continue to follow the breaking news out of Minnesota. At least 2 children, ages 8 and 10, confirmed dead following that mass shooting during a morning mass at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. 17 others injured, 14 of those also children. The suspect now confirmed dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Pretty emotional scenes outside the Annunciation Catholic School where the shooting took place on just the 3rd day of the new school year. President Trump saying he has been fully briefed on the shooting, that the White House will continue to monitor the terrible situation. ABC News contributor and former police chief of San Bernardino, California, Jared Bergwan, joining me now. And Jared, we're now learning that law enforcement sources are investigating all social media accounts believed to be associated with the shooter, in particular this video that he posted earlier today, apparently on YouTube. That video reportedly showing someone flipping through dozens of pages of notes, including what appears to be drawings of weapons, one drawing depicting the inside of a church with pews. Your thoughts?
Well, we covered this quite a bit in the sections before. We can talk about all the positives that social media and the internet technology has brought into our lives, but we are struggling to manage the negative consequences of it. And that is, as we've talked about all day long, you have the capacity to go online, exist within an echo chamber, have your feelings and your grievances reinforced on those platforms. And then in addition to that, there's no real monitoring as to what is truth, what is partial truth, or what is just a flat out lie. And that is a difficult environment for us to manage our way through. The fact that this suspect did this tells you that what he was seeking was attention in some way, shape, or form. He felt the need to put his grievances out there to advertise something so that he could be part of a story. And that is the bad part of the internet. That's the bad part of those platforms.
A notebook has a sticker that says "Defend Equality." Apparently, this is according to police sources, with a silhouette of a long gun. One sticker reference this German band that was popular with the Columbine shooters, a band, by the way, that has previously denounced any kind of violence. Your thought on the fact that there's this sticker that says "Defend Equality"? Is it possible that this young man was struggling with something?
Well, I think it's absolutely possible. And I think it's fair to say that he absolutely was struggling with a whole lot in life. That does not excuse his actions, That does not make anything that he did okay, and nor should we use that as a platform to justify it. The fact that he's using maybe a popular statement like defend equality, my guess is if you ever had a chance to have a conversation with him about that, he probably didn't even understand the real context of what he was saying. There's probably a mental illness at play that he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Struggling clearly with a lot in his life. I know we are going to learn more as the investigation continues. But just, I don't want to overshadow the fact that the police chief did mention the response and how they got there as fast as they could, immediately entered that church, started giving first aid to the kids that were wounded. There were still children that were hiding there where Mass was taking place. Your thoughts on how the police responded to this?
Well, unfortunately, I had the experience of going through a couple of these as a police chief. We train our officers to respond to these things in a certain way. And then we desperately hope that they, in fact, respond to their training when, in fact, it does happen. Everything that we've heard so far out of this Minneapolis response, it sounds like Minneapolis PD responded exactly how they were trained. You respond with the notion of life safety as your very first priority. Find the shooter, put him down. Secondary is let's get help to the victims, whether it's bringing medical aid in or getting them out to medical aid. And then the third priority in there, of course, is to really start working on the investigation, piecing it together and putting command and control in place. It really sounds to me like Minneapolis PD did a pretty darn good job at this point. I will add the point to the entire discussion here, though, is Minneapolis PD and all the other law enforcement agencies will be part of the healing process. They will be part of bringing that Minneapolis community back together and surviving this incident. But we also need to really think about the officers and the trauma that they experience as well. Minneapolis has had 4 significant shootings in the last day. That is a lot for any agency, regardless of how big you are, to go through. And what they saw inside that church, especially when children are hurt, has an emotional impact on people that do this job. And we need to make sure that we reach out to those folks and get them the support that they need as they go through this as well.
Point well made. Jared Bergwan, appreciate you. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
We've had a lot of reaction from folks just across the board, from the church to schools to government. Bishop Kevin Kenny of the St. Olaf Church, he's from the area, and he actually has been describing to us just how devastating this has been for his community and for the students at the Annunciation School, and how he wants answers and how he wants all of us to start praying.
I mean, it's just unbelievable that this could happen still today. Very sad for the community, for the family, and very sad for the families who've lost loved ones.
And so have you talked to any of those families yet this morning?
I've talked to a few whose children are in surgery or being cared for, just panicking. You know, of course, they're in shock and worried and asking why. And so I'm just here to comfort, and you know, they have a wonderful staff inside as well to comfort the people and to just walk with them in these hours ahead.
And you'll be here for a while for whatever people need at this point?
Yes, I will try to be, yes.
Thank you so much. And before we let you go, you were telling us that it was a mass this morning.
Correct. It was the opening school mass, is my understanding. And you know, every Catholic school has an opening school mass, so it's a horrific way for all the students to begin the school year, where safety procedures were put in place. You know, people come excited to go back to school, very excited about an academic year, feeling safe in South Minneapolis, and now look what happened. It's very unfortunate.
A lot to think about on this first week of school for a lot of people across the country. We're going to take a quick break. Other headlines straight ahead.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We appeared to be gunfire. The former president rushed off the stage.
Hurricane Helene ravaging the coastline of Florida.
It's moving really fast, screaming across the state.
And that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story.
As news breaks live.
We hear the small arms fire around us. We're right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
ABC News Live is there for you at the start of your day, all morning live.
ABC News Live, right there, as events unfold across the day.
ABC News Live, breaking down the day's top stories.
The Menendez brothers, resentenced to 50 years to life.
ABC News Live Prime, going there, wherever the story is.
Are you going to build it back up?
And ABC News Live, lighting up the weekends.
With breaking news and all the latest pop headlines.
Happy Oscars Sunday.
A lot to watch for tonight.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Experience the thrill of extraordinary routes and build unforgettable connections. It's more than a ride. It's a journey to a world free of MS. Register today at bikems.org.
People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heel shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT News anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her.
Maybe this is it. Maybe we're going to find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody.
Her last broadcast, only on Hulu.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
Reporting from the coast of Florida, where those astronauts splashed down after 9 months in space. I'm Faith Abube. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Glad you're streaming with us. Some other top headlines we're tracking for you this hour. A federal judge temporarily blocking the Trump administration from deporting Kilmar Abrego Garcia, at least until early October. U.S. District Judge saying that she will extend her temporary order, blocking his removal until Abrego Garcia's latest deportation challenge is resolved in court. An evidentiary hearing is set for October 6th, challenging Abrego Garcia's potential deportation to Uganda. The judge will issue a ruling within 30 days of that hearing. Intense rains left at least 34 people dead in Indian-controlled Kashmir. The flash floods triggering landslides in the area, displacing more than 200,000 people in Pakistan. Rain expected to continue across the region this week. Heavy downpours and flash floods in the Himalayan region, killing nearly 100 people in August. 8 chicks from one of the world's rarest birds hatching at the Chester Zoo in the UK, offering hope for the Socorro dove, a species extinct in the wild for more than 50 years. And as we think about the families in Minneapolis, we also think of our own today. Hold your kids tight. The White House lowering its flags to half-staff, honoring all the victims of the Minneapolis school shootings. We'll be right back.
The emotional toll to this very day is still just overwhelming. 20 years later, Hurricane Katrina. I had never seen that kind of destruction.
Robin Roberts, she was right there.
So many people affected by this storm.
And now Robin goes back home.
Good to see you.
Katrina may have given us a run for our money, but it could never kill us.
The all-new event special.
I'm home. It'll always be home.
Friday night on ABC.
I'm Morgan. I have 3 kids. I have an IQ of 160.
Is this what the inside of your head looks like?
Oh, buddy, not even close. I work with the cops.
You're a cop?
No, but they do sign my paychecks. We solve crimes together. This is where he attacked her. They trust me.
Continue to do me proud, just like you always do.
And I trust me.
You're waiting on me to leave so you can poke around without a warrant, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, we want to know, who are the people in your state that make such a big difference?
Come on now. We all know someone who does so much.
And we want to celebrate them with you. So scan this QR code or go to goodmorningamerica.com. Tell us about them.
We're coming to all 50 states in 50 weeks to celebrate the best of what makes America beautiful. I'm Robin Roberts in Southern California, covering those devastating wildfires. Wherever the story is, we take you there. You are streaming ABC News Live.
This is what you need to know now.
First, the big story.
And there is breaking news.
Now to some quick hits. Have you seen this?
Oh, wild.
Wow.
Cool.
Extraordinary. And take a look at this video.
We got you covered with what to watch.
The stories that you'll be talking about today.
And that is what you need to know. Streaming on Disney+.
New episodes every day.
University of Utah senior Lauren McCluskey repeatedly asked for help.
It was like getting hit by a baseball bat.
You have a powerful institution.
You have the audacity to try to cover your ass.
Friday night.
A lot of troubling information was never public.
Surveillance video, exclusive interviews.
I'm sorry I couldn't protect their daughter.
The stunning investigation.
Could Lauren's life have been saved?
2020, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News Live and our continuing coverage following that mass shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. At least 2 children dead, 8 and 10 years old, 17 others injured. The shooter now dead as well from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Gunfire erupting just before 8:30 this morning at Annunciation Catholic Church. The shooting unfolding on just the 3rd day of the new school year. The Minneapolis police chief describing how the shooter approached the outside of the church on the side and then began firing a rifle through the windows as mass took place. Now we're learning law enforcement sources are investigating social media accounts believed to be associated with the shooter, specifically a video posted on YouTube earlier today. Police confirming there's no threat to the community at this time, but still urging the public, including all parents and students, to avoid the area. Outside the White House, flags now at half-staff after a proclamation signed by President Trump to honor the victims. We have team coverage now. Joining me, investigative reporter Olivia Rubin, White House correspondent Karen Travers, Justice Department reporter Luke Barr, and contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. What more do we know from authorities as they've been investigating not only the site of where the shooting occurred, but also his vehicle?
Well, this social media aspect is new, Kira. Sources telling us, as you hinted at just in your opening there, that they are probing through social media accounts that they do believe are associated with this suspected shooter. As you said, one of them being a YouTube account and a YouTube video that was uploaded to the profile shortly before this shooting occurred. That's according to sources familiar speaking with ABC. And what that video shows is an individual flipping through a notebook, Kira. And inside of that notebook appears to be dozens of pages of notes with drawings of weapons, including one that appears to be the inside of a church with pews. Of course, officials have laid out in just graphic detail about how this unfolded in a church with children sitting in pews at a church. There's also a sticker in the notebook that says, quote, defend equality on a long gun, Kira. So again, as we have said all day, officials will continue to probe social media, friends, the home, family, co-workers, anyone, again, who can glean insight into this individual who authorities, again, have said has no known criminal history, is young, male, believed to be in their 20s. What would drive this person to carry out such a horrific act? Again, because there is no criminal history here, all part of what officials are looking at. As you said, there's also the vehicle left at the scene, could be something they potentially find in there, but so far, no word yet, certainly on motive, Kira. Far too early.
Luke, what more can you tell us about investigators looking into his social media accounts, this video that was apparently posted on YouTube this morning?
Well, Kira, they're looking at all of that. They're going to be combing through the suspect's social media to see if there were any indicators that this attack might have been pre-planned. They're looking at everything, all the history involved with this suspect. They're also looking at where the suspect got the guns. ATF is conducting what is called an urgent trace to find where the suspect got firearms. And the police chief said today, Kira, at that press conference that there was information left behind by the shooter. They're certainly going to be looking at that, working their way backwards to see how this person, got to the pathway of violence, Kira.
All right, and Karen, the president now honoring victims with the proclamation to honor them, that the flags at half staff at the White House and across D.C. and across the country.
And around the world, Kira, the president in that last half hour had signed the proclamation ordering flags around the country and around the world to be lowered to half staff through Sunday at sunset as a mark honoring the victims of this tragic shooting. This is customary after an event like this, and unfortunately it happens far too frequently in this country. The president, we know, had been briefed on this shooting earlier today. He said the White House would continue to monitor the situation throughout the day. He also placed a call to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to offer his condolences to all the people there in Minnesota. And the source familiar with that conversation, Kira, tells us that Governor Walz was appreciative of the president offering that support. We haven't seen the president yet today. We haven't heard from him directly about that phone call with Governor Walz. He doesn't have any events on his public schedule today, and we haven't gotten an indication from the White House that that schedule is going to change.
Got it. And Brad, as we learn more about social media and more about this young shooter, what else are we learning about possible ties to Annunciation?
Well, I don't know of any at this point. I guess it would surprise me if he doesn't have any. At the very least, it had to be some issue with the Catholic Church and maybe a Catholic school. Maybe not that one, but usually shooters go back to where they feel like they've been traumatized, not treated fairly, and that's where they seek their revenge, because it's all, they externalize all of this. It's all about somebody else's fault as to whatever may have happened to this 20-some-year-old when he was younger at this school or maybe another Catholic school, and he's going to go right or wrong. And so he believes he's justified in doing it, at least in the moment. Now, the idea that he took his own life, which is, as we both know, very common in these mass shooters, is that, he had glory for 3 to 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe, and then he knew that was it. And so he took his own life. But there's got to be some connection, I think, probably to this school and church, or one similar to it. And my guess is they're going to discover that. He's young enough that I'm sure, as you already mentioned, he's got a social media profile. And for kids this age or young adults this age, they're going to write something about it, maybe not directly, but there's going to be information out there about what he ended up doing today.
All right. Brad, Luke, Karen, Olivia, thank you all. For more, let's bring in Louis Porras, once again, retired Minneapolis homicide detective, also private investigator there in the state of Minnesota. Louis, you and I have been talking about, and now we're able to confirm the social media aspect of this investigation, that possibly there are some ties to the shooter via social media, possibly a video posted on YouTube. Bring us up to date on what you know and what your sources are telling you. That's all right.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. No problem. Go ahead and start from the beginning.
Yeah, my sources are pretty much confirming what law enforcement is telling everybody, that there are some disturbing videos out there, that he had a YouTube platform, and they are going through those videos to see if anything that they can learn that has led to these tragic events today.
And now there are some other things circulating out on social media, some I know that you're looking into as well, that possibly his mother might have worked at the school. Are you able to confirm that, or do you know if investigators are looking into that at least?
Well, I mean, it's being put out there on social media. And again, everybody needs to be careful with what is actually being put out there. There's nothing that my sources are telling me that is confirmed. But I do know that in situations like this, I believe that this area was targeted, that there was some type of connection with the shooter to this place. It'd be interesting to see what the proximity of how far he lived from this church, and did he go to the church? What was his relationship, his connection with that church?
The video also is showing someone flipping through dozens of pages of notes, which include what to be prepared drawings of weapons. One drawing actually depicting the inside of a church with pews. Also a notebook with a sticker talking about defend equality. What do you think could possibly, I mean, clearly if these drawings are tied to the shooter, it matches up with what ended up being targeted today. What about the notebook with the sticker about defend equality?
Well, there's obviously some issues that were troubling this individual, and could it have been something with the government? Could it have been something with the Catholic Church? Could there be something that was deeper that was troubling him? Did he feel like he was victimized some way, somehow by his upbringing? This Catholic school was just K through 8th grade. Did something happen that he may have been a victim of? I think law enforcement will find that out quickly.
You know, it's a question that we always ask when we investigate stories like this, and there more often than none, there's always a sign that there was something via social media. I'm just thinking about to all this other school shootings we've covered just in the past few years, and there were things on social media. Is there anything that social media sites could do, should do, that you would like to see these sites do to alert authorities when this type of content is out there?
Well, you know, I think in the times that we're in right now with all the technology, with AI, I mean, maybe there's something that can be done with that to monitor, but the intelligence that can be gathered earlier than that is from friends, was from family, relatives that are seeing some type of issues that are disturbing to them. I mean, that's things that are easily reportable. If a family member sees something like that, it's easier to get information that way and to get it reported than it is to try to monitor how many different types of social media platforms. There is no regulation, and unfortunately, it gravitates to like-minded individuals.
Louis Porras, it's been great to have you throughout the afternoon. Appreciate your insight. Keep us posted on what you know, please.
Thank you.
And we continue, of course, to monitor the scene there in Minneapolis. We're also hearing directly from eyewitnesses to this mass shooting, from students like Clarissa Garcia, who attends Annunciation Catholic School. She was actually inside the church when Mass was taking place and when those shots rang out. Here's what she told our Minneapolis affiliate about what she witnessed as she's now holding very tightly to her mother's hand.
I was just at church, and I heard something like really loud, like I thought it was fireworks in the church, and then I saw the shooting, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. And so a teacher laid me downstairs to like the preschool classroom, and so I went there, and me and my friend Cece were just praying, and then we went outside. We were just like waiting there, and then we went to somebody's house to be safe, and then we went to the F-45 thing, and then I saw my mom, and I was just like so happy, I was really glad that she was like with me.
And what was going through your mind when you were in that preschool classroom praying?
I hope like nobody got like killed or something like that, or like hurt. And like I was just like praying if everybody could be safe and like nobody would do this again.
How did it feel to hug your mom and get home?
I felt like really safe, like my guardian angel with me, God was with me, and like I was just hugging my mom tightly as I can.
And you heard it, but you didn't see anything.
I heard like I saw the like bullet kinda, but and then it ran off.
Thanks again to Clarissa there, Garcia, for talking to our reporters. We're going to take a quick break. More special coverage straight ahead.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work. Hi. Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Are you ready?
Yes!
For Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on Disney+.
Let's do this.
One of the best Marvel movies of all time is now streaming on Disney+.
Meet the new Avengers.
That's cool name. Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on, you guessed it, Disney+. And right now, get Disney+, Hulu, and all of ESPN with an incredible limited time offer.
We were 2 perfect little families that are all best friends. But he was crazy. Denise calls me and said that Mike hasn't come home.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
She starts an affair with my husband, Brian. It involved decadent sexual behavior.
We don't need to be wiring up soccer moms, but she wanted answers.
My heart is racing. This is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Only on Hulu.
This is what you need to know now.
First, the big story.
And there is breaking news.
Now to some quick hits. Have you seen this?
Oh, wild.
Wow.
Cool.
Extraordinary. And take a look at this video.
We got you covered with what to watch.
The stories that you'll be talking about today.
And that is what you need to know. Streaming on Disney+.
New episodes every day.
The flags there at the White House, flown at half staff as we continue to follow the breaking news out of Minnesota. At least 2 children, ages 8 and 10, confirmed dead following that mass shooting during a morning mass at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. 17 others injured, 14 of those also children. The suspect now confirmed dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Pretty emotional scenes outside the Annunciation Catholic School where the shooting took place on just the 3rd day of the new school year. President Trump saying he has been fully briefed on the shooting, that the White House will continue to monitor the terrible situation. ABC News contributor and former police chief of San Bernardino, California, Jared Bergwan, joining me now. And Jared, we're now learning that law enforcement sources are investigating all social media accounts believed to be associated with the shooter, in particular this video that he posted earlier today, apparently on YouTube. That video reportedly showing someone flipping through dozens of pages of notes, including what appears to be drawings of weapons, one drawing depicting the inside of a church with pews. Your thoughts?
Well, we covered this quite a bit in the sections before. We can talk about all the positives that social media and the internet technology has brought into our lives, but we are struggling to manage the negative consequences of it. And that is, as we've talked about all day long, you have the capacity to go online, exist within an echo chamber, have your feelings and your grievances reinforced on those platforms. And then in addition to that, there's no real monitoring as to what is truth, what is partial truth, or what is just a flat out lie. And that is a difficult environment for us to manage our way through. The fact that this suspect did this tells you that what he was seeking was attention in some way, shape, or form. He felt the need to put his grievances out there to advertise something so that he could be part of a story. And that is the bad part of the internet. That's the bad part of those platforms.
A notebook has a sticker that says "Defend Equality." Apparently, this is according to police sources, with a silhouette of a long gun. One sticker reference this German band that was popular with the Columbine shooters, a band, by the way, that has previously denounced any kind of violence. Your thought on the fact that there's this sticker that says "Defend Equality"? Is it possible that this young man was struggling with something?
Well, I think it's absolutely possible. And I think it's fair to say that he absolutely was struggling with a whole lot in life. That does not excuse his actions. That does not make anything that he did okay, and nor should we use that as a platform to justify it. The fact that he's using maybe a popular statement like "Defend Equality," my guess is if you ever had a chance to have a conversation with him about that, he probably didn't even understand the real context of what he was saying. There's probably a mental illness at play that he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Struggling clearly with a lot in his life. I know we are going to learn more as the investigation continues. But just, I don't want to overshadow the fact that the police chief did mention the response and how they got there as fast as they could, immediately entered that church, started giving first aid to the kids that were wounded. There were still children that were hiding there where Mass was taking place. Your thoughts on how the police responded to this?
Well, unfortunately, I had the experience of going through a couple of these as a police chief. We train our officers to respond to these things in a certain way. And then we desperately hope that they, in fact, respond to their training when, in fact, it does happen. Everything that we've heard so far out of this Minneapolis response, it sounds like Minneapolis PD responded exactly how they were trained. You respond with the notion of life safety as your very first priority. Find the shooter, put him down. Secondary is let's get help to the victims, whether it's bringing medical aid in or getting them out to medical aid. And then the third priority in there, of course, is to really start working on the investigation, piecing it together and putting command and control in place. It really sounds to me like Minneapolis PD did a pretty darn good job at this point. I will add the point to the entire discussion here, though, is Minneapolis PD and all the other law enforcement agencies will be part of the healing process. They will be part of bringing that Minneapolis community back together and surviving this incident. But we also need to really think about the officers and the trauma that they experience as well. Minneapolis has had 4 significant shootings in the last day. That is a lot for any agency, regardless of how big you are, to go through. And what they saw inside that church, especially when children are hurt, has an emotional impact on people that do this job. And we need to make sure that we reach out to those folks and get them the support that they need as they go through this as well.
Point well made. Jared Bergwan, appreciate you. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
We've had a lot of reaction from folks just across the board, from the church to schools to government. Bishop Kevin Kenny of the St. Olaf Church, he's from the area, and he actually has been describing to us just how devastating this has been for his community and for the students at the Annunciation School, and how he wants answers and how he wants all of us to start praying.
I mean, it's just unbelievable that this could happen still today. Very sad for the community, for the family, and very sad for the families who've lost loved ones.
And so have you talked to any of those families yet this morning?
I've talked to a few whose children are in surgery or being cared for, just panicking. You know, of course, they're in shock and worried and asking why. And so I'm just here to comfort, and they have a wonderful staff inside as well to comfort the people and to just walk with them in these hours ahead.
And you'll be here for a while for whatever people need at this point?
Yes, I will try to be, yes.
Thank you so much. And before we let you go, you were telling us that it was a mass this morning.
Correct. It was the opening school mass, is my understanding. And every Catholic school has an opening school mass, so it's a horrific way for all the students to begin the school year, where safety procedures were put in place. People come excited to go back to school, very excited about an academic year, feeling safe in South Minneapolis, and now look what happened. It's very unfortunate.
A lot to think about on this first week of school for a lot of people across the country. We're going to take a quick break. Other headlines straight ahead.
Now you can listen to a podcast version of World News Tonight, available free wherever you listen. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu.
People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heeled shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT News anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her. Maybe this is it. Maybe we're going to find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody.
Her last broadcast, only on Hulu.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch. He's coming to Disney Plus September 3rd.
Come here, boy.
He is your responsibility. Got it.
We promise.
Yeah. The global phenomenon. He's finally landing on Disney Plus.
He's so cute and fluffy. I'm so glad I found you.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch, available September 3rd on Disney Plus, rated PG. And right now, get Disney Plus, Hulu, and all of ESPN with an incredible limited-time offer.
To you, my darling.
No, to you.
The Roses were living the dream.
More champagne for me, please.
Until it all came crashing down.
He got fired.
Fired?
From the director of Meet the Parents.
You're a failure. Women don't like that.
If you need a shoulder or an inner thigh to lean on.
Now in theaters.
We want everything.
Wow. Jeez. Stop. And see The Roses.
These people.
The Roses. Rated R.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
This is what you need to know now.
First, the big story.
And there is breaking news.
Now to some quick hits. Have you seen this?
Wild.
Wow.
Cool.
Extraordinary. And take a look at this video.
We got you covered with what to watch.
The stories that you'll be talking about today.
And that is what you need to know. Streaming on Disney Plus. New episodes every day.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program.
Glad you're streaming with us. Some other top headlines we're tracking for you this hour. A federal judge temporarily blocking the Trump administration from deporting Kilmar Abrego Garcia, at least until early October. U.S. District Judge saying that she will extend her temporary order, blocking his removal until Abrego Garcia's latest deportation challenge is resolved in court. An evidentiary hearing is set for October 6th, challenging Abrego Garcia's potential deportation to Uganda. The judge will issue a ruling within 30 days of that hearing. Intense rains left at least 34 people dead in Indian-controlled Kashmir. The flash floods triggering landslides in the area, displacing more than 200,000 people in Pakistan. Rain expected to continue across the region this week. Heavy downpours and flash floods in the Himalayan region, killing nearly 100 people in August. 8 chicks from one of the world's rarest birds hatching at the Chester Zoo in the UK, offering hope for the Socorro dove, a species extinct in the wild for more than 50 years. And as we think about the families in Minneapolis, we also think of our own today. Hold your kids tight. The White House lowering its flags to half-staff, honoring all the victims of the Minneapolis school shootings. We'll be right back.
Across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
Hi. When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we both never been. Growing up doesn't mean
Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home, putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together.
Happy birthday.
Brighten your morning.
I'm George. How are you?
And the day ahead.
Yeah! 5, 6, 7,
It's Dancing with the Stars.
Pump the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping.
Oh, my back. From Hollywood, it's Dancing with the Stars. Tuesday, September 16th.
A deadly mystery.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
Forbidden love.
It involved decadent sexual behavior.
And then...
this is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Only on Hulu.
Now you can listen to a podcast version of World News Tonight, available free wherever you listen.
Reporting from the Palisades Fire in Los Angeles County, I'm Alex Perche. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
We continue to follow breaking news this hour. That mass shooting here in America, this time as children were sitting in pews praying during Mass at a Catholic school in Minneapolis, Minnesota. At least 2 children are dead, 8 and 10 years old, 17 others injured. The suspected shooter now dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound and in the blink of an eye. Annunciation Catholic School, now the site of our nation's latest mass shooting.
My girlfriend who's up there walked down and said, "Do you know what's going on?" And I said, "No." And they said it was their 23-year-old son. Really close to home, especially on the same block where you live, and that's where your son went to school. I can't imagine the little kids, how they felt about it, the confusion. It'll impact me for life.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Glad you're with us today, but the news is tough. Authorities still remain on the scene of that Catholic school in Minneapolis. Gunfire erupting just before 8:30 this morning. The shooting unfolding on the 3rd day of the new school year. The FBI and ATF quickly responding, finding the suspected shooter dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The Minneapolis police chief describing how that shooter approached the outside of the church from the side and then began firing a rifle through the stained glass windows as Mass was taking place. Now we're learning law enforcement sources are investigating social media accounts believed to be associated with the shooter, specifically a video posted on YouTube earlier today. Police confirming there is no threat to the community, but still urging the public, like parents and students, to simply avoid the area. We have team coverage. Investigative reporter Olivia Rubin, White House correspondent Karen Travers, Justice Department reporter Jack Date, also contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Olivia, what more are we learning at this hour?
Officials, Kira, say they will once again brief the public about 30 minutes from now. Remember, when we heard from them at noon, that's when we heard most of the information about what unfolded here. And again, that was quite a few hours ago. And we have talked all day about how frequently these situations change. They are in the early stages of an investigation and a breaking news scene and a breaking tragic scene. So that is likely that we could get some new information there. Remember, last we heard from officials, as you said, it was 2 dead, 17 injured, 2 critical. We've heard from 3 hospitals who are treating those victims, most of which are children. 1 hospital, 1 children's hospital, treating 6 victims. And we also know that officials have been sort of frantically continuing to look into this suspect. We have not been given an official name on this individual. That's something to look for coming up in 30 minutes. We do know that they say that this is a young man believed to be in about his 20s. They have not indicated yet if there is any connection yet between the school or the church and this individual, though, as we have heard from our contributors, that is likely the case. In these instances, these shooters go somewhere where they are familiar with. So continuing there, they have searched, they said, his car that they believe is connected to him and was left on scene, and that they are expected to conduct additional searches. So we could also, Kira, in these next 30 minutes, get an update on where else police have been today. Again, it's likely that they have gone to the suspect's home to figure out if there's anyone there they can speak to glean a little bit more of a motive here. So that's what what they've been conducting. We've also spoken about this new social media aspect. Sources have told us that they are probing the suspect's social media accounts that they believe are connected to him. That also includes, Kira, a YouTube account that had a video posted and uploaded just a bit before the shooting. Again, that video depicted an individual flipping through dozens of pages of a notebook. In that notebook included drawings of guns, as well as drawings of a church, including pews. And remember, investigators have painted a very vivid picture of what exactly this was, and this was an individual open firing into the pews of a church here. So again, just about 30 minutes from now, we should be hearing a bit more about what investigators have learned in the hours since this has unfolded.
Jack, are we getting anything from federal officials or local police about this suspect being tied to this school in some way?
They're clearly drilling down into that type of information to try to learn what the connection was and why this suspect presented himself there. Authorities are also, they've already completed an urgent trace on the firearms that were found at the scene, the 3 firearms, a rifle, a shotgun, and a handgun. The fact that those traces were completed so expeditiously is probably an indicator that it was a fairly recent purchase and likely purchased from a federally licensed firearms dealer. And it's also, this person, as police said earlier, had no prior history or criminal history that was significant. So it's likely this person was able to legally purchase firearms in his state.
And Brad, what do you think the FBI is doing at this hour?
So the FBI, because this is not a terrorism case, would be a support. In other words, offering technology, offering the evidence response team if they need them at, the shooting scene location, the shooter's house, whatever locations are relevant to this shooter. Interviews, if they need help doing interviews, in particular, if they need people interviewed that aren't around Minneapolis. Let's say they're in another state. So this is a fairly common role for the FBI to drop into, much like ATF, because they do much the same thing. It's still a city police department, a case, and you just help them the best you can, obviously ATF with weapons, as Jack mentioned. So, that's going to be the primary role. And that may be a bigger role, it may be a smaller role, but it typically is an important role.
And Karen, we know that President Trump did put out a statement, also signed the proclamation where flags now are being flown at half staff from the White House to all military government buildings, asking actually for flags to fly half staff around the world right now. Mm-hmm. Do we know if the White House will be able to do anything more? Will it do anything more to further this investigation along?
Yeah, Kira, we don't have indications that we'll hear from the president any further beyond that short statement he had issued earlier today. He has no public events on his schedule today, so there isn't an obvious event later where we might hear him, see him on camera weighing in on this. The flags, as you noted, within the last hour were lowered to half staff here at the White House, on top of the residence, on the north and the south lawns here, and also ordered that to happen across the country and around the world at U.S. public buildings as a sign of respect, honoring the victims of this shooting. The president earlier today called Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to offer condolences for the people there in Minnesota. And a source familiar with that conversation says that Governor Walz appreciated the support from the president. But we haven't heard directly from the president about that phone call or any updates since this morning as this investigation continues. But the president, Kira, did say in his one statement on this that they would be monitoring the situation throughout the day.
All right, and so will we. Olivia, Karen, Jack, Brad, thanks, guys. And let's bring in, once again, Louis Porras, a retired Minneapolis homicide detective and private investigator for the state of Minnesota. I know you've been talking to a number of your sources. Can you just bring us up to date on what you know that's out there about this YouTube video that is believed to have been posted just before this shooting took place? Also possible ties to Annunciation Catholic Church and even a possibility that this sticker that was found in his notebook referencing Defend Equality, that this young shooter was going through some type of gender identity situation.
Yes, Kira, thanks for having me. Yes, there I am hearing the same thing that you are, that law enforcement is looking into a quite lengthy video that he had posted on his YouTube channel that they will definitely dissect, basically second by second, to see if they see anything on there that will maybe give them some insight of why he had done this. And again, everybody needs to be careful with social media, but there was something put out there that he may have had some type of connection with this church, that his mother may have worked there, which would give everybody the idea that he possibly and probably had been inside that church, knew the layout, and knew exactly what he was doing when he did this act.
And just, the fact that more than likely he's tied to what investigators are finding on social media sites, does that help you as an investigator in a situation like this, when there are postings, when there are things online, when you're able to get a cell phone or a computer or a laptop to sort of link these crimes much more quickly to a shooter because of social media postings?
Most definitely. If you can grab a device, a cell phone, a laptop, an iPad, the first thing you're going to want to do is start dumping all that information with the forensic group. Get the digital footprint on everything he's looked into, everything he's searched for, and then you should be able to corroborate a lot of the stuff that is being put out there by the social media detectives. But definitely, if you can get to his device and start downloading that as fast as possible, that's when you're going to learn the most information about this individual.
And we're going to track it. Louis, appreciate all your time today. Thank you. Also, we heard from the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey. He was a part of that press conference earlier today with the chief of police. He also had another chance to speak with reporters. Let's take a listen.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. To everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own.
We're going to take a quick break. More coverage straight ahead.
I'd never seen that many skeletal remains. Thousands. It's a serial killer case.
This killer, he's the Dahmer you've never heard of.
More and more men are going missing, and then the lead broke the case open. They discovered the farm.
The whole place was so bizarre.
There were mannequins, almost like it was a club.
I felt the presence of evil.
The largest number of unidentified human remains, second only to the World Trade Center.
Not many people live to tell about their involvement with the serial killer.
Everything we know about this case comes from you.
Absolutely. Let's not do that.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Never before a face-to-face interview with a camera.
Why now?
Let me ask you, am I the evil culprit, the accomplice? I'd like to know how the audience views me.
The Fox Hollow Murders, Playground of a Serial Killer. Only on Hulu.
University of Utah senior Lauren McCluskey repeatedly asked for help.
It was like getting hit by a baseball bat.
You have a powerful institution.
You have the audacity to try to cover your ass.
Friday night.
A lot of troubling information was never public.
Surveillance video, exclusive interviews.
I'm sorry I couldn't protect their daughter.
The stunning investigation.
Could Lauren's life have been saved?
2020, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Amanda, where did you go the night of Meredith's murder?
Do I need a lawyer right now?
Era nella camera da letto quando l'ho ucciso.
No, difficile, è italiana. I'm innocent.
We cannot do our jobs unless you are honest with us.
This is my life we're talking about.
She's not some kind of monster.
Does truth exist if no one believes it?
We are still following the breaking news out of Minneapolis, where at least 2 children, ages 8 and 10, are confirmed dead following that mass shooting during a morning mass at a Catholic school. 17 others injured, 14 of those also children. The suspect now confirmed dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Pretty emotional scenes outside the Annunciation Catholic School, where the shooting took place on the 3rd day of the new school year. President Trump says he's been fully briefed, that the White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. You can see flags were ordered to be flown at half staff. I spoke with Minneapolis City Council member Latricia Vuto, who was devastated. Take a listen. First of all, are you learning any new details about this shooter?
So thank you for having me. And no, I'm learning as we all are learning from the press conference of the chief and the mayor and some of my council colleagues.
How about the community? I'm sure you are hearing from your constituents, your friends, your neighbors, fellow churchgoers.
It's just unthinkable. It's an unthinkable tragedy, and this community is devastated.
You know, a lot of families are
really tough.
Yeah. I understand. I know you probably need a minute. I mean, this is your community. Look, this is Minnesota. You think of the Midwest, and this is not supposed to happen, anywhere across the country. But I was born and raised in this part of the world, and it's devastating for folks, and especially at a school, a Catholic school. You're in church, you're in mass, you're praying. You should feel safe. You should feel protected. And now you've got families across the area sending their kids back to school, all across Minneapolis, the area that you represent. What's your message to them? I guess, first of all, your local community. Do we get up and go to school tomorrow? What do we do?
I don't know. I mean, it's just so devastating. It's hard to even say what we do because it just feels so bad. These images I'm seeing of families just grabbing their babies. I'm sure everyone is gonna hug their family a little bit tighter tonight. I don't know. I don't know if the message is we go to school tomorrow. I don't know what that feels like for families. It's scary. It's scary for everyone, not just the families that are affected at this school, but anyone who's sending their kids to school this week and next week. People are scared. That's the message I'm hearing. People are scared.
I know you're trying to wrap your head around this. It's fresh. It just happened. But you are a Minneapolis council member. You're going to have to jump in. You're going to have to do something. People are going to want to hear from you on what should happen next. What are you going to do, not only to help heal, but also make your kids feel safe, make families feel safe. There are so many things to talk about. Our children, security, gun laws, guns, mental health. There has to be a lot going through your mind. Where are you going to begin as you start to process all this as a member of the council? What are you hoping to do? What is going to be your mission now?
I think the first thing is, how do we create an environment where people can share what they feel like, what this is doing to our community and family? So creating a safe space for people to talk and share with each other their feelings and how they want to see things happen in the future in the city of Minneapolis in particular, like how communities want to deal with what we can do, me as a policymaker, but also us as a community, how we come together and deal with yet another tragedy in Minnesota.
Well, I appreciate your time. I know there's a lot of work to get done and a lot of families to call. Latricia Vuto, Minneapolis City Council member, I really appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a quick break. We have some other headlines to get to as well.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We appeared to be gunfire. The former president rushed off the stage.
Hurricane Helene ravaging the coastline of Florida.
It's moving really fast, screaming across the state.
And that's why ABC News Live never stops.
taking you to the center of the story.
As news breaks live.
We hear the small arms fire around us.
We're right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
ABC News Live is there for you at the start of your day, all morning live.
ABC News Live, right there, as events unfold across the day.
ABC News Live, breaking down the day's top stories.
The Menendez brothers resentenced to 50 years to life.
ABC News Live Prime going there, wherever the story is.
Are you going to build it back up?
And ABC News Live lighting up the weekends.
With breaking news and all the latest pop headlines.
Happy Oscars Sunday.
A lot to watch for tonight.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu.
I'm Morgan. I have 3 kids. I have an IQ of 160.
Is this what the inside of your head looks like?
Oh, buddy, not even close. I work with the cops.
You're a cop?
No, but they do sign my paychecks. We solve crimes together. This is where he attacked her. They trust me.
Continue to do me proud, just like you always do.
And I trust me.
You're waiting on me to leave so you can poke around without a warrant, aren't you?
Yeah.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
This week, get out the sunscreen, because your mornings just got hotter.
What's a girl to do?
I want to show you the new Miami.
Lara and Sam are hitting South Beach for the GMA Miami Takeover.
We are expecting Minneapolis officials to give an update on the investigation into the Catholic school shooting. As soon as that news conference starts, we will bring it to you live. But first, some of the other top headlines that we're tracking for you. Prosecutors and law enforcement say they believe that the parents of a missing 7-month-old child of theirs eventually died from being abused by those parents. Baby Emmanuel Haro was reported missing on August 14th after his mother claimed she was attacked in a parking lot outside of a store in California and that the baby was kidnapped. Well, law enforcement said that the story just didn't add up, and yesterday Rebecca and Jake Haro were charged with murder. While Emmanuel's remains have not yet been found, officials have a strong indication apparently of where the remains are located. Authorities say Jake Haro and his ex-wife were previously prosecuted for child abuse in 2018 for harming an infant. And then take a look at this pretty incredible drone video of a water rescue that happened earlier this month. A pilot experiencing engine failure performed an emergency landing off the coast of North Carolina, surviving on a small pocket of air in the back of the aircraft's cabin. The pilot was guided out by quick responding rescuers, showing him how to get out underneath the water there through the windshield. The extraction took less than 30 seconds. Pretty amazing. SpaceX has successfully completed the 10th test flight of its Starship spacecraft after a series of high-profile setbacks. The company launching the world's most powerful rocket and spacecraft combo last night, achieving the company's primary objectives. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk says the Starship will someday carry astronauts and cargo to the moon and Mars. Starship and its Super Heavy booster is designed by SpaceX to be fully reusable. Well, we are in our lover era now as we learn new details about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's engagement. ABC's Will Reeve has more on what we're learning about that 8-carat ring, what Travis's father is actually revealing, and, well, what's next for their love story.
She said yes. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce announcing they're engaged. The news sending Swifties into hysteria.
I think I'm more excited about this than I would be about my own engagement.
Oh my God! What is happening?
The 14-time Grammy winner and 3-time Super Bowl champion breaking the news on Instagram with the caption, "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married," with her song So High School playing in the background. Kelsey's father, Ed, telling our station WEWS the engagement happened nearly 2 weeks ago, coinciding with the announcement of Swift's new album, The Life of a Showgirl, saying Travis popped the question in the middle of a garden as they were on their way to dinner in Missouri. New details also emerging about the ring. ABC News confirming Kelsey helped design it with Kindred Lubbock of Artifacts Fine Jewelry in New York City.
The ring is so perfect for Taylor. It's antique-inspired, it's whimsical. Our experts say that the ring could be worth up to $5 million.
The couple's relationship has been a spectacle since they got together in 2023, after Kelsey says he tried to meet Swift at her Eras Tour show in Kansas City, but couldn't get past security.
This kind of felt more like I was in an 80s John Hughes movie and he was just like standing outside of my window with a boombox just being like, I want to date you.
Yeah.
Do you want to go on a date with me? I made you a friendship bracelet. Do you want to date me?
Just come outside and meet me. Just meet me once.
The two supporting each other ever since, from the concert stage to the football field. And recently gushing about each other on the Kelsey Brothers podcast, New Heights.
He's like a human exclamation point.
I'm telling you, she makes me so much better. It's like, I've known you forever. It's like, it was just the easiest conversation I ever had. And it was just so much fun that it just, knocked my socks off, from what they say. Knocked your socks off.
Yeah. Thank you. I felt the same exact way about you.
I had never experienced something so mesmerizing on stage and then so real and so beautiful in person.
Hey, that's
should I leave?
I'm just gonna leave. I think so. Honestly, at this point, I think everyone should leave.
This engagement led to a lot of engagement on social media. Meta announcing that the post breaking the news broke the record for the most reposts ever, over 1 million in under 6 hours. And as of right now, the post has over 2 million reposts and nearly 30 million likes, Kira.
Yeah, it's the love story of the 21st century? Is that what you were saying, Diana? Yes, everybody's talking about it. Will Reeve, thank you. The news never stops, and neither does the love for Taylor and Travis. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. We're on the ABC News app, also abcnews.com. I'm Kira Phillips. A lot more news up next. Stay with us.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
From Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home?
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Santa Fe, New Mexico. Raleigh, North Carolina. The U.S. Capitol. Mayfield, Kentucky.
Minneapolis,
Mexico. Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen. Giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
Okay, we want to know, who are the people in your state that make such a big difference?
Come on now. We all know someone who does so much.
And we want to celebrate them with you. So scan this QR code or go to goodmorningamerica.com. Tell us about them.
We're coming to all 50 states in 50 weeks to celebrate the best of what makes America beautiful.
You can hear the critics scream. FX's Alien Earth is a remarkable achievement. A thrilling epic. Riveting. Addictive. And gripping. A world-altering breakthrough. Don't miss FX's Alien Earth, all new Tuesdays on FX, Hulu, and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers.
This week, get out the sunscreen, because your mornings just got hotter.
What's a girl to do?
I want to show you the new Miami.
Lara and Sam are hitting South Beach for the GMA Miami Takeover.
Friday.
Hey, what's up, Good Morning America? We are Simple Plan, and we are coming for you.
It's Simple Plan, live in concert. Friday.
We'll see you real soon.
Only on GMA's Summer Concert Series, sponsored by Massage Envy.
The emotional toll to this very day is still just overwhelming. 20 years later, Hurricane Katrina. I had never seen that kind of destruction.
Robin Roberts, she was right there.
So many people affected by this storm.
And now Robin goes back home.
Good to see you.
Katrina may have given us a run for our money, but it could never kill us.
The all-new event special.
I'm home. It'll always be home.
Friday night on ABC.
The peaceful silence in Kafue National Park was pierced by a gunshot.
There's been a horrible tragic accident.
His wife was shot dead.
There were a number of factors that indicated that this was not an accident. They thought they had gotten away with it for years.
This call is from a federal prison.
I relive this every day in my mind.
I still can't believe it turned out the way it did.
Trophy Wife, Murder on Safari, only on Hulu. University of Utah senior Lauren McCluskey repeatedly asked for help.
It was like getting hit by a baseball bat.
You have a powerful institution.
You have the audacity to try to cover your ass.
Friday night.
A lot of troubling information was never public.
Surveillance video, exclusive interviews.
I'm sorry I couldn't protect their daughter.
The stunning investigation.
Could Lauren's life have been saved?
2020, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are continuing to watch our live coverage after that mass shooting took place at a Catholic school in Minnesota this morning. Live images outside of where it happened. We are waiting for a news conference that's supposed to start at any moment with law enforcement and city officials. Hopefully, we're going to get an update on what exactly happened at Annunciation Catholic School, where 2 children were killed, 8 years old and 10 years old, 17 others injured. The shooter now dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Here's what we know. Gunfire erupted just before 8:30 a.m. this morning. The shooting unfolding on the 3rd day of the new school year. The school celebrating its 100th anniversary. The Minneapolis police chief describing how the shooter approached the outside of the church from the side and then began firing a rifle through the stained glass windows as Mass was taking place. Now we're learning law enforcement sources are investigating social media accounts believed to be associated with the shooter, specifically a video that he posted on YouTube earlier today. Police also confirming there is no threat to the community at this time. They do believe this was a solo act of violence, but they are still urging the public, including parents and students, to just avoid the area altogether. We have team coverage. Joining me now, investigative reporter Olivia Rubin, Justice Department reporter Luke Barr, our contributor, former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Also, I want to bring into the discussion Louis Porras. He's a retired Minneapolis homicide detective and private investigator for the state of Minnesota. Brad, you're former FBI. Louis, you are retired Minneapolis homicide detective. There's all types of agencies involved in this investigation. So, Louis, why don't we start local at this hour? What are your former co-officers working on right now?
Well, I think the biggest thing that they're working on right now is maintaining that crime scene. And I think everybody on the panel can agree that you only get one chance to get it right. You can't unring that bell once you have hurried through the scene. You have to literally go extremely meticulous through that, gather as much evidence as you can, make that crime scene as big as you can. You can always close in, you can't go out.
And Louis, do we know at this point if indeed that crime scene has been cleared, that all the injured have been taken to the hospital, those that have passed, of course, have been taken to the right place? Is it now an empty church where police are gathering evidence and all the casings from outside where the gun was fired?
Yeah, that's my understanding, is that all the ins and outs have been cordoned off. They have maintained the integrity of the crime scene, moved the children and any type of employees to safety, whether that be to another part of the building or the church. But most likely everybody's going to be cleared out of there. And that slow, meticulous process is going to take place of gathering evidence. And the casings are going to be important to determine how many weapons he actually fired. I know that there were reports that he had 3 on him at that time.
3 weapons. And Brad, there's a lot of questions to be asked with regard to those 3 weapons. How did he get them? And also his social media accounts. We're already learning so much in a short period of time about what he possibly posted early this morning about his plans.
So let's start with the weapons quickly. If I had to guess, he probably got them legally. And I only say that because a vast majority of mass shooters either acquire or get a gun from the house they're living in, like their parents typically, or they legally buy them, because unless he has felony convictions and or has been adjudicated mentally ill or an undocumented immigrant, he can buy a firearm, generally speaking. So that's probably how that part's going to end. And that's sort of a separate conversation about weapons availability, etc. As far as who he is, he appears to be a 20-something person who we don't know yet. Does he have a connection to this church? I'm going to guess it's at the very least a connection to this church or connection to some Catholic church somewhere, if there's an alternative to it. And finding things on social media sound likely because of his age. And typically people who commit these kind of acts talk about them, write about them, discuss them on social media, maybe not directly, but indirectly some way. So my guess is this case will be able to be pieced together from an MO standpoint reasonably fast. But as we've talked so much, Kara, this is all driven about it's anger and rage and feeling powerless. And they want to invoke vengeance on somebody. Probably not these kids personally at all, but what they represent to him as the shooter.
All right. And Olivia, with all of that said, what have we been able to confirm? Because there is so much out there on social media now about possibly the shooter's mother was a teacher at this school, had retired recently. Possibly the shooter was going through some sort of transition. What do we know by the notebooks, the videos, and what is out there right now? What have we been able to confirm?
Yeah, we're still putting together, a profile with the team of exactly who this individual is and what the connection may have been, Kira. But as you said, as it relates to that video, it's an individual flipping through a notebook, sources say, in this YouTube video. It included drawings of guns, drawing of a church with pews, but still that picture still coming together. And I'm curious to see whether, this briefing, which I'm just looking at the time here, it's 3:35 now, supposed to start a few minutes ago. They're likely pulling together what they can exactly update on, because there's going to be multiple lanes that we should expect to hear them sort of update on. One, that's going to be the victims. Has anything changed about their status? Has anyone been, upgraded out of critical condition and is now in stable condition? Have any victims been discharged from the hospital? Has there been any change into what we know about how people were impacted here? Remember, the last they said it was 2 young children dead, 17 others injured. 14 of them young children, 2 in critical condition. And as you said, the next lane is going to be the shooter. It's been hours now that they have been investigating this individual. They absolutely know his name, likely where he lives. They likely have been speaking to people, combing through social media accounts. So what more are they going to be able to come out and say at this juncture, Kira? They said 8:30. It's been hours now that they've been able to be looking into what exactly happened here. So they should be able to give some information on that update.
And Karen, it didn't take long for the President of the United States to make a statement saying that he was monitoring the situation. And not long after that, we saw all the flags come down to half-mast. Half-staff, rather. Okay. I apologize for that. Luke, let me bring you in. As we know, the president, when he came out and made a statement, then he signed that proclamation that all flags hang or be flown at half-staff, not only at the White House, but all the federal buildings, military installation, Navy vessels, and beyond, even across the world. So what do we know from your end as you cover the Justice Department? how involved, I mean, I saw statements come from practically every leading member of the Trump administration that everybody had eyes on this, from the FBI to the president. What do we know?
Well, Kira, what we know is that it is a whole of a government approach when these types of situations happen. You get agents from the FBI, from the ATF, which looks at all the sort of gun components of these cases. And then they work together with state and local law enforcement to sort of put together a picture of who this suspect is, any motivations, and that's something that they're doing right now. They're looking at, they're starting with who, identifying who this person is, and then working backwards to look at sort of that person's pathway to violence, to this incident, whether it was planned, whether it wasn't planned, where the guns came from. The police chief earlier today mentioned that the suspect used 3 guns. Where did those come from? That's all the types of things that the president, that law enforcement is doing to sort of look at this case, Kira.
All right. So, Olivia, what questions are you going to want answered at this press conference that should be starting any moment now? I believe it could be the mayor, the police chief. Do we know if anyone else will be joining this? And what exactly are you waiting to hear?
Well, first of all, I'm curious if they're going to ID officially this suspect. As you've said, there's been unconfirmed reports swirling around about who this individual might be. Certainly myself and the team are working on that here, vetting various names that are going around. But if officials are going to come out and say definitively, this is the person that we are investigating, that would certainly be a significant step for them, which they could do if they are sure about who they have here and have started to, make contact with friends and family. That's something that they could offer. I'm also curious to hear they've spoken today about investigatory steps that they're going to be taking, like searches. Will they give an update on how a possible search went at the house? Will they give an update about any access to social media accounts? I think it's unlikely that they'll start talking more broadly about motive, though it's certainly possible. That's something that could take a bit more time, but certainly they're going to want to show the steps that they've taken in the meantime. Like Luke Barr was just talking about, what have they learned about the guns, the 3 different guns that this suspect went to the church carrying? Were they obtained illegally? Were they obtained illegally? Were they gotten from someone who this suspect knows? Those are certainly questions as well. Also, the connection to the church, Kira. Certainly, as you mentioned, there are some reports swirling about a possible connection. I have poked around on it myself as well. Again, we're just waiting to see what law enforcement has to say about that. They could well come out and give an answer to why this location was targeted, why the suspect chose this particular spot to carry out this, again, horrific act of violence. All lanes, Kira, that officials could go into.
And now we're hearing from FBI Director Kash Patel that the FBI is now investigating this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and hate crime targeting Catholics. This is a new development, Brad.
Well, we'll have to see if he has the elements to actually charge somebody. But, this really goes to motive. And, was this an ethnic, was it a religious, what does it fall into any of those categories? Maybe. I mean, typically with these types of mass shooters, and again, I'm generalizing because I don't know about this one, is that they're driven by revenge toward the particular location that they commit the shooting, whether it's a place they worked, whether it's a school they attended currently or in the past. Churches are obviously an important element of many people's lives. And so my sense would be it's going to fall into those categories. And then we'll see if the FBI, et cetera, can come up with another angle that they can prove, then possibly, I guess you could charge him with domestic terrorism.
All right, and it looks like right here on Kash Patel, the FBI director's account here, that not only is he saying the FBI is going to investigate this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and hate crime targeting Catholics, he is also identifying the shooter as Robin Westman, a male born as Robert Westman. Clearly, we are getting new information, new updates. We are going to take a quick break. And we are going to begin a network special report right now.
This is an ABC News special report.
And good afternoon, everyone. I am Kira Phillips. We are breaking into regular programming because authorities are about to hold a press briefing here on that deadly shooting at the Catholic school in Minneapolis, Minnesota. At least 2 students, as you know, have died, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. More than a dozen children and adults wounded. Police telling us the gunman was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and then opened fire, using each weapon as he shot through the stained glass church windows during Mass at Annunciation Catholic School. The gunman then taking his own life. The shooting happening during the first week of classes. Police say the children were targeted while they were praying during Mass, calling it a deliberate act of violence against innocent children. Now, just moments ago, FBI Director Kash Patel said the shooting is being investigated now as domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. President Trump also saying he and Governor Tim Walz, who you can see right there on your screen, shaking hands. He had come to the mic. We may hear from the governor first. He has said that Minnesota is heartbroken by what has happened here in Minnesota. The briefing now getting underway as the governor steps up to the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Let's go ahead and listen in.
Certainly a day and a news conference that no one wants to be at. A community behind us, Annunciation Church and School, committed to academics, service, and Catholic values, filled with the first days of school, of beautiful children going to learn those values, share with their teachers and their classmates. And instead of that joy and that curiosity and that learning, they were met with evil and horror and death. And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't. A place that's founded on community, founded on service, founded on family. I'd like to give special thank you to the mayor and the team in Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota State Patrol, the BCA, so many agencies, our federal partners in the FBI, the first responders, and the heroic work that's happening now as we speak at multiple medical locations, including Hennepin County Medical Center, where most of our children were transported to receive the life-saving care. The thoughts and prayers and the hopes and the support that we need to give them in this moment, too, is critical. Speaking with all the people here and grateful to our federal partners, Senator Klobuchar speaking early this morning and receiving a call from President Trump, who was with his leadership team of the Attorney General and the Vice President, expressing their deep condolences amongst the horror that happened and an offer to provide the support to the folks here in Minnesota of what's needed. So a lot of cameras here, and unfortunately we've been through these types of things. They will be gone at some point. All of you, you have to do your jobs. But what happened here today will not be gone. Minnesotans will not step away. We'll stand with this community. We'll redouble ourselves to do the best we can to understand what we can do to prevent any parent from having to receive the calls they received today, from any school dedicated to children having to respond to a situation that, as we said, is unthinkable, but that's all too common, not just in Minnesota, but across this country. It's Minnesota's day to day, and it's my strongest desire that no state, no community, no school ever experiences a day like this. So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together. And it's on these days like this, I think, and I hope we can hold on to it, we are unified as a community. Everybody across the country today is part of the Annunciation Parish, and they're with those families. With that, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the morning, we have seen this extraordinary Minneapolis family step up in thousands of different ways. People with strength, resilience, compassion, and love for the families that have been forever impacted by this heinous act. We want to make sure that we're doing everything possible for them right now, and I want to give a special thank you, and we are so grateful to all of the faculty and the teachers at Annunciation. The way that they acted during severe threat and danger was nothing short of heroic. This is a tragic and horrible event that should never occur, and it would have been all the more tragic and horrible had they not stepped in, at times perhaps put themselves in danger to protect others. As horrible as this has been, it could have been far worse. I'm grateful for our law enforcement partners, our police officers in the Minneapolis Police Department and other law enforcement agencies well beyond that step up, that answered the call to make sure that they were running towards danger when so many of the rest of us would have run in the other direction. Thank you. We are so appreciative of your service. To Principal DeBoer and your whole team, the ethic that you have showed, the love that you've shown, it's flat out incredible. And at the same time, look, we need to be doing more than talking. It can't just be words. There needs to be action. And when we have seen school shooting after school shooting, when we have seen churches get shot up by horrible actors, I think the impetus has to be on all of us as leaders to do a whole lot more, to recognize that we've got more guns in this country than we have people. And it's on all of us to recognize the truth and the reality that we can't just say that this shouldn't happen again and then allow it to happen again and again beyond that. It's on all of us. And I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community. Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity. We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids. Kids died today. This needs to be about them. This needs to be wrapping our arms around these families with every bit of love that we can possibly show. And I know that our Minneapolis family and well beyond is prepared to do exactly that. And so my message to everyone out there is, again, these families are experiencing some acute pain right now. But don't just think of these as somebody else's kids. Think of your own. Let's make sure that we're acting now to not just say it's never happening again, but ensure it doesn't. Our chief of police, who's been working tirelessly throughout the day, along with, again, a number of different law enforcement agencies, investigators, federal partners, state partners. Thank you, Senator Klobuchar, for being here. Been working tirelessly, and I'd like to invite him up to give some more of the details that have come up. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Good afternoon, and thank you all for your patience as we continue to gather the facts in this investigation into this truly unthinkable tragedy that happened here earlier today. I want to make sure that we are providing the most accurate information possible, particularly as we speak around our victims. At this point, we know we have a total of 19 victims from this tragedy. 2 were young children, ages 8 and 10, that were sitting in the pews at Mass when they were shot and killed. They were pronounced deceased on the scene. There were another 14 children between the ages of 6 and 15 that were injured by gunfire. There were also 3 adults in their 80s that were parishioners here attending Mass that were also shot in this incident. The families of all of the children that have been affected have been notified. The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church. That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No prior criminal history. As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All 3 had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication of other suspects directly involved in carrying out this attack. Our investigators are working with other agencies in the process of executing 4 search warrants. 1 is for the church itself, where this crime occurred. The other 3 are residences nearby in the metro that are related to this shooter. Additional firearms are being recovered from those 3 residential locations as we speak. We are also aware of a manifesto that the shooter had timed to be released on YouTube. This manifesto appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators. We know this community is reeling and is in pain. I want to ensure everyone in our community, this parish, all of the families affected, and all of our residents collectively, local law enforcement, our county, our state, and all of our federal law enforcement partners have been here, and we are all working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of what happened, to try and identify a motive why it happened, and whether there are any other further details. We will continue to share updates as the investigation progresses, and we remain committed to being as transparent as possible while protecting the integrity of this investigation. In a moment, I will take some questions that I am able to answer, but first I want to bring up the principal of Annunciation School, Matt Du Bois, as well as, after him, the Archbishop, our Archbishop Bernard Hebda. So, Principal.
Good afternoon, everyone. To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the Dream Team. And we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this. When we planned for this school year, We intentionally chose a theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, a future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today, ever again. I need everybody to commit those words to your speech patterns, never again. We lost 2 angels today. And please continue to pray for those still receiving care. We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future. There's an African proverb that says, when you pray, move your feet. So I beg you, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community, these children, these families, these teachers. Never again can we let this happen. I love you, Annunciation family. We're with you, and we will be stronger when this is done. Archbishop Hebda will be coming next.
Thank you, Principal DeBoer. I'm so grateful that Mayor Fry and the Chief both mentioned how valiant you and your staff were. I'm so grateful to the pastor here at Annunciation, Father Dennis Zarin, for the deacon, Deacon Kevin Keneally, also were heroic in this time. But how sad it is, for sure, not only for the families who are directly involved, but indeed for families everywhere who feel the threat that comes from an event, a tragedy like today's. I would never want to correct a principal, but Principal DeBoer said it wasn't so clear where would be the source of hope. And brothers and sisters, we have to be men and women of hope. Already today, I've been receiving messages from all over our country promising prayers. And I think it's the prayers of the feet as well, Principal. That is, for me, is a source of hope, just as we see families stepping forward to help those who have been impacted by this terrible tragedy. Very grateful that Principal DeBoer spoke about prayer. Certainly that the bell in a Catholic church is always a call to prayer, and so it's a reminder for us, for sure, to be praying. And we have to recognize that it's through prayer and through that prayer of the feet, through that action, that we can indeed make a difference. That has to be the source of our hope. I was particularly pleased today to receive a message from Pope Leo. If you'd bear with me, I'd like to share that with you. It comes directly from Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who's the Secretary of State, and it reads like this. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God. His Holiness prays for the wounded as well as the first responders, medical personnel, and clergy who are caring for them and their loved ones. At this extremely difficult time, the Holy Father imparts to the Annunciation Catholic School community, the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis, and the people of the greater Twin Cities metropolitan area his apostolic blessing as a pledge of peace, fortitude, and consolation in the Lord Jesus. My brothers and sisters, that gives me some hope. We know that the Holy Father, Pope Leo, did his hospital training right here in Minneapolis, so he knows our community, and he's been reminding anybody visiting from Minnesota that he spent some time here. We're very grateful for his blessing, but I, like those who have spoken before, ask that you would continue to look for those ways of supporting those who have been impacted today, not only with your prayers, but also with your action. Thank you. And Chief, I now turn this back to you for your questions.
Thank you, Archbishop. As I mentioned, obviously the investigation continues in its preliminary stages. I will take some questions now, and additionally, we will let you know when we can provide some updated information.
How are the injured students doing? What are their conditions at this point?
The question from Matt was, how are the injured students doing? I believe all of them have their parents with them now, and they are all expected to survive. All of the remaining victims are expected to survive. There is a range of injuries, however.
Chief, you said the weapons were acquired legally. Do we know when and where they were acquired?
I can tell you they were purchased recently.
Chief, can you tell us anything more about a possible motive here? We've also heard reports that the suspected shooter's mother was employed here at some point. Can you confirm that as well?
Okay. So the question was on a possible motive and a relationship to the church or to the school. I have no information to share on a motive other than saying again that there was some sort of manifesto that was timed to come out on YouTube. It's been taken down, and our investigators are going through that to try and develop a motive from that. Additionally, there are these 3 search warrants happening in residential locations, and we may very well, find more information or writings that could give some sense to that, but we don't have that now. And I cannot confirm a relationship between the suspect or his family and this church at this time, but that's obviously something we're looking very closely at.
Can you confirm at this point whether it was in fact by the suspect, or you believe at this point that it is in fact from him? And second question.
What was by the suspect? I'm sorry.
Manifesto that you've been talking about.
Yep. So the question was about the manifesto. We do believe it was by the suspect, yes.
And we understand that we've seen some documents about the name change that somebody with the same name as the suspect has filed for a few years ago.
Yep.
Do you believe this to be the same person, that Robin Westman was in fact born with a different name at this point? And can you speak a little bit more about the identity?
Yep. So the question was about the suspect, and he had a name change at some point in the past. I cannot confirm that other than confirming the identity, the name that I gave you, the age. That is the suspect. That's the person that we believe has caused this.
Chief, you mentioned these videos posted on YouTube, seemingly scheduled to be posted right after the shooting. Is there anything that the suspect posted days prior, months prior, that could shed any light on your mindset?
Yep. So the question was, we mentioned that the YouTube videos were scheduled to be posted. Is there anything else in social media that may shed some light into this? We do not have information on that at this time that I'm able to share. However, our investigators and our law enforcement partners are definitely looking at that.
How many children and parishioners were in the church when this happened?
So the question was how many children and parishioners were in the church when this happened. This was towards the beginning of Mass, so some of the children were already filed into the church and were seated. Others were coming in. I've heard estimates, but we will release a more definitive number.
Chief, Minneapolis police officers have had a couple of days. I know we're talking about the children.
Yep.
There were several shootings yesterday.
Yep.
How is the resource thing going for you? Are you getting help from other places now?
Yep. So Sue's question was resources for Minneapolis police due to the other challenges we've had the last 24 hours. Obviously, this has been the most difficult. The dozens of officers that responded to this scene, many of them are deeply traumatized by what they saw, as are obviously all of the children, all of the staff members, Father Dennis, everyone who was at Mass this morning. So obviously that has been our number one priority, is to care for the health and wellness of the officers that responded here. Additionally, obviously, we have responded to other challenging situations and other acts of violence. I can say in regard to the shooting that happened outside of the high school yesterday, we have arrested 2 people for assisting in that shooting. We have not gotten the shooter yet, but we believe we have 2 people under arrest that were present with the shooter when that happened, and we're making significant progress. There was an additional arrest at a homicide last night that happened on the 2700 block of 3rd Avenue South. That person has not been booked specifically for being responsible for that murder, but we believe that is the person who caused that. So.
First time you've ever had to deal with
No, unfortunately not. Yep.
A lot of the politicians here, the principal and others have said that this can never happen again. I'm just wondering if you have a suggestion for where we start to make sure it doesn't ever happen again?
Yeah, so the question was, where do we start to make sure this doesn't happen again? I don't have an answer for that at this time.
Chief, I understand from the federals that there is an idea that this might be investigated, maybe it already is, I'm not sure my information, as a hate crime against Catholics. I'm asking you, perhaps, Archbishop, is this a line of investigation that you have open to comment on that?
So the question is this an investigation into a hate crime against Catholics? We don't have a motive at this time. Obviously, we're open to any possibilities at all, but we don't have a motive or anything to suggest that.
Do you know if there's any more safety, any more protective measures that are implemented at other Catholic schools throughout the Twin Cities or churches? I'm sure there are masses going around right now this afternoon.
Yeah.
It's just a week out from, or a few days before the start of school.
Yeah. So the question is the concern for other churches, other schools around the metro. Unfortunately, this is something that our community has been dealing with for some time. The threat of active shooters, the threat of hate crimes at houses of worship, unfortunately, is not something new here. And of course, our precinct inspectors, our crime prevention specialists are available to work with both houses of worship, churches, and schools that do reach out to assist in any additional security measures or advice that we can offer them.
Question about that to follow up. Are you aware if this is the first time that actually a Catholic mass has been targeted and there have been victims inside a Catholic church during mass? In the Twin Cities, not
in the Twin Cities?
I'm unaware of any other.
Yeah, from the the question was, this the first time that there's been attack of Catholics at Mass in the Twin Cities area? The Archbishop is unaware of any other attack.
The FBI is saying that this is being investigated as domestic terrorism. Are you also tracking this?
The question was, is it being investigated by the FBI?
The FBI director is saying this is domestic terrorism. Is that what you're tracking?
Well, the FBI is here with us and has been a part of this entire investigation, as well as the ATF, other law enforcement. It's being led right now by the Minneapolis Police Department, and we are looking at, obviously, any possibilities from wherever the evidence will lead us from what we recover. Absolutely.
Thank you all again so much for your time today, for your support. Thank you. Yes, I think there's probably two names you would like spelling for. It's Principal Matt DeBoer.
A devastating update to a story we've been covering since very early this morning out of Minneapolis, and that is a mass shooting that took place at a Catholic school, the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. Kids praying, having mass. It was the third day of their first week of school, and that's when the shooter opened fire outside the mass. We can confirm that 2 kids, ages 8 and 10, were killed, 17 injured. We did learn just now those 17 that were injured will survive. But for the first time, we are now learning who that shooter is. 23-year-old Robin Westman is the name. I know there has been some confusion because the police came forward saying that it was a young male in his early 20s that they believed was the shooter. Here's what we can tell you, that Robin Westman had applied for a name change back in 2022 in Minnesota. There was a name change application for a minor born on the same date of June 17, 2002, which would be the birth date of Robert Westman. It was approved by the district court in Minnesota in 2020 to change the name of a Robert Westman to Robin Westman, explaining that the minor child, quote, identifies as a female and wants her name to reflect that identification. Now that we have clarified the issue with the name Robert versus Robert, Robin Westman is how this shooter had been identified. It added a little more confusion, too, because the head of the FBI, Kash Patel, put out in a tweet that the FBI is now investigating this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and hate crime targeting Catholics. Going on to talk about the 2 fatalities, that 8-year-old and that 10-year-old, in addition to the other children that were injured, including 3 adults. The shooter had been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, as the head of the FBI said, a male born as Robert Westman. We now have that clarified. The shooter has been named. I want to take it straight now to our investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky. And not only do we know who that shooter is now, Aaron, we also know that shooter was able to purchase those 3 guns legally, and they were purchased recently.
Purchased recently and lawfully, according to police, a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, all of them used, it's believed, by police in the course of the shooting that occurred while children and adults were praying at Wednesday morning mass. Most of the bullets, it's believed, were fired from outside as the shooter approached and fired through the stained glass, striking and killing an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. There were 14 children who were injured, their ages 6 to 15. There were also adults in their 80s who police were injured. Thankfully, none of the injured are believed to be life-threatening with their injuries. They are expected to survive, according to police. And the question now that they've been able to trace the weapons is really going to focus on motive, Kira. 23-year-old Robin Westman was able to leave what police called a video manifesto that they're now going through to try and establish motive. We've also been going through it and can tell you there are crude diagrams of the church. There are also photos of the weapons, and they include all sorts of writings, the names of past mass shooters, criticism of Israel, the name of President Trump written on the guns. There are also racial slurs, nihilistic statements, all painting the picture of a disturbed individual who carried out this mass shooting on the first week of school at the Annunciation Church in Minneapolis.
And still, it looks like investigators, Aaron, trying to figure out if indeed his mother was a teacher at this school as well. That question was asked on behalf of one of the reporters. That has been circling out on the internet as well. We still cannot confirm, though, if indeed this shooter was a student previously at this school or that his mother was a teacher there.
There are some indications in what police are calling this video manifesto, timed for release to coincide with the shooting, that there may be some family connections to the school, Kira, but the police have not been able to confirm for sure.
Aaron, thank you. I want to take it now to our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, after listening to what the police chief had to say, also the governor and the mayor, we learned a lot of new details about the weapons, that they were purchased legally. We now have the shooter identified here, but it's quite disturbing when we hear all the details about this manifesto that was set to go out on YouTube for the world to see. That has now been pulled.
Absolutely, and it's a way that law enforcement can begin to understand what they're dealing with here. We should also point out, Kira, that there are at least 4 locations where search warrants are being executed. They're executing search warrants for the church, which is obviously a crime scene, and also there are 3 residences that are tied to the suspect that they're trying to gather material from as well. And they also pointed out that more guns have been recovered. So this young man had access to a lot of different firepower, and clearly what they are finding in that video manifesto, which they are feel very strongly is tied to him, is deeply disturbing. Lots of vitriol, lots of hate, and they're trying to figure out what was the triggering mechanism here. And what typically will happen is they're going to do a deep dive into this person's life, especially the recent weeks and months, to try to get a sense of what the trigger might have been, but also to understand what motivated this person to go to that church in this moment. And clearly, by the evidence that they're uncovering so far, there was a certain amount of planning, photos of the church, information about other mass shooters. This is a person who was basically drenching himself in acts of violence and thoughts of killing people.
Pierre, thank you. Let's take it to our chief White House correspondent now, Mary Bruce. Mary, the President of the United States coming out quite quickly after word of this shooting circulated, putting out a statement. Not long after that, we now see flags there at the White House and across the country being flown at half-staff.
Yeah, Kira, the president has spent the day behind closed doors, but continually monitoring this situation, receiving updates from his team. We do know that earlier he placed a phone call to Governor Tim Walz to personally convey and express his condolences to the governor and to the entire community and state. The governor thanking him, we are told, for his support. The president, as you mentioned, it's now been several hours since we heard from him directly. He came out early as this news was breaking and posted on Truth Social, noting that he was being updated and monitoring this and asking the country to join him in praying for everyone involved. Since then, as you noted, the president signed that proclamation honoring the victims, lowering the flags to half-staff here at the White House and at public buildings across the country. The president doesn't have any public events on his schedule today. It's unclear when or if we will hear from him again, since we haven't heard from him since we learned more specifics about the shooter and some of the victims, including their ages. But again, he is monitoring this closely. We have also heard from some of President Trump's predecessors, former President Biden, saying there's simply no words to adequately mark such a horrific and painful moment. Former President Obama calling it yet another act of unspeakable, unnecessary violence, and saying we can't allow ourselves to become numb to mass shootings. And as you heard there from officials on the ground, repeated calls for action. Here in Washington, we are hearing familiar calls that more be done to address mental health issues, more be done on gun reforms. The big question now, as it always is after these horrific events, is what measures, if any, is Congress going to push for? What will this president push for to try and do something to finally address this epidemic in this country?
Mary Bruce, thank you. And we're also hearing from some of the survivors now of that shooting, including a 10-year-old student who was actually sitting in a church pew when the gunfire erupted, describing the terrifying moments that followed.
We went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay, or most people.
Who were you?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
Yeah.
And did you get reunited with your parents?
Yeah, my mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah. And then what was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening, really. I was just in shock.
Was it behind you where it was happening, or in front of you? Just kind of.
It was right beside me. I was 2 seats away from the stained glass windows, so they were the shots were right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got gunpowder on my neck.
Straight out of the mouths of babes, so innocent. They shouldn't have to witness anything like that. And I think if you're a parent like me and everyone else that has had to cover this story, this hits all of us hard. And as you heard the mayor of Minneapolis say, hold your kids tight tonight. I know I will. We'll continue to stay on top of the investigation. We're going to return all of you now to your regular programming. Our coverage continues on ABC News Live and abcnews.com. David Muir and the entire team will be here for World News tonight. I'm Kira Phillips. I'll see you back here tomorrow.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
I'm Kana Whitworth here in Los Angeles. And as you just heard Kira Phillips say, I come to you as a journalist and as a parent today as well. And we continue with our breaking news coverage on ABC News Live. Officials in Minneapolis updating the investigation into this mass shooting at a Catholic school. Law enforcement identifying the shooter as 22-year-old Robin Westman, although the police chief calling this person a coward, perhaps a more appropriate explanation. The shooter went into the Annunciation Catholic School. This happened just 3 days into the school year. Investigators saying This person died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound after opening fire through the windows of the church as students were celebrating Mass. Police say 2 children are now dead. They're just 8 years old and 10 years old. The police chief says that all remaining 17 victims are expected to survive. 14 of them are children ages 6 to 15 years old. For more, I want to bring in our ABC News chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky. And Aaron, authorities updating us here on the weaponry. If we can start there with that, they said that the shooter used a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol that were all lawfully purchased recently, Aaron.
And purchased recently, so they're no doubt tracing the origin of those purchases. But if they're purchased legally, the question really, Kana, is why did this individual put them to use the way she did? 23-year-old Robin Westman, there was a name change application in 2020. Police initially identified the shooter as a male. The court document that we obtained indicates that the individual identifies as a female. That may be where the early confusion came in. And police are trying to establish a motive for why the individual came to the Annunciation Church and opened fire from the outside, shooting through the stained glass windows, striking and killing an 8- and 10-year-old, and then injuring 14 children, ages 6 to 15, and 3 adults, all 3 adults in their 80s. Thankfully, Kana, the police said all of the surviving victims are going to be okay. And in terms of motive, police are right now scouring a videotaped message that the shooter left. We've gone through it ourselves. It is difficult to make sense of. There are all sorts of things that were written on the weapons. The names of past mass shooters, criticism of Israel, the name of President Trump. And the videotape message also includes racial slurs, nihilistic statements. Clearly a portrait is emerging of a disturbed individual.
That is a scary portrait, again, as this investigation has just begun. Aaron Katersky, our thanks to you. I also want to bring in our ABC News Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, noting here that authorities are serving 4 search warrants right now, 1 at the church and also 3 others at nearby residents. And it sounds like, Pierre, that they've also located some additional firearms there as well.
They have indeed found additional firearms. The chief just pointed it out at the press conference. And again, right now, the effort is to dissect this person's life, to figure out what might have triggered this onslaught of violence that was targeted at those children and those elderly people who were attending Mass this morning. Law enforcement officials now will painstakingly go through the scene, going through the shell casings, trying to determine every aspect of what took place. But the key right now is to dissect his background. They do believe that he acted alone, that this person acted alone. And they're, again, trying to decipher what was the triggering mechanism. The video manifesto, as police are using that term, includes very specific information. It had pictures of the church. This was clearly a place that this person had focused on, was clearly planning to do this violence. So just a horrible, horrible day for law enforcement. The FBI, ATF, all federal law enforcement agencies are pitching in here, even as Minneapolis police are the lead.
Right, to dive into the past of this person, Pierre Thomas, our thanks to you here, noting that YouTube post was timed to come out. And so they are investigating that, as well as passing along. The FBI director, Kash Patel, says this is being investigated as domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. Those are the words from the FBI director, Kash Patel. I also want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, here. So, Mary Bruce, the president certainly wasting no time giving the governor there a call. What more do we know from the White House?
Yeah, well, we know the president, even though he has spent the day behind closed doors, has been constantly monitoring and updating and being updated on this situation. He did place that phone call earlier to Governor Tim Walz to express his condolences there to him personally and to the community. We're told the governor thanked him for all of his support. The president, as this was all unfolding shortly after this news broke of this horrific shooting, coming out on social media and posting that he had been briefed on this and asking the country to join him in praying for everyone involved. Since then, the president has signed a proclamation honoring the victims and ordering that flags be lowered to half-staff here at the White House and at public buildings across the country. We have not yet heard from the president directly yet, even though he took to social media. He hasn't come out before cameras. We are continuing to monitor whether that may happen. But as I said, nothing is on the president's schedule for the day. Of course, as often happens, too often happens, as we see these horrific mass shootings in this country, there are calls, of course, for action. We heard from those officials at that local press conference. They are urging everyone not just, to send prayers and thoughts, but also to have those thoughts lead to some kind of action in the future. The question is, what would that be? And as we often discuss after horrific shootings like this, the big question is, what, if anything, will Washington do? What, if anything, will the president sort of put his political weight behind to try and do something to protect American school children, to stop these kinds of awful shootings from happening so frequently, Kana?
All right, we heard there from leaders that thoughts and prayers are not enough. We need to ensure this does not happen again. Mary Bruce, our thanks there to you. Also passing along there that authorities really praised the heroism of the faculty at the school, as well as some of the older kids that they say were protecting the younger kids when this shooting happened. Again, this investigation has just begun. Authorities saying at this point they don't know the motive. They don't know why it happened. I want to bring in our ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. And so, Brad, look, that's probably top of mind here for officials that are now combing through this shooter's past social media and internet footprint. We already know now of this video that had been uploaded. Again, it was a timed upload. Aaron Katursky, they're describing it as full of vitriol and hate, saying there were things even written on the weapons, things like the names of past mass shooters, as well as the president's name. How quickly can authorities dig through videos like this and their online footprint to try to put together a motive?
Probably quickly, Kara, again, because of the following, that when shooters create these written documents, it's a big justification as to why they are doing it. And it doesn't strike me as surprising that there are other mass shooters on the weapon, the president's name's on the weapon, and maybe other people's, because his total identity would be caught up in this shooting, because almost every one of these mass shootings are suicide missions. And typically they shoot themselves or they force the police to shoot them. And so getting all of the hatred and anger and revenge out through a videotape, through what we just talked about written on the weapon, etc., is all justification for him to commit the act he's about to commit. And it's also his timing, and you mentioned it earlier, that it was going to be released after the shooting. It's like he knows he's not going to be here for, from his perspective, obviously, the glory of what he has done. But he then thinks the rest of us, he can justify what he has done and feels okay about what he has done. And that's how I guess he wants to be remembered as he leaves this world.
I'm curious as to your thoughts here on the possible influence that this shooter may have had. Again, authorities say they don't know a motive. They also, at this point, believe the shooter acted alone. But, Brad, they did point out, and Aaron Katursky pointed out again here, things that were written on some of the weaponry in this video. And, again, that includes the names of past mass shooters.
Right. And there's a glorification. I mean, I can't tell you how many mass shootings I've looked at where they talk about Klebold and Harris from Columbine. Like, they're like the godfathers of mass shooters. I even hate to say that, but that's how they look at folks like that. And so it's part of that he's joined now this club of people that empowered themselves, that took on whatever their anger and revenge is directed toward. And, in his case, we don't know. I tell you one interesting sidelight of the name change is that the first thing I thought of when we heard that was he bullied when he was younger at this school? Unfortunately, it happens to kids who have trouble kind of figuring out who they are. And if you look at other mass shootings, bullying clearly has been part of the motivation and justification to commit the shooting.
Well, we know authorities, again, are certainly looking into this shooter's past, although they have not identified any connection to the school at this point. We're going to continue covering this very closely throughout the day here today as we learn more information about this deadly Catholic school shooting in Minneapolis. Again, we're learning more details about the shooter by the moment as well as the victims. Make sure you stay with ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City.
Splintered houses and splintered lives, and the magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky,
Minneapolis,
Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
The emotional toll to this very day is still just overwhelming. 20 years later, Hurricane Katrina. I had never seen that kind of destruction.
Robin Roberts, she was right there.
So many people affected by this storm.
And now Robin goes back home.
Good to see you.
Katrina may have given us a run for our money, but it could never kill us.
The all-new event special.
I'm home. It'll always be home.
Friday night on ABC.
Okay, we want to know, who are the people in your state that make such a big difference?
Come on now. We all know someone who does so much.
And we want to celebrate them with you. So scan this QR code or go to goodmorningamerica.com. Tell us about them.
We're coming to all 50 states in 50 weeks to celebrate the best of what makes America beautiful.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage here of the deadly shooting at the Catholic school there in Minnesota. Again, authorities now saying that 14 of the victims that are in the hospital are expected to survive. This is continuing coverage here on ABC News Live. Minnesota State Representative Emma Greenman is joining me now with more on this. Representative, thank you for being here. We know your community is hurting, mourning the loss of an 8- and a 10-year-old child today. Just tell me about your conversations that you're having with any of your constituents at this time.
Well, I appreciate the outpouring of both support and grief. This has been an incredibly hard time. I heard about this actually from families and parents around the community because that was the way that this presented. And what I am hearing is just an incredible amount of both shock, but grief about what's happening, and grief that this, my community is not that different from all the other communities that have faced this horrific act of gun violence and faced it with coming together in courage, but we face it nonetheless.
Coming together in courage and faith, I know, strong in this community as well. Listen, we spoke with our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, who talked about the conversations that are going on in Washington now around this. She said there's repeated calls to action right now that she's hearing in Washington, both for mental health as well as gun reform.
Well, I think that, it's impossible to say that this is unprecedented because it happens way too much, and now my community is shattered. But I have been a state representative for 5 years, and this is the second time that I have had gun violence at a school. The first time was at a hospital, at a high school, and it was a high school football game, and lucky for everyone, nobody was killed. But that shouldn't be our bar. We can't be numb to this. The principal from Annunciation School said, when we pray, move our feet. And I think that that is good guidance for all of us in every level of government. We have to keep people safe in their everyday lives, schools and churches in this case, but grocery stores and movie theaters in other cases. We can't live in a world where mass gun violence infects everybody's lives and shatters families.
No, we cannot accept it anywhere in our communities. Tell me about what the next few days are going to look like in this community. It's our understanding is some schools were closed. Can you tell me about some of the logistics there?
Well, I think, it's happened this morning, and communities and schools across the district are taking care of families. Families are still finding out the conditions of their loved ones, their friends. This is a school that kids came from all over the region, and they played sports, and they were in Girl Scouts and Boy Scout troops. These are kids who are in our community, and so are the parents and the churchgoers. And so it is a whole community coming together. There will be a vigil tonight to really be and grieve with the families and center what is the most important, which is wrapping our arms around these families. And then I think as we think about moving forward, we have to ensure that we are taking on this epidemic of gun violence and taking it on in a way that keeps communities safe and able to do and free to do the things they do, like go to school, go to church, go live their daily life.
Absolutely. It's a sad day in our country. We have an 8- and 10-year-old child shot dead in a pew at their school. Minnesota State Representative Emma Greenman, thank you for being here with us today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And coming up next here on ABC News Live, more continuing coverage of the deadly Catholic school shooting in Minneapolis as we learn more details about the shooter and also the victims. Stay with us.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work. Hi. Where are you? Where are you? Appreciate you. Thank you, David. Good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Are you ready?
Yes!
For Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on Disney+.
Let's do this.
One of the best Marvel movies of all time is now streaming on Disney+.
Meet the New Avengers.
That's a cool name. Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on, you guessed it, Disney+. And right now, get Disney+, Hulu, and all of ESPN with an incredible limited time offer.
We were 2 perfect little families that are all best friends. But he was crazy. Denise calls me and said that Mike hasn't come home.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
She starts an affair with my husband, Brian. It involved decadent sexual behavior.
We don't need to be wiring up soccer moms, but she wanted answers.
My heart is racing. This is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Only on Hulu.
I'm Kenna Whitworth here in Los Angeles, and we continue our breaking news coverage on ABC News Live. Reports an urgent investigation underway now after a mass shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. Law enforcement now identifying the shooter as 22-year-old Robin Westman. The police chief there, though, calling this person a coward. This coward went into the Annunciation Catholic School. This was just 3 days into their school year. Investigators saying that the shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound after opening fire through the windows of a church as students were celebrating Mass. Police say 2 children are now dead. They're just 8 and 10 years old. The police chief also saying that all remaining 17 victims are expected to survive. 14 of them are children. Their ages range from 6 years old to 15. Take a listen to this as one of the students describes these terrifying moments.
We went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay, or most people.
Who were you?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get reunited with your parents?
Yeah, my mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah. What was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, like, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening, really. I was just in shock.
Was it behind you where it was happening or in front of you? Just kind of.
It was, like, right beside me. I was, like, 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were, like, the shots were, like, right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got, like, gunpowder on my neck.
It's just a horrifying description there from a 10-year-old little boy. ABC News investigative reporter Olivia Rubin is following the latest for us now. Olivia, we know we heard authorities to say earlier today they don't have a motive yet, but they have started their investigation. However, the FBI director, Kash Patel, is pretty clear. He's saying the shooting is being investigated as domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. So what more do we know, Olivia?
Well, Kana, there seems to be a bit of a discrepancy here between federal law enforcement and local law enforcement. As you said, Kash Patel was quite clear that this was a hate crime targeting Catholics. But at the local level, we've heard all day from the police chief, the Minneapolis PD chief there, who was asked specifically about this, whether it was a hate crime. And he wouldn't say that it was. They were very clear on the ground there that they don't yet know what the motive is for this attack, and therefore it would be too early to call it a hate crime. So clearly a bit of a disagreement here between at the federal level and at the local level in terms of motive. There is a couple angles they have sort of indicated that they are looking into here, specifically any connection to the church. Of course, there have been reports that there was some sort of connection, but again, law enforcement officials not yet ready to go there yet, saying it's something they are looking at, but that they cannot confirm. Of course, there's also the social media writings, the YouTube writings that they discussed, that YouTube video that was posted online full of that hateful rhetoric, drawings of guns, drawings, Kana, of a church with pews that sort of shows exactly that this shooter knew what they were going to do. They are saying, though, that as of this stage, they do believe this shooter was acting alone. Kana, take a listen.
At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication of other suspects directly involved in carrying out this attack. Our investigators are working with other agencies in the process of executing 4 search warrants. One is for the church itself, where this crime occurred. The other 3 are residences nearby in the metro that are related to this shooter.
They did go on to add, Kana, that they recovered multiple other firearms from those locations on top of the 3 that we already know the shooter was armed with when they went to this church this morning, Kana.
Right. They described him as being armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol that were all lawfully purchased, and noting that they were purchased recently there, Olivia. And it's interesting when you look into this YouTube post. Let's dig into that a bit, because a couple things stand out to us, obviously. The fact that authorities say that it was timed. It had a timed release. And so now they're going into that post, as well as how you heard from Aaron Katursky kind of describing what was written on some of this weaponry in that post, Olivia.
Definitely, and that all indicates that this was something that was significantly planned, Kana. We've also heard a lot about how this sort of showed a fascinating a fascination with other school shooters. One of the things sources said was written in that notebook was the name of a band that the Columbine shooters had been obsessed with themselves. That band, of course, has denounced previously any sort of violence, but certainly we're getting the portrait of an individual that was having some sort of fascination with other school shooters and was so, I guess, deeply familiar with them that they knew the band that they also in Columbine had admired, which is sort of a sick level of detail for this individual to know. So certainly it's the YouTube aspects, as we've heard there. It's the different homes that are being searched. It's the social media accounts. And certainly you'd have to think that they're talking to family, friends, neighbors, colleagues, former students, anyone that knows this individual. You know, we on the investigative team have dug into school shooters and suspected mass shooters for years. I have done this work myself, tracing the origins of an individual like this and what drives them. Oftentimes when I've spoken to suspects' previous family members and fellow students and classmates, a lot of times they don't know. And this is something that happens quietly. You know, I've heard individuals described as likable but quiet and sort of lost touch with them. So again, the work that we do in investigating these individuals is quite similar to the work that law enforcement officials do, and it's all but likely that right now they are trying to find anyone who knew this suspect, who had recently spoken to this individual, to say why was this person drawn to open fire at children inside of a church, Kana.
Inside of a church, what red flags were possibly missed? Olivia Rubin, our thanks to you. Also, our ABC News Justice and Homeland Security reporter Jack Date, along with ABC News' Perry Russum, joining me now for more on this. So, Jack, let's talk a little bit about the discrepancy here that Olivia laid out. Authorities saying, look, they don't have a motive right now. They are just beginning this investigation, clearly calling it a deliberate act of violence. But FBI Director Kash Patel taking that a step further, saying it's being investigated as domestic terrorism and a hate crime against Catholics.
Well, clearly, the police chief said in his last briefing that he's been working closely with the FBI and their law enforcement partners at the federal level, and they're not foreclosing the possibility that that's the case, but they want to see where the evidence leads. Right now, they're looking at this video, and they're looking at other potential writings or other materials left behind by this person. But in having seen and reviewed some of this video, it's filled with like a cornucopia of hate. It's just it's anti-Semitic, anti-Indian. It has numerous things that are disturbing and troubling. There's the writings, the adornments on the rifles, writing the names of shooters, writing the names of President Trump's name appears on it, and others, many others, on several firearms is something they're going to have to try to piece together and better understand. It points in several directions, and so I think the investigators are going to methodically go through this stuff to see if there's a thread here that they can make sense of, or is this just the work of a deeply disturbed individual?
And as you start to pull at that thread, you have to wonder what other videos or online footprint they come across. Perry, what are we hearing from the White House at this time?
Yeah, you know, as we learn more about this investigation, about this mass shooting, we last heard from President Trump about 5 hours ago in a very short statement that he released on Truth Social, where he called this a tragic shooting and a terrible situation. We know we had a phone call today with Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, where he expressed his condolences. In the last hour or so, we heard from his predecessor, former President Joe Biden, who released a message on X saying, in part, no parent should ever have to bury their child. There are simply no words to adequately mark such a horrific and painful moment. We know that President Trump has ordered flags to be lowered at half-staff. What you're looking at here is the White House residence. There are three main American flags of the White House. You have the White House residence, the North Lawn, and South Lawn. President Trump also signing a proclamation calling for flags to be lowered across the country at public buildings, grounds, military bases, naval stations, and vessels. That will last until Sunday at sunset, Kana.
All right, Jack and Perry, our thanks to both of you. And coming up next here on ABC News Live, we continue our coverage of this deadly Catholic school shooting in Minneapolis as we start to learn more details about the victims as well as the shooter. Stay with ABC News Live.
the news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, the ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI. Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal.
Outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere because the news never stops. America's #1 news, ABC News. Now streaming 24/7 on Disney+. Nightline. The stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline. On right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu.
5, 6, 7, 8.
It's Dancing with the Stars.
Pump the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping.
Oh, my back. From Hollywood, it's Dancing with the Stars. Tuesday, September 16th.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
This week, get out the sunscreen, because your mornings just got hotter.
What's a girl to do?
I want to show you the new Miami.
Lara and Sam are hitting South Beach for the GMA Miami Takeover.
And welcome back to our ABC News Live, continuing coverage of the deadly shooting at the Catholic school there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We will continue to cover this throughout the day. This is the aftermath of the shooting. You're seeing the huge police response there. An 8- and 10-year-old child killed while they were sitting in church pews. The dead found among the shattered stained glass windows of the church after the shooting took place. There are now 14 children still in the hospital, although authorities saying they are expected to survive. That's along with 3 adults that are in their 80s. They're parishioners at the church. I'm going to bring in our ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Richard Frankel for more on this. Richard, thank you for being here with us, and I'm hoping you can give us sort of the FBI perspective here of how this investigation moves on. We heard from the police chief that they are looking in specifically into this YouTube video that was timed to be posted, timed at a very specific time. Our teams that have reviewed it say it's full of vitriol and hate, and it really points to past mass shootings as well. How does the FBI start digging into that?
Yeah, so they're going to take that video and they're going to take it apart. They're going to look at when it was made, what was put into it, really just dig into that, to the video and everything that is said in there, and actually go piece by piece to see what he was talking about and where basically that came from. As Brad Garrett said, you're going to see that these shooters, look back at the other shooters and they try to do better than them. They try to improve on them, and it becomes almost like a competition. And so that's why you may see this type of what they said in the treatise, basically to show that he's better than those before him. And then you're also going to see the FBI move forward, possibly as a domestic terror or terror investigation. And that happens often in the FBI, because what we're going to do is we're going to treat it as a terror investigation until it isn't one. And so they're going to look at it as terror, but at the same time, they're going to be looking at it as a hate crime, and they're going to be looking at it as just as a violent crime. So you'll see it go from all directions within the Fed, working with local law enforcement.
Trying to eliminate each thing. Tell me about your analysis of the weaponry here. 3 guns recovered at the scene, additional firearms recovered during their searches of residences. Yeah,
between what you see, on the video of him with those weapons, that he has 3 separate weapons, all with ammo that fits into those weapons, plus the weapons at home. This was planned out. Now, the chief did say that they were not bought too long ago, that they were bought reasonably recent, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this was planned out, that he went out, that he bought these weapons, he knew what he was doing when he went there, and from possible reporting, we heard that he may have actually reloaded during the time that he was firing on the victims. And so therefore, the shooter knew what he was doing, the shooter had the weapons that he wanted, and the shooter killed the victims that he intended to kill. And to be quite frank, we're probably lucky that more were not killed.
And the guns were recently and lawfully purchased, to your point. Richard Frankel, thank you for being here with us. Coming up next, we have more continuing coverage of the deadly Catholic school shooting in Minneapolis. Authorities saying that at the school, there were older children protecting the younger children. We have more of the story next.
All across America.
Good morning. Hello.
Wherever we are.
It's good to be home.
It feels like home.
When's the last time we dropped our things and went? Woke up somewhere that we both never been. Growing up doesn't mean
Good morning. How are you?
At the start of the day, letting us into your home, putting the good in your morning.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA. It's an invitation to come together. Brighten your morning.
I'm George. How are you?
And the day ahead.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Friday nights at 9 on ABC.
Shocking.
Noon 2020 True Crime.
Are you ready? For Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on Disney+.
Let's do this.
One of the best Marvel movies of all time is now streaming on Disney+.
Meet the new Avengers.
That's cool name. Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, The New Avengers, now streaming on, you guessed it, Disney+. And right now, get Disney+, Hulu, and all of ESPN with an incredible limited time offer.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
You can hear the critics scream. FX's Alien Earth is a remarkable achievement. A thrilling epic. Riveting. Addictive. And gripping. A world-altering breakthrough. Don't miss FX's Alien Earth. All new Tuesdays on FX, Hulu, and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers.
The emotional toll to this very day is still just overwhelming. 20 years later, Hurricane Katrina. I had never seen that kind of destruction.
Robin Roberts. She was right there.
So many people affected by this storm.
And now Robin goes back home.
Good to see you.
Katrina may have given us a run for our money, but it could never kill us.
The all-new event special.
I'm home. It'll always be home.
Friday night on ABC.
And I'm Kana Whitworth here in Los Angeles. Breaking news coverage continues here on ABC News Live. Reports there is an urgent investigation underway right now after a mass shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. Law enforcement identifying the shooter as 22-year-old Robin Westman. The police chief identifying this person as a coward. The shooting happened at the Annunciation Catholic School. just 3 days into their school year. Investigators saying that the shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound after opening fire through the windows of a church as students were celebrating Mass. Police say that 2 children are dead. They're just 8 and 10 years old. FBI Director Kash Patel says the FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. The police chief says that all remaining 17 victims are expected to survive. 14 of them are children. Again, their age range 6 to 15 years old. I want you to listen to how this 10-year-old little boy describes the terrifying moments.
We went to the gym, and then the door's locked just to make sure he didn't come. My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
He did say that he got word that he thinks his friend is going to be okay. I want to bring in our ABC News investigative reporter, Olivia Rubin. And again, Olivia, this investigation has really just begun here. But where authorities are starting is this YouTube post made by the shooter that had a timed release.
Yeah, a YouTube video going up just before, but as they say, had a timed release. One of those videos shows an individual sort of flipping through dozens of pages of a notebook. Kana, in that notebook was a lot of hateful rhetoric, also photos of guns, drawings of guns, drawings also of a church with pews inside, which is, of course, a nod to exactly what unfolded today inside of the church. Police saying specifically that 2 children were killed in the pews exactly where they sat. Beyond the social media, though, Kana, authorities are, of course, conducting searches at multiple locations. They say that they have 4 search warrants as of yet, one of them for the church, 3 other for residents that are associated with this individual where they are carrying out those searches. They're also, of course, going to be looking at what sort of link this individual had to the church, although they say as of yet there is nothing that they can say definitively here, nothing to be said definitively about motive. And that's sort of a big discrepancy that we're seeing at this hour. You mentioned, of course, Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, saying very clearly this was a hate crime against Catholics. But what we have heard from the police chief for Minneapolis on the ground right at that scene outside of the school, outside of the church, is that they don't know a motive. And that's from the individuals that are looking at these YouTube videos, looking at carrying out the searches. So again, not clear exactly what that discrepancy is, how one could say that this was a hate crime against Catholics and another could say that they don't know a motive yet. All that really seems to indicate, though, so far, Kana, is that there still is much to be done here in terms of this suspect and figuring out what motivated them to carry this out. And again, we were just talking about how they're likely now going to be talking to anyone that they can who knew this suspect, friends, family, parents, siblings, co-workers, fellow students, employee, boss, anyone who this individual may have spoken to, may have been with, may have been messaging about why exactly this happened. Were there any missed red warning flags that could have showed that something terrible was brewing with this suspect, Kana?
And while there are so many questions at this hour, the police chief very clear, Olivia, that he considers this shooter to be a coward. Police chief certainly didn't stop there. What more is he telling the community?
Certainly harsh words for this individual, but they're also, we heard from the principal, from the deacon at this church, from, of course, the governor, Tim Walz, who had some words of hope to convey there. They talked about sort of the heroic actions that were carried out. They talked about kids, older kids caring for younger kids. They talked about teachers shielding kids within inside of that church. They are the same familiar, horrific, but, hopeful stories that we hear that individuals have to carry out when they're at a school, when they're at a grocery market, when they're at a church, having to shield young children and hide people from bullets that are being sprayed across the room that they are in. You know, you heard them say because of those actions that this wasn't worse. There are, of course, 2 children who have been killed, and that is horrific, but they are certainly indicating that this could have been a much higher death toll had there not been quick thinking actions from those who were inside of that church. Of course, we also heard from the deacon who shared a message from the Pope that had been conveyed directly to him, because of course this is just rocking the religious community, likely it seems around the world. Kana.
All right, Olivia Rubin, our thanks to you as always. I also want to bring in our ABC News Justice and Homeland Security reporter Luke Barr, along with ABC News Perry Russum. So again, Luke, authorities are saying the shooting took place during Catholic Mass. This marked the first week of school. I think the imagery of shattered, stained glass windows all over the pews where little children were murdered is utterly horrifying. And authorities, again, calling it a deliberate act of violence. That's what we're hearing from local authorities. But you look on your screen here and you can see how FBI Director Kash Patel is characterizing this investigation as domestic terrorism, possibly, as well as a hate crime targeting Catholics. What more information do we know that they have, Luke, in terms of possible motive, which authorities say they don't know, but also the planning that went into this?
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to go looking at. How did this suspect, go to the planning of it? What was this suspect targeting? It seems based on at least a post from the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. The suspect was, discriminatory against a lot of different things. She said, quote, "This deranged monster targeted our most vulnerable young children praying in their first morning mass of the school year. This deeply sick murderer scrawled the words 'For the children' and 'Where is your God?' and 'Kill Donald Trump' on a rifle magazine." This is from the Secretary of Homeland Security. So it really is kind of a mixed bag in terms of what this person was allegedly posting on social media, Kana.
Certainly, and Perry, we know that the news of this shooting is reverberating around the country, but really around the world as well. What are we hearing from the White House as well as the Pope, who's sending condolences?
Yeah, this happened at a Catholic school during Catholic Mass, and we are now hearing from the head of the Catholic Church. He sent a telegram to the Archbishop of Minneapolis, where Pope Leo said in part that he was expressing his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child. This is the first American Pope we have ever had. We know Pope Leo is from the Midwest. He is from Chicago. So I think it's safe to say that he has some ties to the Minneapolis area during his time as a priest. Now he is Pope. In terms of the White House, we have not heard from President Trump today. He has no public events. We have not had a chance to actually hear him, but he did release a short message on Truth Social about 5 hours ago where he called this a tragic shooting and a terrible situation. We know flags have been lowered at the White House right there. That is the residence at the White House. There are 2 other flags on the North Lawn and South Lawn. Those have been lowered. Trump is ordering flags across the country to be lowered at public buildings, grounds, military bases, naval stations, and vessels. And again, that will be until Sunday at sunset, Kana.
All right, Luke and Perry, our thanks to both of you. There's also a mother now who's sharing her story about the urgent search to try and find her daughter when she heard about the shooting. Here's what she told our ABC affiliate, KSTP.
I was at work. I work at another school, and I heard that something had happened here at Annunciation, and my principal was kind enough to drive me over, and I went to the F-45 place because that's where I was told that she would be, and I just saw the kids exiting, so it's almost like a little parade of kids. I'm like just yelling at my daughter's name, "Clarissa, Clarissa, where are you, where are you?" And one of her classmates said, "She's here," and so I was able to find her within that line, and then they ushered us to the basement and then the auditorium.
What a terrifying moment for that mother. I now bring in our former San Bernardino police chief, Jared Bergwan, and ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. I'm glad to have you both here together. So I hope that together we can sort of suss out how this combined effort is playing out right now in Minneapolis. We heard from the police chief there, but we're also hearing from the FBI director as well. So Jared, if we can start here with you. What is the role now of local police? The police chief mentioned that there's 4 different search warrants being conducted right now. He talked about the church as well as some residents in which they found additional firearms. Is that being taken on by the local police?
Yes, at this point, by all accounts, it sounds like Minneapolis PD is in charge of this investigation. This plays out all of the time. I understand Kash Patel put out a statement from FBI headquarters that said that they are investigating as an act of domestic terrorism. It is not uncommon to have slightly different variations in the story between what's happening in D.C. versus on the local level. I assure you, the individual FBI agents and the special agent in charge is working very well with Minneapolis PD as a partnership to make sure that everybody is getting the job done.
Absolutely. And part of this partnership, Brad, is going through this video that was posted. It was uploaded onto YouTube. And the police chief said that the FBI is in particular reviewing that right now. It was a timed release. And it was interesting the way that the police chief described that, because at one point it says that the shooter sort of appears to be at the scene, although we don't have that verified. They talked about writings on the weaponry as well.
So it's a combination of all of the above: the writing on the weapon, the journal, or whatever you want to call his release of information about basically his justification for committing the shooting. It's common for shooters to have or reference other mass shooters, which apparently were on the weapon, the current president, and probably other people. In other words, people he either has some affinity to or hatred for. It's probably a combination. But the important thing, Ken, is this is all about his identity. His now entire identity is tied up in this shooting. And so the shooter wants the world to know what he did and why he did it and why he's so mad and why, from his perspective, he's justifying basically the reason he did the shooting. Totally illogical and crazy to the rest of us. But you know, when people commit these acts, they're basically giving up their life because they're suicide missions almost across the board with few exception. And so I think that's why you see all of what's been handled on the front end of this by the shooter with the weapon, with the documentation and justification of what he was going to do, or what the shooter was going to do. And so as a result, I think that's why you have a time-release document, because he knows he's not going to be here, but he wants us to know why he did it.
Well, and Jared, the police chief described the shooter as a coward who, at this point, they do believe acted alone. They talked about the weaponry found at the scene, Jared, a rifle, shotgun, and pistol, all lawfully purchased and purchased recently. How does law enforcement start to put that together, especially with these search warrants that are being conducted, in which, again, they say they found more? They found more weapons there as well.
Yeah, so I will say that the chief's words were probably appropriate. The suspect in this case is a coward. As far as the weapons, it is important to understand what planning went into this. This is part of understanding people that commit these acts and how to potentially prevent them in the future. It's also important to put the investigation together and put an accurate timeline in place. So the fact that he purchased them relatively recently, the fact that the suspect waited until the second day of school, it's quite possible that the suspect had been planning it throughout the summer months, leading into it to air his grievance in that way. This is just about understanding the why, as well as the different pieces. The fact that other guns were found could simply mean that he picked his three favorite to use. We know that a lot of suspects that do these do carry more than one weapon. And of course, for people that are tactically minded, different weapons have different purposes. So that in and of itself is not terribly uncommon. The fact that others may have been left behind simply means that maybe those were not the preferred weapon of choice.
All right, it's sad to think about. Jared Bergwan and Brad Garrett, our thanks to both of you. Coming up next here, we have more continuing coverage of the deadly Catholic school shooting in Minneapolis. The governor saying that these kids showed up at school and church to learn and grow. They were met with evil, horror, and death instead.
I'd never seen that many skeletal remains. Thousands. It's a serial killer case.
This killer, he's the dumber you've never heard of.
more and more men are going missing. And then the lead broke the case open. They discovered the farm.
The whole place was so bizarre.
There were mannequins, almost like it was a club.
I felt the presence of evil.
The largest number of unidentified human remains, second only to the World Trade Center.
Not many people live to tell about their involvement with the serial killer.
Everything we know about this case comes from you.
Absolutely. Let's not do that.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Never before a face-to-face interview with a camera.
Why now?
Let me ask you, am I the evil culprit, the accomplice? I'd like to know how the audience views me.
The Fox Hollow Murders, Playground of a Serial Killer. Only on Hulu.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
Amanda, where did you go the night of Meredith's murder?
Do I need a lawyer right now?
Era nella camera da letto quando l'ho ucciso.
No, difficile. È italiano. I'm innocent.
We cannot do our jobs unless you are honest with us.
This is my life we're talking about.
She's not some kind of monster.
Does truth exist if no one believes it?
And welcome back to our continuing coverage following this breaking news out of Minnesota. We're now told that 2 children were killed, also 17 injured in a shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. Police are saying the 23-year-old shooter had no prior criminal history. They believe the shooter acted alone. For more, I'm joined by Jan Unstead. She's a local resident nearby when this shooting happened. Jan, thank you for being here. Certainly our condolences to you and everyone in this neighborhood and in this community. It's my understanding you live pretty close, about 8 blocks away. Tell us how it unfolded for you. What did you see? What did you hear?
Didn't hear anything. I was on my way to our state fair, which is going on right now. And the street that Annunciation is on is a well-traveled street that I take multiple times a week to get to the freeway. It's about a block away from a major intersection. And when I got close to the intersection, I saw a few ambulances, EMS, and I assumed that there might have been a significant accident at the corner or something of that type. And then as you got close, it was obvious with all of the squads that something else was taking place. So we're a little hemmed in that area. There's a creek, a water feature that goes a couple blocks away. But I tried my best to get out of the scene and go down some side streets. Unfortunately, what you found in those side streets were cars stopping and parents jumping out and running toward the school and the church.
That's just horrifying and scary. And you're also reiterating what we keep hearing about Annunciation, really a pillar of the community. It's my understanding as well that you have friends who have children that attend school there. They also go to that church.
Yeah, it's very much a part of the community. You know, it's local parish. I don't go there. My next door neighbor had 4 kids who went there, all great kids, and everyone is familiar with Annunciation because it is on this main road. And to see it surrounded by law enforcement, and as I finally got out of there and continued on my way, dozens and dozens of additional cars streaming down the street, coming off of the freeway. You could see SWAT, you could see what I thought was a bomb squad vehicle. And then as I traveled onto the freeway, I was followed by 3 or 4 ambulances who were heading downtown with people loaded up in them down to our Hennepin County Health Center, major trauma center. So it was very clear that something horrific had taken place.
Right, 14 of those victims, kids. Authorities are saying, though, they are expected to survive. Tell me about the community response now. What's the community doing to help in the aftermath?
There's a number of things going on. It's interesting because you would think after something significant happened at that school, in general, the parents would be across the street sitting at the Starbucks, which is where they go after they drop their kids off, and it gets crowded and crazy and fun. Obviously, that's not happening today. There's a vigil at a community center, another park that's very close to there. The Archbishop indicated there's going to be a prayer service at a local Catholic high school where a lot of the kids who go to Annunciation transition to for their high school years. When I came home a couple hours ago, the whole area around the school and the church is still blocked off. So there still was a significant police presence and lack of access to that whole area.
Well, again, our thoughts and prayers to you and your community. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us today, Jan.
You bet. Thank you. Keep those kids in mind.
Of course, absolutely. And she's right. That is where our hearts and heads should be today. We have more of this breaking news coverage ahead. We do have some other headlines, though, that we want to go over, and that's next, including rapper Cardi B back on the stand, what she's testifying about on day 3 of her civic assault trial in Los Angeles. Also, tennis legend sporting one of the season's hottest accessories after her U.S. Open win last night.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We appeared to be gunfire. The former president rushed off the stage.
Hurricane Helene ravaging the coastline of Florida.
It's moving really fast, screaming across the state.
And that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story.
As news breaks live.
We hear the small arms fire around us.
We're right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
ABC News Live is there for you at the start of your day, all morning live.
ABC News Live, right there, as events unfold across the day. ABC News Live, breaking down the day's top stories.
The Menendez brothers, resentenced to 50 years to life.
ABC News Live Prime, going there, wherever the story is.
Are you going to build it back up? And ABC News Live, lighting up the weekend.
With breaking news and all the latest pop headlines.
Happy Oscar Sunday.
A lot to watch for tonight.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
Now you can listen to a podcast version of World News Tonight, available free wherever you listen.
Experience the thrill of extraordinary routes and build unforgettable connections. It's more than a ride. It's a journey to a world free of MS. Register today at bikems.org.
People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heeled shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT News anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her.
Maybe this is it. Maybe we're going to find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody.
Her last broadcast, only on Hulu.
This week, get out the sunscreen, because your mornings just got hotter.
What's a girl to do?
I want to show you the new Miami.
Lara and Sam are hitting South Beach for the GMA Miami Takeover.
And thank you for streaming with us. Some of the top headlines that we're following at this hour. Grammy Award-winning rapper Cardi B back on the witness stand today in her civil assault trial. The security guard claims that she was assaulted by Cardi B outside of a Beverly Hills medical office in 2018. Cardi B's defense claiming the altercation was just verbal, not physical. But the plaintiff's attorney saying Cardi B cut the cheek of the security guard and then spat on her, leaving her deeply traumatized. When asked if she believed the case was a shakedown for money, Cardi B replied, absolutely. Also, a small plane